pocket threes? The pocket threes? Your pocket threes are good. Pocket threes are good, yes? Didn't make sense.
Pardon me.
Hello everyone.
Hello, how are you? Looking good.
Can you please stop talking? Welcome to the table. So each of you has a box in front of you. Please put the cards in the box. Do not put chips in the box. No drinks at the table, please. If you want to have a drink, step over and have a drink. No food, don't eat at the table, okay? No phones. All phones there in the box. No headphones or earphones as well. Everything in the box. If you want to use your phone, please step over. Do wherever you want. So basically, guys, we're coming back 20 years ago. There was no devices. Look at each other, talk to each other, and enjoy the game.
How will I talk to them then? Look at them.
Can we have sex on the table?
You do whatever you want.
that's okay.
Step from the table.
That's fine. That's
Step
good.
from the table.
Okay.
You're free to do what you
What do you
want.
have there? What kind would you have?
So we will start in a minute or so. Do you have any questions? Always, because camera.
The spades.
Smile.
Spades more. And can they hear us?
Can you what?
Can they hear us talking?
You can hear her talking.
No.
They can.
What it means, you know, on the stream.
If you're loud, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So no blowing wind,
And
okay?
I said no
farting.
chips in the box.
No chips in the box. By the way, they're my chips.
All right, any questions?
No to the left.
Not at all. Enjoy
I
the
have
game,
one
guys.
question. I have one question. How are you today?
I'm perfect.
That's good.
Don't ruin my day.
Well, actually, looking at you, I agree.
Stop.
Huh?
Looking at you, I agree with your statement.
Yes. Thank you.
I think.
All right, guys. Give me 30 seconds and we can start.
How much do you have?
Button good? Yeah. Button good? Yeah.
I have 15. Sounds really the same.
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Are you
I
receiving?
live at the bar. I am from Chancellor.
Can you hear me?
Black Madonna City. Very south of Poland. The biggest church in Europe.
My missus is Polish.
Where from?
She's from like the Silesia region, near Krakow, Katowice. I spent that.
Silesia is not Poland, remember. It is Poland, but it's not.
How do you? It's not like a region.
Yeah, you see, I live very close to Silesia. But like, see. It's like he said he's not Irish, he's from Dublin. So what I mean is like Silesia, they have their own traditional language and stuff. Unless she's young, so it's different. But they don't really assimilate Polish, you know? They want to be independent.
I'm just playing poker, let alone all the extra rules.
Folks, at the break, we're going to switch you guys out so you go right back to your table, okay? I'll give you the heads up a few minutes beforehand. Give you racks and we'll move over, all right? Enjoy yourselves.
Next break, so probably level 4, we'll go back to the
Normal. How many levels do you get today?
15 if you're lucky.
What about if you're unlucky? 1.
1 o'clock.
You pass 1 o'clock.
If you're very unlucky, you play 15, and then you don't play level 16.
Only 12 always, right?
What's your name? Nice to meet you. What's your girlfriend's name?
Sandra.
Sandra. Did you realize all Polish names, female males, English mistake?
Yeah. And then the second name is
Yes. You know, you see this? My name is You know,
None that I want to be saying on the stream though. It's,
see the way I told you then, that you was fucking true. Yeah, I paid you off. You should call me after.
I could have King Cream and do the same thing.
No, you don't. Jack Daniel pumped us 50 minutes to kill.
Tell me every minute.
You don't think I've had King Cream?
No, you leave it.
I was messing with
Never.
She's really serious. I'm stressed. This is my first time with you.
He looks at me, he says, is it right?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in action. Welcome along, everybody on YouTube, for joining the stream. This is main event day 1C, the International Poker Open, coming to you from the Bonnington Hotel in Dublin. The place is bouncing, all tables already full, expecting our biggest flight of the week. I am Andrew Headley in the booth, your commentator for today and the next couple of days. And I'm very happy to say, joining me in the booth, the young Irish crusher, Mr. Thomas Murphy. Thomas, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you.
How's it going, Andrew? Excited to be here. Excited to share the booth with you and do some cards of coverage of the main event. Good
man. Let's hop straight into the mix. Norbert opens the button with the Jack 10. Picks up calls from 2 Broadway combos. Ace 8-5 flop. Everybody bricks. You're going to see a lot of button C-betting going on here, and Norbert going to take an early one down. So Thomas, talk us through the week so far. I saw you yesterday with a big pile of reds in front of you all in, and the chips sadly went the other way.
That's the key word in your sentence. There was a big pile of reds in front of you. There's not a big pile of reds in front of me anymore. Yeah, we'll flick in another bullet again today for our final main event entry. Excited to do some cards of coverage for the next hour or so, and then we'll hop into the main, and hopefully I don't join you again later. That's the main thing.
Is it okay for me to anti-rail you so that I get your company twice?
No, not at all. Yeah, it's been a great event though. I played last year, and yeah, this is my first time actually playing the main. I played a lot of side events last year, but yeah, it's a very good structure, a lot of playing it, a lot of life. Everyone's friendly.
Yeah, atmosphere has been incredible already so far from what I've seen. Yesterday was a great stream, lots of action, and yeah, looks like a really good value comp. Structure seems pretty good, right, for a relatively low stakes main?
Yeah, 100%. Like, what is it going to be? Roughly about 38, 40k up top. For 350, it's a lot of bang for your buck.
Absolutely. So Norbert raising to 300 in the cutoff. Andre getting after it here from the small with the Queen Jack off. Typically a hand you want to use at this depth, or are you going to mix in some flats?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I guess the main question is, when you're playing live poker, a lot of these hands that you're using as 3-bets is, does it fold out better? And you know, when you have sticky opponents and they're not folding out better, you can get into a lot of tricky situations.
Just like this one, and he's Andre pots the flop, and he is going to run into the buzzsaw, Tom, here right off the bat. Runs into top 2. Pretty easy, just call, right? IP.
Yeah, I think so. You don't want to scare away anyone's bluffs here. You know, if you're going to re-raise like this specific hand, Queen Jack, you can't imagine it's going to want to continue. You're just probably scaring away a lot of potential value on future streets. So
yeah, it seems like a bit of a misstep here from Norbert. We've got such a lock on this hand, right, Tom?
Does he show the 7? What does he show?
Yeah, looks like he shows the 7.
Oh yeah, just the 7. I got you there. I always love that. Or there's like there's a 3-bet pot in the flop or something, and it's like shows bottom pair. You're like, that's not set, is it? You know? Okay, fair enough. You got me. But yeah, I played with some of these lads before. Played with Aiden, I think, in seat that's 7 in the red like jumper in the Bonnington. Very capable player. So excited to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take you through the lineup of players now. In seat 2, we have Damien Nugent from Ireland. Seat 3 is Cosmin Kroituru. So tough, some of the names.
I wonder how Cosmin thinks you pronounce that name.
Cosmin, I love you, buddy. Sorry. We have Roger Barr in seat 4. We have Norbert Golbiowski.
Okay, you probably done that.
That's all right. That's pretty good. From Poland in seat 5. Michael O'Neill in seat 6. We have Aidan Quinlan in seat 7, and we have Andre Alink-Uda, who was on our table yesterday in seat 8, and rounding out the lineup, excuse me, Mr. Michael Breen in seat 9. So early bells there, you know, this like King 7 spot. Are you ever very early in the day, still shaking the cobwebs out, and you might end up fast playing a hand that on reflection afterwards.
Yeah, so I've definitely heard some wild stories.
We've
from
all done
friends. I definitely know someone who's bagged a bagged a decent stack yesterday, and there definitely is some advantages to fast playing these hands. Like if you think your opponent's really tight, and you know maybe they're 3-betting super tight, or they only have aces, or they only have like king queen here, race king. Like you can potentially get awful lot of chips against someone who can't fold top pair or an over pair. So there definitely is merit to fast playing these hands, especially so deep. You want to try commit all the chips, so you can probably go a bit off general GTO line, whatever. But yeah, I could just imagine it's quite profitable as a call either way, you know. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That also makes sense. As we see Roger there with the set of 4s, decided not to commentate that one because I knew nobody was continuing.
Yeah.
See. Bit of experience.
You never get value at a set, you know. You just see that once, everyone folds, you cry.
Yeah, so we're going to have the pleasure of Thomas's company for the next sort of hour and a half or so. I've roped him in to the booth. You're going to go and hop into 1C in maybe...
Sadly, yeah.
Ah, come on, you know. A new day, a new opportunity.
A new day. I'm going to go there with optimism for about the first half an hour, and then... Yeah, no, I'm excited. One important thing as well is in these festivals, you know, if it's not going your way, you can't let your emotions get the better of you. You know, you can't sit there all gloom and doom. You know, just think about the next hand, navigate your stack well, and try hope for the best. I guess like you can't just act like it's the end of the world.
Absolutely. So we do have a limp under the gun from Roger with the ace deuce off. Michael deciding to isolate from the button, makes it 500 to go with the 9-7 suited. We are going to sweat with Cosmin. He has overcalled. Don't know what he has. Michael flopping the 9-high flush draw. A couple of backdoors working for him too. Comes with around half pot. Sizing seems quite reasonable, Thomas.
Yeah, definitely. Going to fold out a lot of misses with the flush draw.
Yeah, we do have a check raise to 2.2k. Know that Michael's not going to be able to fold here just yet. Does make the call. 5.7k in the middle. And there we go. Michael makes the flush on the turn.
It's quite exciting to not see what Cosmin has.
It is.
Like, does he have a better flush draw? What could this be?
A test of our chops. Cosmin could potentially have a bigger flush draw on the flop. Can have some flopped sets. Could have a hand like ace-10. Thomas that decides to take an aggressive line on the flop. Does continue for 3.1k.
I wonder what's going through Michael's head as well. Is he extremely excited with this flush, or, you know, 300 big blinds deeper, you start to go, I wonder what's going on.
On the turn, you're happy. And let's see what happens on the river. And the river does pair the board. If Cosmin launches this, I think this 9-high flush starts to shrink up considerably, but he does check. It's like a pretty easy value bet now, Thomas. Still got to go for value?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. 100%. It would be great to see the value bet and then the bam, all in, you know?
Oh. Interesting spot here, sizing-wise. Mostly going to target, right, a good 10?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Good 10s, like, I guess if he has a hand like 10-5 suited, so he had like 3-5, it's not really going to get a lot of value now that the board pairs.
Wow, he does not value bet. Looks like pocket jacks to me.
Single raise pot, or?
Let's have a look. There it is. It is the jacks. A little bit of missed value potentially there from Michael. I would have liked to have seen maybe like a half pot sizing. I know we don't use it too much with our premiums, but target those ace-10 pocket jacks type hands. Michael content to check it back.
And again, as you start to kind of pick up how your opponents play, if someone can't fold top pair or they're struggling to fold second pair, you can definitely kind of go larger with these sizes as well and go 80%.
Yeah.
Pick up a lot of value.
Yep, absolutely. I'm very guilty, Thomas, of getting greedy.
Yeah, call
when you're at the table and I'm like, okay, got the best hand. Let's fire, let's bang the chips
I'm
in.
probably the opposite. I'm probably like, you know, I've never seen my opponent bluff once, but I think I should probably call here. So, third pair.
You can't win if you fold.
That's true,
right?
yeah. You win 0% of the pots when you fold.
Exactly right. So everybody just joining us, welcome along. This is the International Poker Open, main event day 1C. I'm your commentator for the week, Mr. Andrew Headley. And Thomas Murphy joining me in the booth. Pleasure to have you here, buddy, as we see Norbert wake up with ace-queen suited under the gun.
beautiful hand, a very pretty hand. When it goes 6 or 7 ways to the flop, it starts to look a lot less pretty.
Wow, very interesting here. We have 4/5 of a royal flush. Roger does complete with King Jack of clubs. Andre Uda in the middle with the 8-9 of hearts. Do go 3-way to the flop. Flop is 10-3-4 with 2 hearts. Andre picking up that 9-high flush draw. Does decide to stab the flop. Looks like a bet of 1k. Has bet 700. Interesting decision here for Norbert. We are out of position.
Yeah, it is tough out of position, but with the club on board, having 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, being so deep as well, probably a continue. But I could understand folding as well. You know, if it can get very tricky in those spots.
Yeah, for sure. As you see the chip count in front of you guys, Aiden with a fast start up to 49.2k.
Must be nice.
It must be nice indeed. Cosmin 39.4. Roger just around starting. Michael, Andre, and double Michael we have double Michael action. Let me a test for us in the booth. But yeah, early doors, guys. The start stack for this event, 30,000 chips. So everybody around about 300 bigs deep. As we see Andre, who was very active yesterday on our feature table, comes in for the 3x with the Queen 4 of spades.
It's my favorite type of poker to play, by the way. 300 big blind deep.
Yeah?
Yeah. Definitely not. Definitely.
I don't think any of us are as well versed as to be.
I can barely manage 30 big blinds, never mind 300 with them.
So Andre does flop best with middle pair. Is going to check it through. Turn is the 7 of clubs. Andre still good. This one just going to go bet, fold, fold, Tom, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I'd say so. Unless someone gets pretty tricky. But I've seen some stuff. I've definitely seen some stuff.
So talk to me, Thomas, about you've got a lot of experience in the live streets in Ireland, especially.
I wouldn't say it. I have average experience in the live streets, especially. Yeah, I probably started playing live poker about a little over a year ago now, a year and a half ago.
Is that all?
Yeah. I think my first time meeting you was actually in the Irish Open, the Hendon Mob event.
That is correct.
I had a good chat. But yeah, live poker is definitely a much different beast to kind of online poker. Definitely got to change up your strategies a whole lot, but it's a ton of fun. Ton of fun and a lot of great value as well for 350 euro entry for a giant prize pool. What I'd imagine will smash the prize pool from last year. So
yeah, we already have around about 150 runners and it's level 1.
Yeah. So I can only imagine.
Gonna be a big day for sure. As we see here, Norbert deciding to isolate against the 2 limps, makes it 7 bigs. Seems very good. Michael here to play, does complete with the 3-5 of hearts after limping from the hijack. Flop is King 10-5 with 2 diamonds. Norbert with the gut shot to Broadway. Michael with just bottom pair.
Yeah, you do have a pair here, but it's very hard to imagine your pair is going to be good, you know.
Wow, Norbert has just laced it, 5.2k, unless that's a graphical error. Obviously going to get the job done.
Maybe you put a big chip out instead of a different amount. I don't know.
You're natural in the booth, pal. Yeah, nice pickup for Norbert. We have seen a lot of action over the first couple of days here on our stream table. Does seem a tendency for a lot of there's a lot of limping, a lot of non-standard sizings.
There's always a stream victim, right? So who's been on the stream and has got coolered out with their boots and probably never wants to pick up cards ever again in their life.
Yesterday, Brendan, who played very well, I do forget the surname, so please excuse me, Brendan, but was very accomplished, and we had a 4x. Somebody flatted aces somehow, a million big blinds deep.
Yeah.
And then Brendan woke up with kings in the big, squeezed large. We had a call from the original raiser, and then the aces just ripped it for 30k.
He was ready, yeah.
He was ready to roll. And then,
this is what dreams are made of.
Yeah. Brendan, of course, calls off with kings. Took him down to 9k, but he spun it up and left the feature with around about 70k.
Oh wow, that's great. Yeah.
Played very well. There will be a new victim for us today. Who will it be?
I have a feeling, you know, there's plenty of play left. Still a day one. There's a day two to be played, a final table. It'll be very interesting.
Absolutely. So Michael continues this limp strategy, something we have seen a bunch of early in these day ones. Lots of people limping, looking to see cheap flops. Action folds around. Andre completes the small, and Michael checks his option with the 9-7 suited. Flop is ace, king, queen, rainbow. You can ignore the graphic in the bottom right and trust my voice. Ace, king, queen, rainbow. Michael with the best hand top pair is going to take this one down, you would imagine. Bets 300, gets 2 quick folds.
Yeah, I think again, just the graphics issue. It did say ace-9 folded, but I'm pretty certain that we're not even seeing a turn.
Yeah, the hand is over for sure. The perils of live streaming, Thomas. Just a couple of little kinks for us to navigate our way through. So you said you'd played with a few of the players at this feature.
Yeah, so I played with, I think it's Aidan in the kind of burgundy Nike hoodie. Definitely played with C5, well, 2-3 as well, seat 9. Yeah, definitely all fairly decent players. Have a very good fundamentals, good base of poker, you know, standard GTO poker. So yeah, very solid. I think I've also played with the button as well, Dutchman, very nice Dutchman.
Yep, that is Andre Uda, very action-capable player. Yeah, loves getting in the mix.
And I'm here for it. I'm here for exciting, action-filled pots. So.
Absolutely, as we see the action, it does fold round to Andre. Michael wakes up with a premium in the small with the ace-king. Raises to 600. Michael defending with just Jack-5 to the 6x.
Jack-5 flopping best as well, but 2 overs, backdoor flush draw. Ace-king still going to have a good chance here.
Goes check, bet, call. Around about 40% chosen from Michael, and he improves to trip 5s.
I think ace-king is a small blind, right? So I think it went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be another graphic error. I can't imagine Michael's checking back at 3 5s. Aha, it's king, jack, and not Jack-5.
That makes sense.
I was about to say, Michael, you're playing a bit tight. A bit tight, pal.
4 was a straight now, I think, so.
You're just one. Yeah, you're small. I mean, I don't mean you're small, but
I think it was a flight A, chip lead bagged 500k. So
yeah, 560k.
It's a beautiful stack for day 2.
Yeah, 140 bigs.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's the dream right there. But we do have some big names who have bagged through to day 2. The man himself, Mr. Mark McDonald, he bagged on 1A, round about 45 big blinds. And Mr. Slowdoke, Darragh O'Kearney, got through yesterday, round about 100k. Good for 25 bigs for day 2 tomorrow.
You know, I have made the statement that Mark's actually a professional slot machine player now after his score on PokerStars, you know.
Don't even talk to me about it. I can't even bring myself to bring it up on stream.
It's a great score for Mark.
Now, for anyone who doesn't know, one moment we will sort out a little technical issue.
I thought I was a kid, yeah. Until he took the tips. That was a robbery.
So, for anybody who does not know, Mr. Mark McDonald won the deal, I believe it is known as,
yeah,
which is
PokerStars.
which is like a little spend your gold coin reward money and spin the wheel.
Yeah, I don't know where the actual, it's kind of like a rake back thing. The jackpot constantly builds up, and you spend these gold coins to try and make a royal flush online. It's kind of a bit like a slot machine system, but you get these gold coins from rake back. So I'm sure that's what Mark was doing.
And somehow he drilled it, didn't he?
drilled
What was it,
yeah.
700k or
So
something?
I think it was an 800k
Wow.
jackpot, but what they do is when you spin it, you get a chance at the jackpot. So you can either end up with 1k or the jackpot.
Okay.
And if you hit the jackpot, you get half of it, and then the other half gets donated to people who have played it recently. So everyone kind of gets a few dollars back. But yeah, over $400,000 for Mark. So that was a phenomenal score.
What a time to
See
be
it on his
alive.
Twitter. If anybody has Mark on Twitter, he's posted him winning it, and yeah, it's an unbelievable moment. It's
I'm
kinda
not
hard.
jealous at all.
Oh, I'm not jealous at all. Yeah.
Not in the
Where does Mark live?
Nah, Mark, great guy, obviously great ambassador for Irish poker. He is through to day 2. As we saw on the screen there, top set of queens flopped against ace-9. Cosman with a very disciplined check fold with middle pair. But yeah, Mark is through to day 2 along with Dara O'Kearney, and we will update you with some other names and stacks. If you want any information, guys, on who has bagged for day 2, what tournaments are on the go here at the Bonnington, please go to internationalpokeropen.ie for all the info. There's still 3 more flights of the main. This one and then 2 turbos.
So there's today. I think there's another one later today, right? A turbo for 20 minutes, and then tomorrow there's a super duper turbo.
The super duper turbo, ladies and gentlemen.
For 10 minutes a level. That's actually quite interesting. I was chatting to a few people about that. But yeah, if you're into that, if you're into a turbo structure, spin up that stack. 10-minute flight tomorrow, starting early. I think it only lasts about 3 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a raise from Andre, our resident Dutchman, with the 9 deuce of hearts. Michael calling on the button with ace-3. Andre flops pretty big. Does have an overcard to the board and a flush draw with the 9 deuce. Michael open-ended with ace-3. Goes bet call. Ace-3 of Michael still good. Andre gonna continue to fire. That's 800 on the turn, around about 40%. Michael should continue here with an overcard and an open-ended straight draw. Does make the call.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty unfortunate if Ace-I gets a showdown here for Andre.
Yeah, and Andre is going to go for it. River is the 4 of clubs. I'm going to fire that 3rd barrel. Yeah, the shake of the head from Michael. Very well played.
It's one of those ones as well where if you kind of give up, you're like, oh, they have a pair and you check and you're like, Ace-I is good, what's going on?
Absolutely.
It can be very frustrating.
Nice pick up there from Andre Uda.
Yeah, nice barrel. Repping it the whole way. He's got guts, that man.
Certainly does. Saw him in the mix in a lot of pots yesterday. Looking to continue to build that stack and
I
get
was
through
definitely a
today too.
victim of those guts at some
Oh.
stage on the table. So yeah, he goes for it. He's got gusto.
We're playing 2 decks, yeah.
So as the dealer spreads the new deck, of course we had a couple of graphic issues. It's to do with the sensors, it's all the technical stuff, Thomas. I don't really understand it, but when the cards go over, seat 1 and seat 2, when they go over 1 to 2, you can scramble it.
There's also some issues,
Very
if
technical.
people peel their cards too much or too far, it rips the RFID chip in the middle. And yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong with stream tables.
Absolutely. That should be the end of any such issues. New deck is in play.
If I'm ever on stream and I've made some ridiculous play, it's a stream issue. If 7 deuces a 4-bet, it's a stream issue, yeah.
I remember I was on a final table, thin brags, in one of the GUKPT high rollers.
Oh, wow.
Under the gun had limped. I'm in the big blind with ace-6 or something like this. And it comes ace-7 deuce or something.
Yeah.
Checks to under the gun, he bets large, and I just snap fold my hand. And everybody's messaging me saying, what are you doing? You've got an ace, you can't fold, etc. And I indeed had 8-9 off or something like this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's the problem? Yeah, it can happen.
You can get ridiculed a good bit.
Look at this, Michael just folded pocket aces, so we are still clearly having a couple of issues.
Yeah, Michael is megging it, you know what I mean? So it makes complete sense. Folding aces there.
It's a tight lay down.
Tight lay down. That's when they've been cracked too many times that day. You're like, I'm not playing this hand. Get it away from me.
Oh, jeez. We spoke about this yesterday, Tom. Do you have any somewhat silly poker superstitions
Not really.
that you still adhere to now?
Yeah, no, not really. One thing I'm yet to have is a favourite hand, and you know everyone has the cliche like I love aces, which I don't want to say, but I mean who doesn't?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Who doesn't love aces? Aces are great. Yeah, I don't really have a favourite hand. I do have a little Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong chip protector thing that I carry around. Not really superstitious, just for swag points, really. I seen Jack Sinclair had a hippo. I had to get that thing.
Oh, he does. I've tried to relieve Jack of that hippo many times.
Oh, really? I seen he went to Cyprus and he was missing a hippo. He's like, can someone please bring a hippo to Cyprus? Oh, pocket eights there from Uncle. Snowman.
Take us through this one, Thomas.
Yeah, so ace jack on the cutoff here. I could imagine this is going to be a tree bet, especially when it's offsuit.
Raised to 800 from Michael. I did miss that. 8x open. He's here to play some big pots. Cosman calls the cutoff.
Pretty airball flop at 10-5-5. I can imagine it goes. You could probably have some calls with ace jack off with the ace of spades. So Michael C bets, I can imagine Cosman probably calls. Ace jack can often be good a lot as well. You're probably going to get C bets from like stuff like king queen, king jack. You're going to beat those often. 8 still holding up, being the best hand. Let's check, check. The beautiful tree. It just makes the board double pair in here. Just makes it so much more appealing for ace high to call. Maybe ace high, like ace high is often going to be good. I can imagine he checks, but if he doesn't think it's good, yeah, going to the bet is fine.
Very interesting. Could be a value bet sometimes if it's very small.
That's true.
But he has made it 2.6, so interesting spot to turn a hand into a bluff. Feels like a bluff. Does bet, and Michael snaps it off with the 8s.
He was ready. He was laying the trap the whole time.
Was ready. Certainly some merit to Michael putting in a very small block bet on the river there with 8s.
Yeah, definitely. If you don't really want to face a bet, or you know, like a pot size bet or an over bet, you just kind of want to realize your equity. You can get value from hands such as ace high, king high, maybe some worse pairs like 7s, 6s.
Absolutely agree. Nice early pickup there from Michael.
New deck again. I hate getting a new deck every time. It's so long checking all the cards.
Gonna have to send someone down there to give them a stern piece of my mind. Stop squeezing the cards so hard.
Yeah,
We're not made of money here.
They're expensive as well, right? The RFID decks apparently.
I believe so. They don't tell me such details, Thomas. They just send me to my little booth and say, "Listen, you call the action."
Send you to the corner. That's what's going on. They're like, Andrew, get away from this place.
Hopefully, guys, that is the end of any technical problems. Fingers crossed.
Who's the? I'm trying to remember the name of the high roller that was allegedly marking all the cards. Was it the 250k? Oh, I can't think of it.
Oh, we all know him.
Yeah, everyone knows.
He talks more than me, which is not the easiest thing in the world to achieve. Right, hang on. I will go to.
There was a lot of suspicion.
I will go to the mythical Google.
Keep wanting to say Alex Kulev, even though I 100% know
That's
who Alex
definitely not
Kulev is.
Alex.
It's definitely not him. I wonder if he'll ever come join us again, you know, in the 350 unit. He's too high roller for us now.
That one is going to stick with me now. I cannot for the life of me remember.
It's at the tip of my tongue, yeah, I can't remember. You need a chat, that's what you need here. You need a chat to tell you.
We do have a YouTube chat, guys, so in the comments, guys, if you are railing to myself and Thomas a solid, who is it, guys? I forget his name. I'm supposed to be a professional, but I cannot for the life of me remember. In any case, Norbert is in a 3-bet here with the King 10. Aiden cold calling ace queen from the small blind. Could be another graphical glitch, I'm afraid, guys, here. I think that Aiden is on the button.
No, so that's definitely, yeah, oh god, yeah, with Queen 5, what's going on here? This has definitely changed there.
Oh, no, sorry. We had an open from Cosman, a 3-bet with the King 10, a cold call from the small, and Cosman just bumps it up to 4K with the Queen 5 suited, gets it through.
Now, was it actually Queen 5 suited? It's
I
hard
know,
to
this
say.
is the problem.
It's hard to say.
He's certainly here to play.
Yeah, the 3-bet on the button with King 10 off definitely makes sense. You're probably going to 3-bet some of those slightly more disconnected high card value hands off suit. Sad to see the 4-bet there though, he takes it down.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I will pull
Someone new
up
has
the
joined us at the
YouTube
table.
chat. Yep, new player coming along in seat 6. There we go. Feraldo to the rescue. Martin Cabral.
There we go.
There we go.
Wait, you were at the table at the Irish Open, right, when Feraldo came along, and he was missing for about 2 hours. I said, where are you? And he was like, the traffic on the road was really bad. He was at the match. That's where it was. He was at the match.
Tell you something, I have some stories about that man that could make your toes curl. But now is not the time early here on day 1C.
Yeah. We have a raise from a 10-6 suited that takes it down +1. I'm not exactly sure who it was.
Yeah, Cosman here to play.
Is it just particular issues with certain readers, or who knows? Okay.
Yeah, yesterday was very smooth. We did have a slight issue the last sort of 45 minutes of the stream. Unfortunately today the readers seem to be glitching early doors. Fingers crossed. Our team here, the Unibet guys, absolutely excellent behind the scenes, and they will be working very hard to get things sorted out.
And we go again.
Yeah, cards are back in the air.
Coming up with a break, or maybe just a quick smoke break for this man. Probably not ideal before you're a big blind, but I can imagine for the 1-1 level you can make an excuse.
Cosman does not seem too concerned about missing said big blinds. We have an open from Norbert with the 4s. Called in 2 spots. Aiden with the 7 deuce suited.
Yeah, I can imagine this isn't a call. It must be an error. Like, Aiden's a fairly solid player. I can imagine 7 deuce suited. It's probably not in his range there. 4 ways to a flop. Ace, Jack, 8 rainbow.
Yeah, Michael in the big blind flops best with top pair. Action checked. Norbert is going to c-bet here. Optimistic into 3 players. Does get Michael to fold a gut shot.
Yeah, he's going to try to use his range advantage here. With 4s, probably likely not the best hand multi-way, but it can be very tough to c-bet bluff in these multi-way spots.
Absolutely. Does get called by Michael. We do have the solver approved barrel off hand, the pocket 4s, but very dicey 4 ways post. Norbert is going to barrel turn. Very awkward spot here with just ace-3 off, Thomas.
Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, I think Norbert's hoping he gets a fold from like a jack or an 8, but if you have an ace, you're probably just going to call. It is very tough though. I can understand the fold. Ace-3, almost everything's beating you, you know what I mean? So, like, every better ace, 2 pairs.
Yeah, you do need your opponent to be on a kind of stone bluff. And Norbert takes that one through with some nice post-flop aggression.
And that was the time. That was the stone bluff time.
As we pull up the YouTube stream, welcome along everybody in the comments. If you want to get in the mix and get involved with myself and Tom, any questions you have, please feel free. We will engage and try to explain any answers to the best of our ability.
Don't come to me. You're coming to the wrong guy.
What I like to do in these spots, if there's any question I don't understand, I like to defer to my esteemed guest in the booth and say, Tom, what do you reckon? What do you think about this?
I don't think a lot. I try to use my brain as little as possible. Save it for when I'm playing, and then also use it as little as possible.
Very viable strategy. Cards back in the air. Action folds around to the blinds. Cosman going to get a walk. He wasn't even there.
There's no way.
I think Michael opened the button.
Yeah, I'm sure he picked it up, right? I feel like Michael's a bit of a dark horse at this table. He's ready to go. Seat 1.
I feel like Norbert in seat 5, ready to fire off also. We have seen a lot of aggressive action early in these day ones. How do you approach it, Tom, when you play these sort of multi-flight events? Do you often decide to come in and play ballistic aggro, try and get a big stack, or do you just stick to your fundamentals mostly and just see what develops?
Yeah, first of all, you have to fire max bullets every flight. That's probably one of the tricks. No, it depends. I kind of like to go in towards kind of more of the middling levels where the blinds are a little bit bigger. You're just going to often find in these 1-1 levels, 1-2 levels, you're going to raise and you're going to see a flop 6 ways. And, you know, whatever hand you have, no hand does great 6 ways typically, unless you're flopping the nuts. So, yeah, I kind of tend to hop in later, and my strategy never really changes from anything, really. You kind of play based off the player and take it from there. You know, aggression is always rewarded in poker, I think, so being aggressive definitely helps. For example, Norbert firing off with the 4s there, you know, he had the worst hand. He continued to double barrel and he got the fold from top pairs. So.
Absolutely. As we go for way here post, Michael flopping an open-ended straight draw. Michael number 2 flopping the queen high flush draw. Middle pair for Roger. Do have a bet from Michael 1. I have to call them Michael 1 and Michael 2.
This could get rather tricky. It's currently ahead. We can see. Queen 9 of spades is ahead, actually.
Queen 9 of spades does raise in position. Ace of spades would be the death card. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Queen 10 of Michael still good.
Yeah, ace of spades could definitely get some fireworks flowing here.
That is Michael Breen with the Queen 10. Is it going to check?
He's going to have the best hand here as well if he's doing that. So.
He's going to take a stab, but bets 2k. Tough to represent too much value here, right? A hand that raises flop, checks turn, and then bets river. Maybe trying to rep something like a king 10 of clubs with a pot control turn.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like some of these kind of weaker top pairs that you're not going to want to bloat the pot with.
Sure.
Kind of don't really want to shut him. Queen 9 doesn't feel good there, you know, even though it was surprisingly close after, you know, just slightly pipped.
Absolutely, Michael does get it through. Yeah, of course, blocking some of the flush and straight draws that will fold river. Nonetheless, Michael does find the river bluff and gets it through.
It's one of the big advantages of being in position as well and playing the button. You know, you're just oftentimes you can kind of sense weakness and get checked from your opponent and take stabs and take down pots.
Absolutely.
See you flailing your hands there.
I am flailing away. I was trying to access the YouTube chat, but my phone is also giving me technical issues. It's all good. They're just giving us a challenge early here on 1C of the main.
Plenty of hours to go. I said there's probably 17 Martin Cabrels in the comments now.
Michael with another one of these large opens. Very interesting though, to be fair. 300 bigs deep. Some large opens are certainly the order of business.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you feel your opponents are going to be more sticky and call a lot with wider hands, and you kind of want to narrow that down. You know, some people open up 3-4 bigs. It's probably the biggest issue though. I hate when you're under the gun and you have a beautiful hand, ace king suited, and you've opened and you're 6 ways and you're like 8-5-3 is the flop, and you're like, yeah, never mind, just fold this. Can I open fold this hand? What's your personal favorite? Dara Carney's a big fan of the max late reg strategy. Depending on field and stuff. What do you like to do playing at big multi-day main events such as this?
Yeah, very interesting. I like to be in there, to be honest, from the start if possible. I'd like to say I'm disciplined enough to do it every time, but you want to be in there, you know, against some of these potentially weaker players who could give you a gift here or there. But obviously max late reg has become very in vogue over the last few years. A lot of people who are a lot smarter than me recognizing that your EV can be very high if you're jumping in close to the money, you know, trying to get in at the very, very last minute. But I also believe that to max late reg, you need to fundamentally run well and flip well, Thomas.
Yeah. That's a very skilled part of poker, though. Like, if you're not studying how to win your flips, then you know, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think that discipline-wise, we should be in there early doors. You know?
Yeah, I think you're dead right. I typically don't like hopping in on kind of the 1-1 level. I might leave us soon to actually hop into this flight, but yeah, definitely for big events such as this, if you believe you may have an edge or there's maybe some weaker players and you think you can pick up an edge somewhere, definitely worthwhile to hop in early doors.
Yeah, I would agree. As we see the open from Michael +2, 5x's the king 9. Even here you can see the ace 4 off, content to defend. 9-8-6. Michael c-betting around about half pot. Going to take this one down uncontested.
Yeah, Michael does flop best there, c-bets and takes it down. It's kind of tough, especially when you're in the big blind and you're not certain of even if there is a bigger open size. But with the big blind ante, how wide should you defend? You know, and even me, I find myself in that spot a lot. I'm like, oh, maybe I should fold this, maybe I shouldn't, and there can be a lot of close spots.
Yes, certainly a lot of subtleties for sure, especially this deep.
This is me at every table as well, by the way. I go, what's your chip protector? Oh, what's my chip protector? We both examine them for ages.
As we see a little piggy on seat 1. What did you say you had? Diddy Kong?
Diddy Kong, yeah.
Diddy Kong.
Diddy Kong, it's like from Mario Kart or Diddy Kong Racing, one or the other.
I think I know what you mean. More of a Donkey Kong man myself.
My brother has Donkey Kong, that's why I couldn't get the Diddy. I had to get the Diddy one, you know, so.
Alright, as we see Andre, 4x's. Oh no, blinds are now up. Does min raise the king 10 under the gun. Michael calling in position in MP with the ace 3 suited. Aiden completes. Andre flops best. 2 pair on the jack 10. Is going to come in for a c-bet.
Yeah, I can imagine a c-bet just takes it down here. It's going to be pretty tough to just call ace high. And
yeah, does it bet 2/3 pot and take it down.
Table filling up a bit more now. We have some empty seats.
Yeah, very busy here at the Bonnington Day 1C of the International Poker Open main event. I believe we already have a full room. Yeah, should be the best part of 50k for the win, which is not bad at all.
I think it was, what, 38 or something last year? So yeah, I think they're going to smash it this year.
Yeah.
Probably, definitely 40 plus tonight. So.
Cards back in the air.
We're going to have to get Andrew Imposter and get you to hop into the main event at the end, you know. Let's see if you can come for that 50k.
Max late reg.
Yeah. Got a raise from the Queen 8 suited here. You're more from the beginning, man, though.
I'm getting old, mate, I must say. The older you get, the more the max late reg appeals. As we see Aiden waking up with a big hand. 3 bets to 10 bigs with the pocket queens. Already saw that Michael is not here to fold. Is in position. Does decide to c3. You can see he is in terrible shape. Fully dominated against the queens. Oh, here we go, Tom. Wow, Michael flops the second nut straight. And Aiden here with a blocker, 2 said straights and a club Does find a check. We are going to want to check lots of our hands on this flop.
You got to double check your hand there. Did I really flop a straight? Hold on 1 sec. Let me check.
This is going to be a very difficult spot for Aidan to navigate. And Michael is bombing it. Bets 5k. Very tough spot here, Tom. You're not thrilled here with just queens.
Yeah, definitely not.
Turn is the 4 of clubs.
Got the club draw for Aidan now. Great check by Aidan, by the way, out of position. You know, recognizing that Jack 10 9 is probably going to favor the caller a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of our range going to want to check flop. Pocket aces and kings, for example, our very premium hands are very unhappy as Michael lines them up.
I was about to say, Michael is ready to get these in the middle and
does jam.
Sticks it all in the middle there.
160% pot all in.
You know, you've got the queen of clubs in your hand. You're thinking, how could they have a flush here? Do they have king queen? I have 2 queens. You're blocking a lot of the straights. It's very tough. You're probably, like, he's probably putting Michael on like a jack 10 type of hand here. Like maybe hoping he has something such as ace jack. But wow, does he
very fold? Nice lay down from Aidan.
This is me. See, I think for Aidan's, oh yeah, you know, take my chips next ball. Yeah, great fold by Aidan.
Yeah, great lay down. I think this type of spot for all the theory kids watching on. Queens with a club, one of the hands that we do want a hero off with occasionally. But there, of course, perhaps Aidan looking at his opponent thinking, well, you're going to massively underbluff this spot.
Yeah,
just
definitely.
Decides to lay it down. Great fold.
That's definitely the thing with live poker compared to online as well. There's maybe some spots where you're thinking, oh, I have to call here, but maybe no disrespect to your opponent, you think you're not capable of bluffing in these spots, or you have a read on someone. Yeah, great lay down by Aidan.
Is it something you're capable of, Tom, to just look at the gentleman and go, right, this guy's not bluffing? And then you just call anyway, or what?
No, I'm terrible at also looking people, like, I can't make eye contact. I will start laughing at the table.
As Michael, fresh off that big pot.
Ready to put those chips to use.
Yeah, limps in this time after opening constantly. Damien going to overcall +1 with pocket eights. This is going to be a fun table, you can tell.
Yeah,
Cosmin also calls.
Early levels as well, definitely.
Here comes Norbert. Looks like an ISO. Makes it 1.2k. Around about 6 big blinds.
Queen jack suited is a great hand to do it with. It's going to flop quite well, make flushes, straights, good top pairs.
Yeah, we do also get the betting lead. Does look as if it will go 4-way. Cosmin does lay it down. Oh wow, more action on the feature. Ace 10-5 with 2 hearts. First royal flush draw of the week. And Norbert does check back, takes a free one. Turn is the 5 of spades. Michael's still good here with top pair. Don't mind this check back. Actually, you can get, you know, a lot of disguise on your hand.
Yeah, true.
If a heart rolls off, you can of course get paid. And if the king of clubs rolls off, you most certainly can. Michael now does check river.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Michael calls it off here and how big Norbert's going to bet. Seems
Looks like 5k. Michael does quickly call. Norbert rivering Broadway takes down a nice pot of 18.3k.
Yeah, it's interesting with the check and the flop. You know, you don't have to see bet all the time there. It's going to disguise your hand a bit. Maybe on the turn when Michael does bet, he can raise as well. Ref stronger hands like flop sets, etc.
Absolutely. I think this can be a mistake that players make with lots of the time. Players don't check back when they have nice equity, and you know, can tend to blast these hands too much. And then if you face a raise, all right, we do have a gut shot and a royal draw, but we're going to be up against ace 10 sets, and our hand can shrink up a bit. Nicely played from Norbert, deciding to realize equity. Picks up a nice pot on the river against Michael.
I think I'll cover this hand, and then that'll be my cue, and hopefully I will not see you again, Andrew. And I say that in the nicest way possible.
Thanks very much, Tom.
It's been a terrible time here. Got a raise from ace 7 suited, or just a call, sorry.
Well, we will let you cover this hand then, Tom, seeing as you are going off into the room.
We got a raise from Aiden 700. He's going to ISO that limp under the gun. I can imagine it probably works fine either way, just flat calling the limp. But maybe if he flops a set, you kind of want to bump up the price of poker, you know, isolate that. And 4 ways to a flop. $998. Andre flopping the house.
Wow.
Juicy 6 on the turn here for Max Payne.
Is it 9-9 deuce? Did we see this? Did we see?
No, it's 998.
felt.
So
All
Andre,
right.
if he does have 9-8 here, has almost flopped everyone dead.
We need you outside the tournament area during the break. Dealers have a lot of work to do during this break. Once again, tournament players, we need you outside the tournament area during this break. Please make your way to the cash games or the bars outside the smoke.
I believe we do have a small bet.
I don't understand if Michael in the big blind is bet, though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Aiden actually stabbed small here with
I think
sixes,
that's what
and
happened,
then Andre called. We do have an overcall in the big,
If that
or
turn,
under the gun, excuse me.
if that turn was an 8 now, he just has too much of it. What are you doing, dealer? Don't stick that 8 out there. You're ruining my hand.
Does find turn check. Looking to induce some bluffs by low pocket pairs, Queen 10, Jack 10 type hands.
Yeah, I can imagine Andre is just going to bet and probably just goes fold. I'm not sure how suspicious Aiden is going to get with 6s.
Yeah, very nice give up from Aiden. Could have
Got a call from
potentially
ace high, I
bluffed.
think.
Yeah, does indeed. Yeah, very nice little bit of deception from Andre on the turn. Gets a little bit of additional value on the river. Well then,
With that
Tom.
hand, I will bid you farewell, Andrew.
It has
Leave you in the
been
capable hands of
a
Castle.
pleasure. Been a pleasure, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us. Good luck out there in 1C. And we'll see you later.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Hopefully not, but yeah, I'll see you. Bye.
Thank you very We wish Tom the very best of luck. As you see the chip counts on screen, Cosmin currently and Aiden out in front, 38 and 36k respectively. A lot of medium stacks. Starting stack in this event, guys, 30k. Super deep, great structure. Very worth playing as Tom Murphy goes off to register for 1C. Guys, for anyone just joining us on YouTube, I'm your commentator this week, Andrew Headley. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're certainly enjoying the action.
Straighten out your tournament area, put in your chairs, make sure the trash gets in the bins. Dealers, once you're done with that, please
As the dealer shuffles up, gives me the opportunity to tell you about a big online series coming up with our partners Unibet. The Unibet online series starts on Sunday, running for 3 weeks, October 29th to November 20th. 1 million euros guaranteed, guys, across the festival. 4 leaderboards, 1 at each buy-in level. Well worth getting in the mix online. Also, we have the Unibet Open Bucharest, which is taking place November 29th to December 3rd. That's at the 5-star Marriott Hotel in Bucharest. They have an 1100 main, 2200 high roller, lots of 150 to 500 euro sides, and you can win a 2k package every Sunday night on Unibet. So now that I have given you a little bit of background, back into the action we go. Aiden with the raise to 800 with ace-jack. Damien does defend in the big with queen 5. Pretty light defend. Aiden flops top pair on ace-6 deuce club. Does just go check, bet, fold. It's Aiden who made that very impressive fold with the overpair of queens against Michael. Rakes in a small one.
why I didn't see it.
Cards back in the air. Roger folding the 6-4 suited under the gun. Michael raising to 500 in the cutoff with the Queen 5 of spades. Damien with another very loose call pre, calling Queen 6 off. Cosman deciding to pounce, squeezes to 2.4k. Looks to be very nicely timed. Does pick up 2 folds. Action building up behind me in the main room here, guys. This is the International Poker Open main event day 1C, coming to you from the Bonnington Hotel in Dublin. Lots of action going on in the background. We have day 2 of the Super High Roller going on behind me as they approach the final table in that event. This stream day 1C of the main. I will be here taking you guys through all the way through 1C to around about midnight. Hope you are enjoying the coverage, and I will have more special guests joining me through the day as we see Aidan Quinlan opening the ace-queen off. Raises to 600. Andre Uda calling in position with the king 5. Multi-way pot developing. Calls from Michael and Damien. The pocket 8s and the 9-10 suited. Cosman also content to get involved, and we have our 6-way pot here on the feature. Jack 10-4 with 2 spades. Pair of 10s of Cosman, and I believe Damien both have 9-10. Currently best. Aidan with 2 overs and a gut shot to Broadway. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Action checks round to Andre, and he is going to take a stab here with just king high. Does get 2 better hands to fold. Pocket 8s and 9-10. Cosman in the small. Non-believer does make the call with middle pair. Aidan folding his 2 overs and gutter. River is a 5. Andre may think he has some showdown now with the rivered pair of 5s. Is counting out a bet. Goes for around about 40%. Cosman with the snap call. Reads the situation perfectly. Takes it down with a pair of 10s. Pot good for 14.6k. Nice pickup for Cosman.
Folks, as I stated previously, prior to the last second of this break, I'm going to move this table back to table 7. So I'm going to hand out racks. Please rack up, move over to table 7. Same seats, same exact table. The button will be in
We
the same spot.
approach our first break of the day, guys. We're going to have a break in around about 15 minutes or so.
force because of the cameras, and I was waiting on the reports. So I had to film no cameras. 3 times I would have given you. You had ace-8.
Michael under the gun, limping with ace-10 off.
3 times I would have given you after that.
Andre content to overlimp with the 5s. So Michael raising to 800 in the hijack with ace-4 of spades. A lot of action at this table. Calls from Damien, Cosmin and Roger. Guys, we may have our first family pot here on the feature. Could be about to go 7 ways. Seven-way action. Roger best at the moment with pocket jacks. Declined the option to bump it up after an ISO and 2 calls. We see the flop 8-4 deuce. Pocket jacks of Roger still best. Incredibly difficult to navigate these spots 7 ways. Action checks round to Cosmin. Does take a free one. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. Andre Uda turning an open-ended straight draw. And Roger decides to announce himself, bets the pot with the pocket jacks. They are still good. Andre here does turn an open-ended straight draw and makes the call. They're going to go heads up to the river. River is the king of diamonds. Roger's jacks are still good. Action does go check, check. Roger gonna get to showdown with his jacks. Takes down a pot of 16k. Breathes a sigh of relief.
None of us would have been a jack. Any of us would have just the jacks.
Cards are back in the air. Aidan Quinlan under the gun.
I told you only going to fire 1 bullet. It's not gold, is it?
Cross.
Did you win that in the fucking tournament?
No, no, come off more.
Does raise to 600. Andre Uda with a very quick call under the gun 1. The multi-way action continues at this table. Lots of players looking to see flops. Calls by Andre, Damien and Michael.
Look, Michael.
Completing in the big with ace-10.
Dealers, take your seats. Let's get ready to go.
And lightning in the jar for Aidan. Flops middle set. Could it be trouble here for Andre and Damien? Both flop top pair. See both as little as 5% and 3% equity. Aidan does decide to c-bet. Bets 700 into 2.6.
Super high roller, 3 minutes left in your break. You're more than welcome to go ahead and make your way back to your tournament area. Super high roller players, please go ahead and make your way back.
Andre and Damien make the call with their top pairs. Front door flush does complete on the turn. Gonna slow Aidan down. Andre improves to a king high flush draw. But the river is another 5. Aidan Quinlan now with the full house. likely going to go for value here. Instead of checking, would have imagined his opponents would have bet a flush on the turn. Does go for a roundabout half pot, targeting the top pair. Jack X type hands, and he gets called in 2 spots. Very nice pickup for Aidan Quinlan, pot of 13k.
3 minutes left in your break. Please go ahead and make your way to your tournament at this time.
Nice awareness there from Aidan that neither of his opponents had a flush. Didn't go unnecessarily large on the river and manages to get 2 calls. Very nice start to this feature table for Aidan. Made the very nice fold with the overpair of queens against the flop straight, and now gets called in 2 spots with a full house.
Some of you have chips and racks. Please take a look at your receipts. Leave the chips and racks. You are moving to your new table.
Aidan, of course, known in the Irish poker community very well. Very nice lad, big poker enthusiast. He's very supportive of grassroots poker across Ireland. Plays a bunch on unibet.com, our partners for the event here at the IPO. Andre Uda there to the right of your screen in seat 8. Made the IPO final table in 2017. I've already seen him yesterday and today. A very action player, not afraid to get in the mix. Certainly an action-packed feature table so far. As we see Damien limping with the ace-6 suited. Cosmin does ISO with the king-4. Makes it 900 to go. Michael overcalling in the small. Damien does complete and go 3 ways. Huge flop for Damien. Flops the open ender and the nut flush draw. Michael and Cosmin coming up pretty empty.
Super high roller, you should all be back to your area. Dealers in that main event. Next, let's get ready. Dealers in the main event, prepare those decks. Let's get ready to go, please.
Cosmin is going to c-bet here. Very dicey against a small blind call and limp call of Damien. We know Damien's going nowhere. Does check call. Does have the best hand and the biggest draw. There it is. Damien makes the nut flush on the turn.
Your table has been moved to the feature table.
Cosmin with a very quick check. Damien bets big on this river. Bets the pot. Cosmin, of course, folds king high. Check from Damien may have induced the potential bluff. Nice pickup for him.
Welcome back from your break. Dealers are coming back at 133. Shuffle up a deal. 100, 300. 3 up the big line inning. Fire them up.
As we approach our first break of the day, last couple of hands here on our feature.
He knew that. I didn't have the luck. He knew that. When you saw the flat and he got the. It's too good. I know. I just. It doesn't happen. Yeah. It's a pretty good defense.
Michael under the gun with the king-8. Do you have 2 calls from Damien and Roger? Very weak holdings, 7-5 and ace-deuce off. Andre here in the big with 9s. Content to check his option. A little deception. Queen 10 jack. Andre still best. Roger now begins to bluff with the ace deuce. That's the pot. 800. Andre with a quick call. Damien gets out of the way. River is a 6. Andre is best at showdown. Roger decides to wave the white flag, gives up with ace high. Andre Uda going to take down a small pot.
Sorry. I was unintentional. I know, yeah. Basically, for you, the next one. Maybe I do the same. I listen too much. You can see it from far. Everyone I told them, no. Trying to make a bet and sometimes it's unbelievable how we can see the part. It happens to us with the other people. But it's bad karma. You see the karma. If he goes all in and you see his start, you let me know, please.
Tell me as well.
So they'll call him and you'll see.
Cards back in the air. Michael under the gun. Does wake up with ace-jack of clubs, content to limp. Damien with another weakish over limp with the king-6 suited. Has been a general trend at this table. Lots of people trying to see cheap flops. Norbert, we know, likes to play aggressively in position. Makes it 700 to go. Looks like we have a 3-bet from Aiden here. Very nice awareness. Realizing Norbert is isolating wide, does 3-bet with ace-10 off, but Andre has sent it in. 18k, 90 big blind jam. I know this one's going to get through. Be very surprised to see any callers. Unfortunate here timing for Aiden. Did correctly pick off a light ISO from Norbert. Andre Uda picks up a nice pot uncontested.
Dutch players are one of the hardest for me to beat them in online. Very smart. I can bet by exactly the same last time. Just last time I did.
Michael Breen in seat 9, very good online regular, sporting the Jacka coaching patch. Badass Jacka, of course, very accomplished American tournament player. Damien continuing to limp in some weaker hands from EP. Michael gonna isolate in the hijack with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Damien does continue with King 6 off. Don't try this one at home, folks. Action checks to Michael. Does flop a gut shot and 2 overs. And go ahead and bet just under a third pot. Look at this. Damien taking one off out of position with just King 6. Non-believer. Turns the best hand, already had it, but does turn a 6. Michael going to continue to barrel here. Hits 2,000 on the turn, 1.8k. Damien thinking to himself, how did I get into this mess? Does let it go. Nice turn at barrel there from Michael. Takes down a pot of 5.1k.
Might be right now, but it's like 30 seconds delay or something. It's 30 minutes late. All right. Okay, yeah. Can be really. It's okay. I can't wait to see.
See the way I walk up with that?
That's what the perfect spot.
Sometimes you're
Tell me what's there. I just want to see what he has.
Tell me, but I'm going to tell you now. I'm just saying. Yeah, but see those 30 minutes of curiosity. Might make you call once.
For 30 minutes of uncertainty.
That's why I never show my hand. If I call, I want to see your hand. Doesn't matter if it's budget. Who do I want to see your hand?
sometimes 900, 800.
Roger here with the limp with Queen 8. Michael overcalling King 10. Michael here decides to ISO, makes it 800 on the button with the 7/8 suited. This trend of light limp calling continues. We go three ways. King 10 offsuit of Michael and Damien against the 7/8 suited of Michael. Does flop best in position, top pair and an open-ended straight draw. Does bet 1k. Damien, sorry, excuse me, just a bet of 500. Little 20% pot bet. Showing some experience here, very dynamic board. Not a board we typically want to put a lot of money in. Does somehow get two calls with King 10. And they both turn top pair. Michael gonna take a free river. Deuce of clubs. Michael here gonna put in a little block bet with top pair, makes it 1200. Gonna get called by Damien, and they're gonna chop this one up. Both with King 10. We approach the last couple of hands, guys, before our first break of the day. If you're just joining us on YouTube, welcome along. Hope you're enjoying the action here. Day 1C of the main event here at the Bonnington Hotel in Dublin. International Poker Open Main. I am Andrew Headley, your commentator for the week. Taking you through to the end of the action here of 1C. Tomorrow we have day 2. We'll be covering all the action in the lead up to the final table, which takes place on Monday. Norbert folds ace-4 suited under the gun. Perhaps wants to take advantage of an extended break. Limping strategy at the table continues. 4 limps. The multitude of hands. Cosmin, though, with a premium pre-flop. Ace-Queen makes it 11 bigs to go. Of course, recognizing the weak ranges of the players behind. Does look as if he's going to get this one through. Michael last to act. Damien in the small, of course, is going to be folding Jack 3. Michael looks as if he wants to take a flop here. Would be extremely marginal. A very weak range, limping behind 3 players, and that's going to do it, guys. Cosmin going to take this one down pre. That is it, guys, for the first levels of play. Join us back here in about 20 minutes time. We will have continued coverage of the International Poker Open Day 1C. See you soon.
No, like it's suited actor. I snap.
Gentlemen, get racked up, please.
Button C2. I snap. If you whatever you do, I snap. Got a shove. Don't be silly. I say if you 3 bet, I 5 bet. I was just thinking about calling or folding. Please call. I need my chips. I need my chips back from. I budget those jacks. I play those jacks very bad. I mean, I should have got more. Yeah, on the river, I'm not calling. Like, actually, it depends on the sizing. Huh? Depends on the sizing. Last stage, I doesn't call the term. I can only beat ace king, ace queen. I don't think you're going to call a big bet anyway. I might. Well, you might. I'll tell you why. The problem is I haven't given you a chance to show me what you have, so I have to take a lot on the river. I miss value. It's just because I think it was the first hand.
Dealers in the event, once you get your beds run down, straighten out your tournament area, move in your chairs, make sure the trash gets in the bins. Dealers, once you're done with that, please go ahead and start doing your chip counts. Those chip counts are done visually. Do not touch the chips. C7. Alright, tournament players, if you're involved now, you have about 3 minutes left in your break. Please go ahead and enjoy your tournament as it's time. 3 minutes till cards in the air. Please go ahead and start making your way back.
Yes, time sheets, mate.
Tournament players, as you're coming into your tournament area,
Pardon? You're gonna need those chips.
some of you have chips in racks.
We were for the
Please take note of your receipts. Leave us at the racks. You are moving your
When you
new
move the
table.
chips, you have to use the rack.
Once again, players in the main event. Those of you that are coming back to your tournament tables,
The button was on
if you have chips,
7.
pick up your receipt. You take home seat assignments. Please get moving over.
That's yours.
There you go, Mimey.
It's only YouTube.
Yeah, it's only on YouTube.
Just put international poker Irish Open. I think that's what it's under.
Batista Kuras. Come get the glass.
Alright, tournament players on that super high roller, you should all be back in your area.
Did they give links or anything?
Viewers in that main event. Viewers in the main event. It's all
Some places 5 minutes, this one's half.
What do you want, the phones?
Probably about half the place is
chips and racks. Please take away your receipts. You are moving to your new table and seat assignment. If you are on table number 13, your table has been moved to the feature table.
They cancel the link.
Alright, players, welcome back from your break. Dealers are coming back at 133. Shuffle out the deal. 133 on the three.
Someone? No, thank you. Hello, players. Hello and welcome. Hello, Tanya. Welcome to TV Table. So each of you has a box. Please put cards straight away in the box so they can be readable. Do not keep chips on the box. No drinks allowed at the table. Please step away from the table if you want to have a drink. Same as food, girls, wherever it is, step away from the table. No phones allowed. Phones are there in the box. You can use it anytime you want, not at the table. No earphones, no headphones. Only dealer is allowed. So, as I say, let's come back 20 years ago when we had no devices and we were communicating. Yeah, looking at each other's eyes. Enjoy the game. Any questions? No? All good? Enjoy the game, guys, and smile because cameras around. Good luck. Hello. How are you?
No kissing, no kissing.
Clear.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, suitably refreshed from our first break of the day. We have a new feature table lineup for you here on stream. Day of the main event as it continues. Coming to you from the Bonnington Hotel here at the International Poker Open. I'm your commentator for the week, Andrew Headley, and I'm very happy to say, joined in the booth by the man himself, Mr. Barry Carter. Barry, how you doing, buddy? Nice to have you.
Very nice to be here. Unfortunately, I'm here because I managed to bust the first hour of the main event with aces, so therefore I think it counts as a bad beat story. But, I like to. One of the things I like about tournaments like this that are in a hotel is you get the opportunity to regroup for a little while.
You do.
Rather than just fire again when you're on Steam in tilt, telling everybody at the table why you're rebuying in the first orbit of the tournament.
So basically, Barry, what you're saying is you had aces, you weren't disciplined enough to fold them post, and now you're sitting here with me.
Well, yeah, okay, that is actually a very fair estimation of what happened.
Is the plan to jump back in a little while?
It is, yeah. I'm pondering whether, because I'm a almost 99.9% online player. So when I play live, it's purely for the experience. So I'm toying with whether to play the turbo day one later. Feels like a fresher start and gets me more quote unquote table time at all the different stack levels. So I am tempted to do that rather than dive in at. But the structure is incredibly good here. So
very good.
It's a difficult decision which one I'll do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much for joining. We'll enjoy Barry's company for the next hour or two while he debates whether to hop back into the mix. So guys, we've got a new feature table lineup for you here. I'll take you through the players in a moment as Hector raises 3x, ace-9 of spades under the gun +2. Blinds now up to 100, 300, 300. As Barry had referenced, structure very good. All players starting with 30,000 chips. We're on a 40-minute clock. We have calls from Daniel on the button, Andrew in the small with the ace-6 of clubs. Tanya Masters there in seat 1. Great ambassador for Irish poker. She is a team pro for the Irish Poker Tour. We go 3 ways. 10, 8, 4 with 2 diamonds. Everybody bricks, Barry.
Yeah, I guess Hector is in the best position, being the pre-flop aggressor, and got some backdoor equity there as well. Probably going to fire in for.
Yeah, absolutely. Checks through to Daniel, and he goes large here with the deuces. We can see it's probably going to work against these 2 holdings. That's about 80%. I'm going to take this one down.
Yeah, probably not the worst bet in the world. Deny equity to a lot of high card hands, your king queens, your ace queens, and so on and so forth. 10-8 doesn't hit that many people in a live poker tournament. Not to stereotype, but it.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, when it gets checked to us on the button, going to do a lot of probe betting. Deuce is not really going to get much better.
Exactly, yeah, you may as well take it now because there's, what are you hoping for on the turn or the river? Well, yeah. You know what you're hoping for.
Absolutely, Barry. So you referenced that you play mostly online. I know that you're a very successful author and co-author with Mr. Dara O'Kearney.
Yes, he's been teaching me over the last 5 years how to nurse 13 big blinds.
One of the best.
One of the best, yeah. All jokes aside, I'd kind of fallen out of love with poker for a little while until I met Dara. And we became friends as the solver era became more prevalent, and reignited my love of the game a little bit because I got to learn it again a second time around.
Lovely, nice to hear. Obviously, Dara, one of the hardest working people I know in poker. God, in fairness, you
should try writing a book with a ultra marathon runner. You know, if you say, "Oh, I put in a big stint last week," you know, I worked 8 hours yesterday, and he's like, "Yeah, and you know."
And the rest, as he says.
I swear to God, the man doesn't sleep.
Yeah.
As I learned this week, sharing a room with him.
Yeah, very nice. Well, I was walking around there on break in the tournament area. Dara is in the final few tables of the super high roller, so the very best of luck to him. And great to have you here, Barry. Good to have the company in the booth as we see 3-way action here post-flop. Tanya with bottom pair, everyone with a piece. Jamie top pair of queens, David with middle pair, and he drills the third 9 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a very good situation when you've raised under the gun with 9-6 suited. It's not easy to put you on a hand like this at all. I mean, ace-9 is probably, well, pocket 9s are probably the only two hands that really would figure in most people's estimations here.
Yeah, absolutely. Does bet, continues on the turn for 1/3. Awkward spot here for Jamie, of course. Does have top pair. Probably going to have to call this one, Barry, and evaluate river.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can't fold top pair, and he's probably thinking that his 8 has got some sort of equity with it, denying certain draws from getting there.
Does manage to get away from it, Jamie, so very disciplined fold.
Very good fold. He must have figured he was probably outkicked at best. Yeah.
The old live reads, Barry.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's looked at his customer and thought he's firing twice into 2. Nice lay down from Jamie in the big. So can you talk to us a little bit, Barry, about how your collaboration first came about? I know that yourself and Dara's books are, of course, very well loved in the poker community. You have 3 books now, I believe. Is that right?
5 books.
5 books. There you go.
We're about to put the 6th out. I've got 8 overall. I wrote the 2 mental game of poker books with Jared Tendler.
Oh, very nice.
The actual reason it came about was that the 2 mental game of poker books were very successful. Why I didn't capitalise on that initially and just carry on writing other books with other people, I don't know. I once wrote a blog post about poker books that haven't been written that should be written.
Okay.
And the 2 books that I wrote suggested would be a modern guide to mixed games, like post-super system, for the modern player, and a book about satellites. I was kind of a fan of satellites maybe 10 years ago. I thought they were quite a unique format. And somebody contacted me and said they read the book and read the blog that I wrote, and from the blog decided to write the modern mixed games book.
Okay.
I'm bricking on the guy's name, I'm afraid, and he sent me a copy of it. And I was really amazed that someone decided to write a book based on something that I wrote, and that made me revisit the blog and think, well, nobody's wrote that satellite book yet. And, you know, Dara had a sterling reputation as, like, probably the best satellite grinder.
Yeah, one of the best in the world.
If not the best, then probably the second best. So I contacted him out of the blue. We didn't really know each other. He was a fan of the mental game of poker books. I was obviously an admirer of his acumen in tournaments, and he instantly just said, "Yeah, okay, let's do it," because he's that kind of guy. He's kind of a yes man in that respect. And we had a kind of process where I kind of interviewed him, and the whole writing process is essentially him getting it through my thick skull. Because I'm standing for the audience, I essentially play the role of the audience. And once I get to the point where I can explain it to somebody else, I think we've hit the important lessons in a book.
Yep.
And it's just a very good working relationship. We both just, whenever we think about stopping for some sort of break, one of us will say, "I had this idea for a book," and we've definitely got like the next 3 penciled in.
Beautiful stuff.
And he's bless him, he's not getting any younger. So I want to extract this value while I can.
What a wonderfully self-serving attitude to have, Barry.
Yeah.
Dara, hold on, buddy. You'll be with us for a good while yet. As we see the action was unfolding, David squeezing kings. Vin did flop an open-ended straight draw and bluffs river small. David picks off the bluff with the overpair. But that's good to hear, Barry. Nice to basically made for each other in a working capacity.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
Long may your guys' success continue. And we wish Dara the best of luck out there in the main room playing the high roller. Guys, welcome along. If you are just joining, watching us on YouTube, live coverage of Main Event Day 1C here at the Bonnington in Dublin International Poker Open. We'll be taking you through all of the action here on 1C. Then tomorrow we have day 2 of the main event. I will be here in the booth with numerous special guests and taking you all the way through to the final table on Monday, where we'll be crowning our champion. Hopefully you'll be still in the mix, Barry, after hopping back in.
Yes, hopefully. What are we looking at for total number of runners? Have we got those figures?
Certainly up on last year. We had over 320, I believe, for 1A and 1B. So around about a 10 to 15% increase on last year. And today, level 1, there was already 150 players, so
good.
Feels as if we're going to smash last year. I think it was 38k for the win last year. I would conservatively estimate, let's go for 45k up top.
Yeah. It's very impressive when you consider that there's a lot of big tournaments happening not too far from
everywhere.
here.
Yeah.
There's Edinburgh's got a big tournament right now. Coventry in the UK has got a big tournament right now.
Yep.
Usually expect quite a few Brits to come to this tournament. Haven't seen as many, but I don't think you need them because live poker is absolutely booming.
So many options now in the post-COVID world as we see Vin limps under the gun with 10-8 suited. Very interesting. Timothy just overcalls. Would expect him to ISO ace king.
Very
basically always.
I mean, I'm from a mentality where that's kind of you wasting a lot of the equity of the hand of ace king. Right? It's in my mind the most powerful semi-bluffing hand in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether he was deciding to try and set up a strong sort of overlimp trap, so to speak, and back raise someone, but
absolutely. If you've got to read that somebody at the table is going to raise a bunch of limpers, and it's a pretty decent strategy. But if the flop comes ace 2 9 all hearts or something like that,
starts to get murky.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Even something like this. I mean, you're not loving it if you get action.
Absolutely. As we can see, Timothy does flop top pair. Vin with the 10 high flush draw. Hector and David coming up empty. Timothy comes with a half pot bet. He'll look to clear out some equity of his opponents. We know Vin is not going anywhere with his flush draw. Does make the call out of position. Turn is the king of clubs. Vin improves to an open-ended straight draw to go with his flush draw.
Yeah, Timothy's obviously picked up a gut shot as well.
Very interesting here. Vin now going to start to lead. Bets the pot or just a shade under. One of the problems here, Barry, with not isolating pre, your hand becomes a little murky here and hard to define against Vin's range. Of course, a bunch of straights and 2-pair possibilities for Vin.
It's probably given Timothy an easy call on the turn, though. He might get away from this cheaply if Vin does make his hand.
Yeah, I don't think we can fold just yet. Can't raise our hand either, though. Too many stronger hands in Vin's range.
Absolutely.
Timothy does make the call, and Vin gets there.
There he goes, he gets there.
Backdoors are straight. Very easy value bet here for Vin. Just a question of sizing. Timothy probably inwardly cursing himself, Barry, for not raising this pre.
Yep.
Goes for around about 2/3 pot.
And yeah, he probably has to call this now. His hand has now become a bluff catcher essentially, but
I think it becomes very problematic here to give Vin enough bluffs is the main issue.
Yeah.
Main one's going to be low spades or a hand like a jack 8 of hearts that decided to start to bluff. Obviously a bunch of straights and 2 pairs. Yeah, Timothy going to make a good fold. Just one of these spots where I think is very under bluffed after your opponent check calls flop and leads turn, leads river on a 9. Probably just going to bluff catch here on a river blank. Nice pickup for Vin. Timothy will lick his wounds and go again. I'll take you through the lineup of players. Seat 1, we have Tanya Masters. I referenced her earlier. Great ambassador for Irish poker. She is a team pro for the Irish Poker Tour. We have Jamie McKierney in seat 2. David Lowndes in seat 3. Hector Strumi in seat 4. We have Vin Wong, who you just saw picking up that pot with the 10 high flush on the river, seat 5. Giacomo Pitaluga in seat 6. Barry, I'm sure you enjoyed that. Oh, some of these, it's a problem, I won't lie. Seat 7, Timothy Fishback from France. We have Daniel Goigov in seat 8. And finishing our lineup, Andrew Brown in seat 9.
Do you know any of these players, other than the lady who's sponsored by the IPT?
No, I know Tanya. I know Tanya personally. She is very good friends with my significant other. Lovely lady. Strong player. I know Tanya. I don't know anybody else by at first glance, should we say. So we're both flying blind, Barry.
Yeah.
Nice little test of our abilities anyway, as Andrew opens 2-600, picks up 3 callers. Tanya in position with the king queen. Both blinds also call. Tanya flopping best with top pair. Whole load of nothing for the other three players.
Yep.
Would expect Andrew to shut this one down and not continue here. Really have a no equity type holding four-way. Tanya goes very large, overbets the pot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, typically in multi-way pots, the smaller bets tend to put a bit more pressure on people because you give people quite an easy decision when you bet big on a flop like this with like 4 people in the hand. However, I would say that it's a perfectly fine thing to do in a live poker tournament, especially with deep stacks like this where a typical low-stakes live player probably wouldn't be used to a big stack depth, so they might get a little bit more cavalier with their calls.
Absolutely, I agree completely. In this solver world that we spoke of, lots of small betting multi-way, but if you know that you're against more inexperienced players who will never fold a jack there to you, for example,
Exactly, yeah.
or a low flush draw, then by all means sizing up has its merits. Would fully agree. Got a question coming in for you here, Barry. Here we go. It's from the esteemed Mr. David Lappin, who you know very well.
Oh dear.
Question for Barry: when he says Dara was maybe the second best at the satellites, did he mean Chidwick, Tom Hall, or me?
I was actually thinking probably Tom Hall. I think Dara would say that himself.
Yeah,
too.
old Jabracada.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Chidwick is the best player in the world who was a satellite grinder.
Yeah.
He used to grind the old step sit and goes on PokerStars.
Yeah, as Stevie 44, I
That's
believe.
right, yeah, when they were some of the toughest games going. But I was thinking it was perhaps Dara or Tom Hall. Marty Mathis is also a spectacular satellite player. I'm pleased to say both of them are fans of the book. That made a big deal for us when it passed the sniff test with those two guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Hard to get more praise. As Tanya enters another pot with the Queen 10, flops best 3 ways against Jamie and Giacomo. Just going to continue with these large sizings. Typically we are going to check flop here with lots of our range, especially at hand like middle pair. We can see this is very likely going to work.
Yeah.
Jamie here sandwiched with Giacomo behind. What you referenced, Barry, if people are going to call you with hands like pocket nines here.
This is perfect. I was about to say that, betting that large with second pair, when there's very viable Jack X out there, normally would be a bad idea. But, if you're thinking that possibly you're going to get looked at by 8s, 9s, a worth 10, obviously you'll get looked at by an 8-9 or a king queen as well. It's a perfectly fine bet. It seems like she has a pretty decent handle on how the table has been playing thus far.
Yeah, and this is interesting from Jamie. I'm not sure if this is a value bet or a bluff.
Yeah,
it seems very thin for value.
Yeah, it seems like a bluff. I'd be very, very surprised if...
And Tanya does let it go. Having the queen in her hand, perhaps thinking her opponent has less combos of king-queen or a queen-9 type hand that would bluff.
Yeah, she's unblocking the bluffs.
Yeah, Jamie going to get that one through on the river. Is a feature, I think, of these live day ones. It's a test for us in the comms booth because you do see some interesting hands that would not play standard, quote-unquote. It can be a challenge for myself and you to analyse what's going on.
Especially because obviously we don't know the prior history. I mean, this table will have been playing out in the main room at some point. And there's probably some very, very good reasons why Tanya is betting big with the hands that she is. There's also probably a decent reason why the young man with the 9s carried on the way he did. I mean, maybe Tanya's been pushing everyone around a little bit. So if this were, say, one of the big high rollers that are so popular to stream at the moment, we could probably make some more fair assumptions about why Bonomo is doing this, or
absolutely,
or Chidwick is doing this. But yeah, we have to guess in these instances.
Let's be honest, solved poker is boring, Barry. This is way more interesting to see new little nuances and pips in the game.
I'm a bit of a nerd. I actually find it very, very interesting to watch the.
Oh, it is. I was only being facetious.
The boring super high rollers. Just look at why did he do that with like queen high or something? Oh, because it unblocks this or. blocks that.
Absolutely. Big part of why we love the game so much. As Vin continues to love the game, flops the jack high straight from the button with the jack 9. Unfortunately for him, Giacomo and Timothy really with no piece to continue.
There's some backdoor possibilities for Timothy. I mean,
Sure.
he could get the bad end of a straight or the nut flush. I mean, I actually think like the ace-5 here would be something that a solver might advocate, sort of a check-raise bluff, because you can hit you could hit something like a 6 of spades on the turn, which would give you a straight or a flush draw. Or you could probably fire again with a profitable bluff.
Sure. I think against this sizing of Vin, going to be a very easy bin here for Timothy.
Yeah.
But we'll see if you've called it. For sure, in solver land, going to pick some of these funky ones to bluff. But Vin just going to take this one down uncontested. So just to confirm, we've basically confirmed that David Lappin was indeed not the best satellite player going.
No.
Other than Dara and Tom Hall.
He may be the best, maybe the best satellite player out of me and him.
And is that high praise, Barry?
I'm okay. I satellited into the main event today that I lasted 25 minutes in. So technically, I only lost 10 euros, which was nice.
Oh, easy game. The next bullet is going to go much stronger for you, my friend. As action folds round to Jamie, pocket 3s under the gun 2. Does come in for the min raise. Round to Giacomo on the button. Wakes up with Big Slick. 65 big blinds effective. Gonna come in for a 3-bet. Looks like 2.3k. Very interesting here for Daniel.
Yeah.
Facing a raise and 3-bet. Typically a hand that we could sadly let go.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could make a case for almost anything with this hand. It's a perfectly fine fold. I mean, it's a flat. He's in the big blind. He probably hoping that Jamie will overcall as well if he does call. He's got a nice straight and flush possibilities.
Yeah.
Sort of an okay 4-bet if you've got a read that Giacomo is playing aggressively, because it blocks a lot of the hands that would continue.
Absolutely, yeah. I would personally favour 4-bet or folds. You know, we don't close the action. It's a bit of a disaster if Jamie then re-raises pre. We've just torched 2.4.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I'm with you. There are merits to all options. So he does cold call. Giacomo still best here. Does have that lovely little ace of clubs. Backdoor nut flush draw potential. Goes for a 3rd.
I mean, I personally wouldn't advocate Daniel getting out of line here, but this flop does hit his range a lot more than it hits Giacomo's range. There's a lot more clubs, there's a lot more 6-7s, for example. There's more weird 9x, but yeah, it's easy fold. You're playing fit or fold when you call with the ace-jack.
Yeah, part of the problem when you do just cold call these hands. We can have quite a narrow range, I think, of like 9s, 10s, jacks, some ace, queen, ace, jack suited types. Giacomo there takes it down with the small one post. Always nice there to take it down, uncontested post with just ace high.
So I haven't met you before. What's your typical games and stuff? Would you normally be playing this particular event, or are you more of an online guy?
I'm a big mixture of all, actually. Playing, I mean, I've been full-time for 17 years or something like that, so I'm one of the older grinders kicking around. Still kicking a ball, as the Scottish would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, a big mixture of live tournaments and online, varied buy-ins. I'm in there for the value. If I was here and not commentating, I would play this for sure.
Yeah.
Great value comp, as you had referred to earlier. There's a tournament coming up next week in Dublin that I will be playing. So doing the comms duty here first, and then next week we'll hit the tables. As we see here, raise from Tanya, ace queen suited under the gun. Calls from Timothy on the button with pocket 8s. Daniel overcalling queen 10 suited. Andrew gonna take the price with the low connectors. Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Timothy hits the jackpot, flops quad 8s. Wow, Andrew could get in a little trouble here from the big. He is, no, he didn't jam. Well, I was about to say, he is going to donk from the big. Don't actually hate this.
No, no, not at all, not at all. It's going to hit his range more than anybody, and
absolutely,
you've got some outs.
Yeah, the 8-8-7 is going to favour the big blind very often here. Does decide to stab for half pot on the flop, and Timothy, well, quad eights.
Yeah, I mean, against certain players, I'm sure you could raise with the eights here. Try and represent you've got some sort of overpair or something that wants to shut out the field. But in practice, I think everybody just calls with the suggested plays.
I think certainly here, when the big blind is trying to represent an 8, and you have 4 of them, does just call.
That should probably shut things down now. Thinking with maybe possible something like ace-8 or something like that, he's probably going to shut down. Yeah,
does shut it down. Interesting spot. Like, certainly could consider going rogue here, trying to, you know, dislodge a hand like pocket 9s if we continue to fire. Hand like 9-10 suited, Jack-10 suited with backdoors.
Yep.
But yeah, you've called it, Barry. The 5-6 does shut down turn. Yeah, and he's going to give up river. Possibly thinks he's chopping now sometimes. Now Timothy with the decision. I'd like to see a very small bet here and try and induce a bluff.
Oh, I see it. Again, depending on the player, I'd like to see an overbet here.
Oh, you would?
To see someone maybe play the board. He might think that playing the board is a...
True. Not impossible. He's settled somewhere in the middle, Barry. Goes for about half pot. You are right, though. Definitely some chop possibilities here. You know, the button 9-10, Jack-10s may just decide for a small bet, try and take the pot to themselves. Andrew does get out of the way. Timothy wins a medium-sized pot with those flopped quads. We want the blood in the booth, Barry. I wanted the 5-6 to treble it off.
Yeah, we want to go viral, basically.
Yeah. You know, you don't want to anti-rail the players, but I'd love to see him just torch it off.
Yeah, well, I mean,
back to the rebuys.
More than anything, I'm railing the players and rooting for them all to have a lovely time. But after that, I want carnage.
A lovely time, but ultimate pain.
Yeah.
Welcome to the International Poker Open, guys.
What I'd really like is if the quads against quads, but the guy that loses maybe finds 50 quid on the floor when he leaves the card room, and then everybody's a winner. Yeah.
See a penny, pick it up, but this time it's 50 euros.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be a good title for the future book.
Yeah.
A lovely time, but ultimate pain.
Yeah, I actually always wanted to, because I'm always a smaller name on the books. Obviously, I concede to the expert and stuff. But I always thought if I was going to write my own solo poker book, I was going to call it "Any Hand Can Flop Quads." This is my guide to making terrible calls and getting there.
As we see here, an arguably terrible limp from Hector. Sorry, buddy. Limps with the 9-10 off. Don't try this at home. Vin with the 5x ISO. Like this a lot in position.
Yep.
Has been a feature of these live day ones we've seen so far. Lots of limping in from numerous positions with these sort of weak hands that don't perform too well post.
Yeah, I often think when you see people limp with hands like this, it's because once they got really lucky with their hand. It's like I remember that time that I hit straight, or the time that I would have hit a straight if I'd not played it. So I don't know any of these players, but I was watching Victor last night in the bag of money all in.
Okay.
And he was getting very excited about it, running between the tables, telling his friends he was doing well in it. So if I was going to categorize him, as maybe there's a slight element of gamble to him.
Okay.
It's the only thing I know in the absence of any other reads.
Yeah, and as we see here, this trend of the EP limps does continue. Calls from David and Hector under the gun and under gun 1. Vin going to continue the aggression. I like his style so far at this feature. Makes it 4x in position.
I mean, going back to what the solvers say, I mean, the old school wisdom used to say that you should call along and set mine with a hand like pocket 5.
Sure.
But the solvers are actually seemingly saying that it's better to isolate, get up against one opponent with a capped range.
Absolutely.
And then try and take the pot down afterwards. That's certainly what I'm seeing at the moment from my...
Yeah, power of position also for Vin here against the two players. Daniel with a very loose call in the cutoff. With the Jack-9, calls the 4x, both limpers complete. We can see David flops best, top pair, 10-3 deuce.
Not the worst flop for pocket nines, pocket fives, sorry.
Yeah.
You know, if you think you've faded a 10, your hand is probably good, and maybe you want to deny some equity and try and take the pot down.
Yeah, like this sizing from Vin, no need to go large multi-way. Did already see a few players sizing too large in these multi-way pots. Goes for just under a third pot, 1.6. We can see that David is going nowhere. Likely going to check call.
Yep, absolutely. If you're going to play Queen 10 in this manner, then you're not going to fold top pair, that's for sure.
Yep. X are going to take one off here with bottom pair and backdoor wheel and nut flush
Yep,
draws.
absolutely. I'm pretty okay with that too. That's a good strategy.
Vin improves to a gut shot, 6 of diamonds on the turn. He's going to take a free one. Facing 2 calls seems very reasonable.
Yeah.
David with the best hand at the river, 7 of hearts, completes the board. Looks like this one is going to check through. David going to take down a pot of 10.3k with Queen 10. Pads his stack up to 45k. So what's next for you, Barry, after this event? Any more live stuff planned, or is it back to the online grind and scouting the next book?
Definitely the next book. We've almost finished that. Next tournament will be UKIP Nottingham.
Yeah.
That's very close to my house. So I've
Lovely.
already been roped into giving Dara a lift from the airport, so I may as well play it. And then very, very little, but I am going to the win for the World Championship.
Yes.
Currently not playing. I'm there in my day job is the editor of pokerstrategy.com, so I'm there on a media invite.
Very nice.
I am now at the stage where I am very blatantly telling people, oh, wouldn't it be interesting if I played in the main event? You know, I could write about that. Nobody seems to have taken the bait as yet. And then I plan on not going anywhere for the winter months, just because I'm currently, touchwood, having an absolutely cursed year travelling. It's just every time I try and travel somewhere, something gets cancelled, something gets delayed, something goes wrong. So I'm hoping 2024 will be a bit kinder to me in that regard.
Here is hoping, my friend. Something could go wrong here for Timothy. Limping Queen 8 of clubs. Again, one of the problems with limping in with these marginal holdings. If you limp call out of position, you're going to be dominated a lot.
Yep.
Hold the phone. Andrew ISOs with ace queen in the cutoff, and Jamie wakes up with a big hand. Ace king in the small. Are 130 bigs effective here? Does just call.
Yeah, just flattered with it. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I would like to see him 3-bet the Sam Pre.
Yep. Because now, again, he's going to get in this difficult situation, especially because of the hands that we know it is up against. But if this comes Broadway, then he's going to be in a terrible situation a lot of the time.
Yeah, very awkward here, out of position in the small. We do go 4 ways. The dealer organizes the pot, 6.7k in the middle. Jamie best currently. Of course, we can see he's out of position, 2-3 players.
And yeah, this is very interesting. Is Andrew going to take a stab at it? It very likely could get through if it does.
I think this is very likely to check through, but he is going to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite a brave bet in that respect on a multi-way pot. I mean, you are going to be up against plenty of 10x, and any pocket pair is probably going to call one.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we know, it's probably going to work out for him, although... I mean, I actually don't mind what looks like is going to be a call here from Jamie, because he's got a very underrepresented hand.
Yeah.
He could potentially check this down and win the pot, and if he hits an ace or a king on the turn, he's probably going to like it quite a lot.
Yeah, as we can see, an ace would be terrible news for Andrew. But Jamie does continue. Turn is the jack of clubs. Ace king for Jamie, still good. Andrew does improve to a gut shot. Very dicey board to barrel off. He does check back. We can see here, ace king is good. Can't know it on such a coordinated board. Might occasionally decide to turn this into a bluff. I know it's not really a hand that we typically use, but he's going to think he's no good, and he is going to bluff. I think I like this in the long term. You know, you can put a hand like ace-10 in a terrible spot here.
It's this is also, I think the solvers probably would make ace-queen one of the bluffs here as well. It's one of those hands where if it checks you, you check it back because you've got some decent showdown value. But you are blocking like a queen 9 or something like that, so it might be one of the better bluffs.
Yeah, I think one of those hands that in reality never really wins at showdown, so I'm with you.
Yeah. Not multi-way, definitely not.
Very interesting hand to unpick there, lots going on, but Jamie gets it done. A couple of interesting river bluffs from him, one with the ace-king, one with the pocket 9s, both successful. That's really all that matters, right? If you win the pot, Barry, good bluff.
That's all that matters, yeah.
Fruitful feature table for him thus far. As Giacomo under the gun 1 is going to open, makes it 1100 with the ace-queen.
In Ireland, do you get the do you have the store Giacomo for the larger gentlemen?
I think it's everywhere in the UK. I think I've seen the adverts with large gentlemen frolicking around.
Yeah, I just whenever I see Giacomo, I just oh wow, here we go.
Yeah, speaking of frolicking, we'll come back to the oversized gentleman's wardrobe. Jamie waking up with aces, the dream in position. He's also been very active, right? And the players have not seen his hands at showdown.
He has been very active, but he has been flatting a lot. So there might be some alarm bells with this.
Wow, did Giacomo just fold to the 3-bet?
Wow, that's a hell of a read.
Snap folds.
I called it.
You did call it.
But yeah, I mean, you sometimes get that. I mean, if these guys have shared a table for longer than we've been viewing it, obviously, and if this is the first time, especially if the young guy has played a lot of hands, but this is the first raise, a very impressive discipline.
Giacomo just ditched it.
Very impressive discipline fold, if that is the case. So well done, Giacomo.
Snap folds, well played to Giacomo. Jamie's going to be fuming when he watches this back, sees his opponent disrespected his 3-bet to such an extent. Ace-queen straight in the bin. And now he folds king-jack suited? Giacomo, say it isn't so.
Yeah.
We did have a few graphic issues earlier, so there's a non-zero chance that, you know, perhaps had like an ace-9 there that's an easier fold. Hopefully not. Things do seem to be running smoother. Andrew continuing this early limp trend with the kind of marginal hands. Does limp with Jack 10. We can see the button has over limped. Action on Vin. I've liked his aggression. He's going to bump this one up. Vin taking the proactive route.
Yeah, it's been a relatively passive table.
Very thus far.
And definitely when you go into the just to keep the solver conversation going is my excuse for anything. I can validate anything because I've said solver, but you know. When you lock for passive tendencies, the solvers will, you know, bet more, bet larger.
Absolutely.
And he seems like he's taking the initiative at this table, which is very nice.
David for sure could have ISO'd pre, would have liked to see it on the button, but he does over limp and now calls the ISO from Vin. Pocket 8s still best. 9-9 deuce. Going to be fairly comfortable. Continue for David here in position.
Yep.
Vin in one of these awkward spots now where we're kind of bluffing with a hand that could already be good. Does bet very large, 4K into 4.7. Pressure poker here. David looks uncomfortable. Obviously, we can see that it's a pretty mandatory continue, but against these large bets, Barry, we've seen this throughout the stream. Very difficult to continue against these bomb sizings, whereas if Vin bets a quarter pot here, we have a very easy call.
Yeah. I mean, it's when you see paired boards like this, the strategy tends to be to bet small. The way I rationalise it is because, generally speaking, on paired boards, nobody is hit, so it kind of goes back to the strength of your pre-flop range.
Yep.
But in a situation like this, it's difficult to call a big bet. Because you obviously will just know you'll feel like an absolute moron if he's got a 9 there.
Absolutely, and Vin is going to fire this one off. And David in a very, very tough spot now.
Yeah.
It's very tough to define the strength of Vin's hand.
I mean,
there it is.
yeah.
When a man shakes his head, it's a bit of a tell.
It is a bit of a tell. I mean, generally speaking, you'd think he'd have a bit of a capped range at this point. He's got pocket eights.
Sure.
You definitely never fold him on a flop like this. But with the flush potentially, flush draw out there, you would think some of the overpair type hands and maybe even some 9x would be wanting to raise on the flop.
Yep.
So yeah, there he goes. He takes it down. I like this very much from Vin.
Yeah, I like how Vin is playing. Nice demonstration there of aggression, trumping passivity. In any case, Jamie, as you see, 175 bigs, table chip leader, 52.7k. David, Andrew, Vin, Timothy, all in the sort of 110 big blind range. Daniel, Giacomo, both around about 80 bigs. Daniel with 100. Tanya still comfortably with 55 big blinds. Hector, the current table shorty. As you said, Barry, structure's so good.
Yeah, you beat me to it.
Even the shorties, 50 bigs.
It's a testament to the structure that the 52 big blinds is a short stack, and obviously 170 big blinds. Almost 4 hours into the main event is very, very deep.
Yeah, we did see our day 1A, our tournament chip leader, bagged 560k.
Nice. He doesn't have to arrive particularly early on Sunday to guarantee that min cash.
Good for 19 starting stacks. Tournament chip leader. Everybody else chasing him in the hunt for the International Poker Open title.
That's very impressive. I played the PKO last night, and apparently the guy that won it won, I think it was 65 entries, and the guy that won it won 43 bounties.
No.
That's what they told me. I couldn't get the actual prize, the figures, but yeah, 43 bounties, which obviously was just would dwarf the first place.
What was he doing? He must have just been all in every hand.
Pretty much.
43 bounties.
It's. I mean, Dara and I have written a book on PKO tournaments, and it's that is not an isolated incident. It happens a lot that one player might go on to win a lot of bounties, because one of the reasons why PKOs are very, very different is the equity. Winning an early bounty, for example, gives you so many different forms of equity. It gives you the immediate bounty, the increased bounty on your own head, which if you win it, you'll win that, and the increased ability to win more bounties. So it's a cumulative advantage that comes in bounty tournaments.
Yeah, we always say, to keep it simple, don't we, for the viewers at home, that normally in bounties sort of gamble earlier, get a big stack, then you cover everybody.
Absolutely,
and you can win a lot more money.
Covering people, PKOs and mystery bounties, covering people is probably the most important consideration.
Sure.
There's lots of times when you should perhaps pass a marginal spot, because folding might keep you covering X amount of players. Similarly, there's lots of spots where it's probably right to gamble with a shorter stack if winning the hand means you would cover X number of players at the table, especially if one of them's got a big bounty and stuff. So should always be your first consideration when making decisions in bounty tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Vin and Jamie go heads up to this river, Vincheck calling a small stab on the flop. Jamie with an extremely wide limp, although I think he is in the cutoff, could be a slight graphic mistake, and he's called a river bet, so I don't believe he has 10-4 off. I can see an ace exposed. Looks like ace 10.
Yeah, that sounds
ace 9, yeah. Gonna take it down. Takes down a small one from Vin. They're always testing me in the booth, Barry. Got to be sharp. Got to be looking, see where we're at.
It's a very nice setup.
Beautiful, beautiful table.
The last time I commented here was a few years ago, and I was really scrunching my eyes to see what was going on. But yeah, it's an absolutely lovely setup. The quality of live streams now is spectacular, I think.
Absolutely, and kudos to our backstage team doing a magnificent job. The International Poker Open here in conjunction with our partners Unibet Poker. I have some information coming up for you about online upcoming festivals on Unibet, and a live stop which I believe is in Bratislava.
That's right, yep.
I'm on top of it, Barry.
Oh, Bratislava. No, I was thinking Bucharest.
Oh, it might be Bucharest. Yeah. I may have got my B's mixed up.
I always get those two mixed up, especially because they're both popular poker stops.
We see here Vin opens on the button 2-900. Again, more passive play. Giacomo with the ace-king of clubs in the small just calls. I would, of course, favor a 3-bet. Does, though, get Timothy to come in with a dominated holding.
I mean, Giacomo seems to have a few decent reads on his opponents. Maybe he's thinking Vin is going to ISO here, or especially on the button. But yeah, he did. Yeah.
It's going to work out nicely for Giacomo. Ace 10-5, I believe. You can ignore that bottom graphic. I did see the Ace 10x flop on my board. Giacomo going to lead here from the small. Not typically a strategy we're going to use when we have just called pre.
No, that feels like potentially missing a bet there. It's almost certainly.
Yeah, Vin's going to see bet so
Absolutely,
often. We should check for sure. Does take down a small one. You do often see on these day one features, not to be unkind, but some players will freeze a little under the lights, right? And perhaps play a few hands a little more passively, or just want to shut it down.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's comfort obviously in knowing that you can fold a hand and nobody would ever know what it was.
I've done it many times.
Yeah, particularly nitty folds.
Yeah.
But I mean, for some players, they'll shut down and play very timidly. I'm probably, and I'm a pretty tight player, but I'm probably in the other camp of I am way more inclined to show off at the feature table. I'll start like convincing myself that I've got the GTO raise. Here we go. Tanya's got pocket king. This should be fun.
Does make it 1.3k to go. Look at this, Hector. Out of line peel. Queen 3 suited. Tanya can't know just how good a shape she's in here.
No, absolutely.
Very dicey road Hector is going down.
Yeah, once again, she's opened pretty big, but I'm very, very inclined to say that she's got a solid strategy. She knows the tables that she's playing against, and this is very deliberate. Terrible flop for her, obviously.
Indeed. Ace, Jack 4.
I mean, I'd still like to see a bet from Tanya. There's still plenty of hands that would call, I think, Jack X, especially at this table. Jack X, hearts.
And potentially as an exploit, I think in general we want to just be checking this hand. Put it into our check range.
I didn't realise Daniel was still in the hand.
Yeah, 3 ways.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't realise Daniel was still in the hand.
Yeah, we can see it's going to work out for Tanya. Takes it down. But yeah, I think you've called it. She's using these large sizings, recognizing that players are continuing way too wide. You might as well get the money in and get the value pre. Hector inquiring to the lady, what did you have? Probably telling her I had queens.
Yeah.
Not just the Queen 3 of diamonds. So speaking of that live stop, Barry, you were right. It is Bucharest. The Unibet Open in Bucharest, November 29th to December the 3rd. Qualifiers running now, guys, every Sunday on Unibet Poker. You can win a 2k euro package. That is 29th of November to the 3rd of December. You get a 5-star Marriott hotel. You get the 1100 euro main, 2200 euro high roller is on. Lots of 150 to 500 euro sides. Seems like a great stop.
Absolutely. I think Unibet are putting on, I think they put a side event package. Apologies if I'm wrong about this, but I think they put a side event package in with the qualifiers, which I think is very, very important. It's one of the most frustrating thing about being like qualifier is sometimes you'll bust the main event in first orbit and then you're stuck in a country you don't know for 3 days and you're probably not bankrolled for it normally. So I think they're doing that. And it's Unibet's only live event this year where they've organised it themselves, and I'll stop talking there because Andrew has flopped straight with 10-6.
Jen. Don't know what Jamie has. Did limp under the gun 1. Andrew here with a very nice spot to potentially just check raise and get money in.
Absolutely, that would be the standard. I mean, it's probably a decent board for him to lead out on. This is the sort of board that hits him.
We actually are 3 ways here, so that's something that my eagle eye has found. We have a bet from EP from Jamie. Small blind is called. Andrew going to pull the trigger now. Looks like a raise to 6.5. Very large sizing. He gets 1k call, 6.5k. Don't hate it. We do unblock all of the potential 2 pairs and sets.
Yep.
Jamie going to be in an awkward spot here. We don't see what he has. We're going to sweat with him. Small blind also in there. He is eyeing up the stack, Barry. He's going to let it go. Small blind, can't imagine has too many continues here. Does also folds.
Yeah, that sucks obviously to get nothing for your flop straight, but I do like leading out there, especially multi-way.
So getting a little more backstory about the players. So thanks to my team of researchers in the background. Giacomo is a restaurant manager, very good poker player. An actor, getting a lot of love, regular in Irish poker circles, plays a very aggressive game. But he's from Albania and he's been a feature of the live scene for over 20 years.
Okay,
very
nice.
fair play to actor. Wish him the best of luck. And of course Tanya, who we mentioned earlier, IPD ambassador. And she is the sister of regular Irish fixture Ray Masters. Oh no, in fact, Ray's her dad and was on the feature yesterday.
Oh, there we go.
I've lost my mind. Yeah, Ray played yesterday, ran a very aggressive bluff. I liked it. And yeah, so a bit more backstory about our players. So Jamie, fresh off limping, I would have liked to see what he had. Fortunately, a little glitch, we weren't able, but he raises under the gun, Jack 10 suited.
Interesting. He's yeah. Like we talked about him only raising with the aces a few hands ago, but he does have quote unquote bluffs when he raises as well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, Daniel gonna call in position with the 6-7 suited on the button.
Yep.
Looks good.
Yeah, I like it very much. Disciplined fold.
Yeah, Tanya gets out of the way with the deuce 4. Daniel flops the world.
Wow.
Fortunately for him, Jamie with absolutely no piece. Like this check a lot from Jamie. We're going to have some real no equity give ups. Jack 10 of hearts, just going to give this one up.
Yeah, Daniel improves in the boringest way possible.
Finds a nice little trap flop check. We can see it's not going to work. Does bet turn. Jamie just going to get out of the way with a whole bag of nothing.
Always very disappointing when you flop some beautiful draw like that and nothing happens. Almost a consolation prize to take it down with just a pair of sevens.
He actually flopped a flush. He flopped it, Barry. It wasn't just a draw. I think it was spade, spade, spade.
No, was it not the 2 of clubs?
I think it was spade, spade, spade. I could be wrong.
I thought it was the 2 of clubs.
We'll get somebody in YouTube comments to post it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you were excited about it being a flush. I was excited about it being just a mega draw.
Having a big draw,
that's in my mind, that's a bigger hand for some reason because of just the promise that it gives.
Yeah, Jamie with no continues anyway with just Jack 10 of hearts. Cards back into the air. Folds round to Vin in MP. Round to the cutoff. Daniel with a relatively wide open. King 8 off. Does raise to 900. Going to get this one through uncontested.
Yeah, I think that would be just outside of the bottom of my range there, and like King 8 off. It's the reverse implied odds of it all. I'm not too sure if you're ever happy if you flop a sort of pair there.
I would agree, Barry. King 9 is the line for me there.
But remarkable, probably the first time we've seen it get folded round to the cut-off at this table. We're seeing a lot of action
limping,
from under the gun. Maybe he was just relieved that he finally got to be the one to open the pot and from that position.
Test of patience, these live day ones, for sure. We've all been there. You get in the mix in a hand because you're a little bit bored, and then you're like, what am I doing in the mixer? Obviously, I never do that, Barry. I'm far too professional. Timothy under the gun 3 with the ace-6 of hearts. Again, it comes in for a limp. I did see him throw chips in, so I believe he's in the mixer. Andrew going to over limp cutoff.
Yeah, always tricky.
Also going to over limp.
Always tricky with like a hand like Jack 10 off in a situation like this. It just seems a little bit too good not to get involved with. But if we're isolating with it, then we're in a world of pain.
Yeah, lots of passive play. I like to see a bit more aggression from the players in position. In any case, Andrew does flop best, middle pair. Tanya with a gut shot, takes the free one. David does turn a gut shot. Timothy, there, top right of your picture, has the ace-6 of hearts. Andrew now gonna go for value with his pair of 10s. Small bet multi-way, looks good. Tanya gives up her gut shot. Very loose continue here with the 6 deuce. Gonna try and drill that 5 ball.
I mean, in this situation, that's why you bet the second pair hand like this to get hands like this to fold. But obviously, it's a good situation for him that he has called.
River is a queen. Andrew's still good. Would imagine this goes check, check.
Check, check. Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew turning his hand into a bluff, I believe.
Yeah, I would agree with that too.
Bets 1.5k. We can see David with just 6 high. Yeah. Andrew going to take that one down.
Looks like the lights are getting to the players now. That's one thing they definitely don't prepare you for. I mean, when you see someone wearing a pair of sunglasses on a feature table like this, they're not trying to be cool. They're not trying to be a cool poker player. It's very possibly because the lights are becoming quite a distraction.
I mean, Giacomo looks pretty cool to me. I think that might be Hector. Excuse me.
It is actually, yeah.
He looks like a pretty cool dude.
Yeah,
to me.
he absolutely wears them well.
I know what you mean.
It looks like someone would wear that. There was a very Jort van Hoof in the main event one year really struggled with the lights of the feature table.
Oh, it can be hot.
Yeah.
Right. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Plus, it's a good excuse if you punt it off.
Absolutely.
Folds round to 2, Jamie on the button. Continues this limping strategy. Hector gonna take a free one with the ace-5. Gonna sweat this hand with Jamie. Queen 7-3 rainbow.
It's about as dry as it gets. Right?
It is. Action checks through to the 7 of hearts turn. Hector now going to pounce on the perceived weakness of Jamie. That's 2/3 pot.
Yeah, I like that. It's Queen 7-3 actually, isn't it, on the flop? So there's two sevens
right.
there. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a good situation to lead out there when the opening player has checked behind with a hand, missed an opportunity to make it look like they've got a queen or something.
Yeah.
When the board pairs, it's a very good opportunity to lead into them.
Yeah, Hector attacking the weakness. Jamie does call. River is a 3. Hector bluffing that double gut shot on the turn, giving up. On the river, Jamie going to take this one down with a small river bet. The room is bouncing. If you can hear behind us, Barry, it's been very busy. Big turnout for this festival.
Yeah, this is why I always come to this event, despite not being much of a live player. The atmosphere is spectacular, and not to stereotype the Irish, but the Irish know how to behave in poker tournaments. They're boisterous, but not rude. They're lively. They're fun. Ireland is the most fun place in Europe to play poker. I mean, obviously Vegas is fantastic, but Ireland is the most fun place to play poker.
I'm in agreement, and now that I basically live here and my partner is Irish, I'm not biased in the slightest.
No.
Ireland for the win.
Absolutely.
It is, though. It's a great place to play. I would agree with you wholeheartedly. Now Daniel just randomly opening up 6 deuce of diamonds under the gun 2. Andrew gonna 3-bet here for value. I like it. Ace queen suited.
Absolutely, lovely hand.
Makes it 3.8k, 9.5 bigs.
That's quite large.
Yeah, I think potentially, as we've seen, Barry, people continuing a little too wide. Doesn't mind getting a lot of money in their pre. Been with the ace-jack off.
Yeah, very interesting. See what he does when someone else has been the aggressor. Yeah, he's going to... Looks like he's going to stay in the hand.
I think typically, yeah, we want to get it out of the way with hands, marginal hands like this against large 3-bet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Finn looking interested. Yeah, looks like he's getting away from it, Barry. Let's make the correct fold.
That's a good fold. You know, we obviously speculated whether Vin was like a loose aggressive player. It's nice to see that he's got the other gear there. That's a good fold.
Daniel now wondering why he opened with the 6 deuce.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you might be able to reason yourself into this as well, because 6 deuce is obviously a live hand. We're not particularly worried about domination here. Yeah, you obviously feel an absolute mug for folding here, but there we go.
Yeah, it does let it go.
Cut his losses there.
Andrew takes that one down, back over 40k.
How often have they been swapping the feature table around? Is it
every couple of hours? Yeah, like basically every 3 levels we have a new feature.
Yeah.
Had some really good ones. Yesterday was a great stream. The last table in particular, very high level play. But it's been good, a good mix of characters, good mix of styles. Quite typical, I think, for day ones.
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's a big debate in poker at the moment with regards to streaming, which is like, you know, do you want to see the world's best competing against each other, or do you want to see like fun players gambling? And we're in a very fortunate situation where we get to see both.
We do.
And sometimes, like, the absolute sweet spot is when you get both at the same table, of course. You know,
yeah.
A few elite players and a few gamblers just taking things away, taking things out of the game tree, as we say.
Agreed.
So it is, yeah, it's really nice. The poker's in a situation now where, you know, we can see 100k events, 100k buy-in events, and we can also see 300 euro tournaments with, you know, amateur players, enthusiastic amateurs, you know, lower stakes professionals, and so on.
Yeah, agree completely. Tanya coming in with another one of her large opens, a little over 4x. Jamie in the tank. Does make the call. David folds 7s behind, disciplined laydown. Hector in there on the button with the 10-8 suited. Giacomo gonna complete with ace-jack. Once more, we are sweating with Jamie. We did have a couple of issues with the seat 2 card reader.
Yeah, it must be the card reader.
Let's play sweat with Jamie. He looked a little uncomfortable calling pre-Barry, so
he did, yeah.
we'll give him a marginal, mediocre value hand.
It hasn't stopped him so far, though. Yeah, interesting one for Tanya now. She's got top pair, which is, I mean, there are hands that are going to call that you're ahead of with a hand like King 6. She's also got some reasonable backdoor equity, so she's definitely not going anywhere.
Yeah, she's bombed it close to pot. Looks like 6.6k. Basically committed herself to this hand.
Very interesting. I mean, I'm not too sure what we're getting to call that we like. I mean, there are. I think we've just got rid of a few gut shots that might have stuck around.
Yeah, absolutely. Does take the pot down.
Having said that, you know, we're talking about her overall strategy, betting big. I mean, she has to do this with a lot of the bottom of the range type of hands as well. You know, she's going to factor in being looked up a few times and being exposed with the King 6 there. So
yeah, has decided to go with this big sizing strategy.
Yeah,
working okay for her so far.
I still think it's a good overall strategy that she's employing here.
Sure.
And you might get folds from like King 8 or King.
You might, yeah, you might.
Something like that. So you never know.
action back on Andrew under the gun 1 with this 6-7 suited. He's going to come in for a raise. Makes it 800.
Yep. Nice hand to do that with at these stack depths.
And here goes Hector. He's had enough of the small ball. Sends it 27 big blind jam with the ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's got quite short. I think he's got more maneuverability in his stack than that.
Yeah, you can go either way with that hand. I think you can flat, you can 3-bet, call, you can jam, but I think it's the least EV line.
Yeah, I mean once we get to like
lowest EV, excuse me.
Once we get to like 30 bigs and lower, there's lots of situations where just a massive jam with a lot of hands is good. And ace queen is one of those sorts of hands. Small pairs also pretty good for that situation, but I think because of the general passivity of the table, I think you could like bet 5 bigs there or something like that.
Hector decides to send it. Can never be too big of a mistake, but I'm in agreement with yourself, Barry, as we fold round to Giacomo. Well, Vin, you weren't there when the cards hit the rail. If they're feeling particularly strict, Barry, you might get a penalty. We don't advocate for it, obviously. No. David limping in, continues his limping strategy with the ace-10. Timothy gets a free look from the small with 5-6 suited.
Yep, lovely hand to get given a free flop for. Almost free flop.
Yeah, Daniel gonna check with 7 deuce. Very interesting. Everybody flopping some interest.
Yeah, very interesting.
Top pair for David, open-ended straight draw for Timothy, and bottom pair for Daniel.
And obviously the backdoor flush as well for Timothy, so he's definitely going to want to see.
And David is given a free one, and he's going to get in trouble.
Yes, especially because...
wow, Timothy does not lead. He's going for the check raise, you would imagine.
Yeah, I don't it must be the check raise, but I definitely like to lead here because obviously there's some 10x that you don't want to give the free river to. David having one of those hands, obviously. David's going to like his hand very much too.
Timothy just calls, going to continue to play this one slow. River is a 4. Have seen David be quite passive. Of course, a danger that he may check back occasionally. He is going to bet, and this is going to work out very nicely for Timothy. That's 2.5k, around about 80%. Pretty mandatory raise here, Barry.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, obviously, Jack 10 is something that is going to be in the range there, but you're just unlucky there. There's top pairs, there's sets, there's all sorts of 2 pairs that will definitely call you here, so definitely a raise.
Yeah, very nice. Does decide on the small click size in, makes it 5k. David quickly pays it off, of course.
Yep. With
that 10 blocker, blocking hands like 6, 10, and Jack 10.
Yeah.
Gonna have to call this one. Gonna be a better call than a hand like Ace King. And nice pot for Timothy. Didn't get too greedy, Barry. That's my problem here. I'd be check raise and turn huge.
Yeah.
Bombing river.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Nice pickup for Timothy.
I might shoot.
I know. Can we speak Polish?
No, I can't speak anything.
Okay. Jak się masz? Dobrze? Dobrze, dobrze.
No, I can't. You know, like,
And we learned that in Pakistan.
Barry nips out of the booth for a little bit of refreshment. I'll take you through these next hands. Jamie opening King 10 off under the gun 1. Timothy with a beautiful looking Ace 9 of hearts on the button. Does make the call in position. Andrew decides to complete from the big with the 6-3 off. Flop is king, 5 deuce, 2 diamonds. Jamie flops best, top pair. Andrew with a gut shot. Not much working for Timothy. Does c-bet 1/3. Timothy here with no real backdoors working for him. Does get out of the way. It's a possible decision for Andrew here. Does have a gut shot. Gonna peel one off. And he has drilled it, ladies and gents. 4 of spades. Gin for Andrew, turns this 6 high straight. Jamie gonna get in some trouble here. Does continue for half pot on the turn. Double flush draw board. A great spot here for Andrew to potentially raise. He's gonna continue it slow. Check calls, river is a deuce. All the draws have bricked. Andrew gonna check. Jamie very astutely checks back river, recognizes that his opponent is going to have lots of bricked flush draws that won't pay him anyway. And a better king still in the range of the big blind. Nicely played from Jamie. Does feel as if a little value left on the table there from Andrew. Potential spot to raise on the turn. Is going to take down a pot of 10k.
No. Go. 400 to see the flat. And then the flat you have open end. No, before flat was a bet.
Me?
No, was a bet before flat.
He raised 8.
So you are halfway to come and you could defend the arm. It's not any big deal.
Cards back in the air.
And if you can't keep winning, exactly.
Action back on Jamie. Under the gun. Jack 9 of diamonds. 110 bigs effective. Certainly can come in for an open. Makes it 1.2k to go.
That's not from you. It's Tanya's.
Timothy again with the suited ace-9. Makes the call from the cutoff. Daniel in from the button. Three-way to the flop. Timothy with both opponents dominated pre. No longer the case. Daniel flops a queen high straight. Is a monotone board. Jamie with middle pair and an open-ender. Timothy with an open-ender of his own. None of the players with a spade in their hand. Daniel here flopping a queen high straight as Barry rejoins me in the booth.
Interesting, yeah. So it's a tricky hand to play. You're obviously not wanting to check one back, you want to make sure spades don't get there.
Yeah, you do want to protect your hand.
Was there raise in pre, or was there?
We have a raise from Jamie, call from Timothy, and a call from Daniel in position.
Okay, so again, Ace King is a possibility too. So, I mean, again, the solver approved line would be to bet very small with a hand like this. You don't want to bet big and somebody's already got it.
Yeah, has been a feature of some of the play so far. Yeah, key takeaway I'd say from the streams: too many bets that are a little too large on these monotones. Timothy has been quite passive in general. Would expect him to get away, and he does make the correct fold. I suppose if we are going to choose a hand to use a large size in, this one would fit in quite well.
Yeah.
We don't have a spade. We need a lot of protection. Any spade, king, ace, 9,
Absolutely,
8.
yeah. You really hate it when the random king gets there.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I don't have a huge problem with it. 8-9 is probably one of the few hands of the nutted variety you can probably get away from at some point in this hand as well.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Takes it down with the 2/3 pot bet.
I was checking out your Twitter profile when I went to get the teas, and
having a little online stock.
I noticed you're a spin and go player.
I mean, you know what? Social media. I need to improve my game. I'm not exactly well versed in knowing what to put, etc. So I haven't updated that for a long time. I still play some occasionally, but much less. This is like, I'm just an old man now, Barry. I don't have time to update the bio.
No, I was curious because it's a very unforgiving format. I find them very frustrating. The edges are incredibly small.
It's been basically solved nowadays for sure.
That too, yeah. I mean, it's 25 big blinds, but I mean, obviously it's wide ranges, but in big blind.
Absolutely.
Blind, but yeah, I imagine very solved.
It is definitely. Nowadays, mostly a slave to the tournament grind. And mix some cash in there too. So Vin, back from his break, he's gone for a walk for 10 minutes. Perhaps listened to a little meditation app. Yeah. What do you reckon?
I don't think so.
I think he just went to the toilet, Barry,
I think he probably went to the toilet. Probably rang his mum, telling him he's still in a tournament.
He does limp with the king 9 off. Daniel here with a large ISO, don't hate it. 5.5 bigs, 6 bigs in position. And Vin is going to fold the king 9 off.
I mean, when the rest of the table is over calling behind, I mean, it actually should expand your calling range for a player like. I wouldn't advocate it for everyone, but Vin has a lot of gears, so I'm not totally against him limping a hand like this. I want it to be a little bit more robust, maybe suited or something like that.
Sure.
There is an argument for introducing some bottom of the range hands into the limping range, just so you can play a few more hands.
I always try and be diplomatic, Barry. But limping the king 9 off in mid position, not on my watch. Vin, go for another walk.
Yeah.
No, I hear you for sure, Vin. I think Vin thinks that he has a decent edge at the table.
I think he does.
And just trying to V-pip more and see more flops. Yeah. You can understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, I get a bit of a swagger from Vin, actually. I think it looks like he's eyed everybody up a little bit at this table. I think he thinks he knows where he is a lot of the time.
You know, one of the perils of the booth, Barry, I always do try to be kind and diplomatic as much as possible. I was commentating on the Irish Poker Open a few years ago, and I had Mr. Dietrich Fast in the booth with me.
Wow, okay.
German crusher.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Didi, very funny, very dry sense of humor.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a gentleman on the final table executed what we will call a massive punt.
Yep.
Torched it off. He was 3rd in chips and came 9th. And, you know, of course, I've been diplomatic and said, oh, it's a brave play, Didi. He's gone for it here. He's gone for it. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out.
Yeah.
And Didi just deadpan replies, he should never play poker ever again.
Yeah,
and that was that.
My day job is the editor of PokerStrategy.com, which is a predominantly German website, at least in its origin. And there is some brilliant, blunt humour from the Germans.
Very good.
The Germans are a lot more like us, and they have an excellent sense of humour some of the time with stuff like that.
Well, to expand the story a little further, not much happening here post, guys. We'll give you a little story. So, of course, on the break, the unfortunate gentleman who busted comes up to me on the break and says, I can't believe you guys slaughtered me like that on the live stream. All my family were watching and everything. And I've just taken one look at him and just said, Didi's over there. Nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
But no, the guy was. You always try to be kind, right?
Yeah.
Kind-hearted, but we have to be unbiased in the booth, Barry, right?
We do.
If it's a bad play, we're going to tell you.
It's poker players are very, very precious with how they're reported.
They sure are.
I used to be a live update blogger, you know, counting the chips and reporting the hands, and that was a very unforgiving job. The people that do that have got real fortitude for lots and lots of reasons. One of them being that, you know, you will get collared by the person because they'll tell you, I bet 800, not 700, or something like
jeez.
that. Please change your reports now.
There's precious and there's precious. That's a bit much.
But the poker world is I think people are finally waking up to the benefit of being thought of as a bad player in these things.
Absolutely.
Like the fella that you spoke about was obviously not very happy about it. I'm sure somebody like Dietrich would be over the moon.
To be seen to
be a punter. It's a very unusual situation. When you and I both got started in poker, everyone was desperate to label themselves as a professional, even when they weren't.
Sure.
Everybody's desperate not to label themselves as a professional now.
That's very true.
They want to be invited to those VIP games and pretend to be a VIP themselves. So, yeah, interesting switcheroo the way it's gone over the last 15 or so years.
Definitely would agree. Now, Jamie continues the limp and strat. Of course, typically going to open the button, but does limp with the 8-9 of diamonds. David going to complete. Hector gets a free look with the Jack-5. Ace, Queen, 4. David still best in the small. Of course, can't know it. Does have a gut shot and some backdoor flush draw possibilities. Checks through to Jamie. I like this check back. Hand plays very well as a delayed bluff. You know, we have a hand that we want our opponents to have like 7-8 off, right? 9-6 off that will fold. So using this hand as a delay bluff, I'm a fan. But Jamie, you have to bluff the river, my friend. That's check through. David is going to take it down with a pair of tens.
Yeah, it was a delayed,
and he delayed it too long, Barry.
Yeah.
He's waiting for 6th Street. David gonna take a small one. Okay to have some pure give-ups, but once it checks 3 times through, right? Little small bet, 500, you can take it down.
Yeah.
Fold out some king high, jack highs. Maybe we're gonna be brutal now, Barry. I'll take the DD roll.
Right. Okay.
You take the gentleman roll.
For the next orbit, we're gonna try and get a complaint from someone.
Okay. We're going to ramp it up.
From somebody's family watching the.
Oh wow!
This is the purge for one orbit.
Right. So for one orbit, I get to be extremely mean.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right then. Giacomo opening with the ace-9 suited. Blinds now up, guys. 200, 500.
Some would say he opens it like a moron.
Wow!
Not me, but some would say that.
Hi, Barry, settle down.
Very tight folded a 6-4, very tight folded a 9-2 off. This is terrible. No, I will go with that. So, yeah, perfectly fine open. Ace-9 suited is a very good hand.
Yeah,
to open with.
Vin with a very clear defend here.
Yeah, easy defend.
King 8-4 rainbow.
Yep, very dry flop. Great continuation betting pot for Giacomo. I think there you've got the backdoor equity if called. You are going to have the ace kings and stuff like that a lot of the time.
He goes full pot. We can see it's going to work. Again, typically going to see small C bets here.
Yeah, I would see. I would make a small C bet here just because it's quite difficult for your opponent to have much they can continue with.
Folks, before we go to dinner break,
I suppose one of the benefits you are going to let put a hand like 8x, 4x into very tough spots immediately against pot. In any case, Giacomo takes it down. As our floorman Luis, I believe, will be telling the players that they will be moving off the feature table soon. Generally are informed when they'll be moving. We should have a break coming up soon.
Random seating.
Cards back in the air. Timothy under the gun.
Yeah, your stand.
The 8, 6 of hearts.
Fine, Timothy. I think he's going to be limping this one. Oh no. I apologize.
I'm being informed by my wonderful backstage team. We do have the dinner break coming up. It'll be a 1-hour dinner break for the players. We are on a 30-minute delay, so in around about 30 minutes time, I think that was Luis just telling the table.
Right.
30 minutes left, and then on dinner they will move back to one of the outer tables. Daniel with the solver approved bottom range King 7 suited open.
Yeah, but so the King, one of the things the solvers has told us is that suited high card hands are actually a lot more robust than people think, a lot stronger. Your King 7, obviously we know the ace, suited aces are very good, but the suited kings are just behind them, very, very good.
Absolutely. So guys, if you are just joining the stream, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Myself and Barry certainly enjoying following the action. This is main event day 1C of the International Poker Open, coming to you from the lovely Bonnington Hotel in Dublin. This is the IPO in conjunction with our partners Unibet. We will continue to cover all of the action in 1C. We have the dinner break coming up in around about 30 minutes. Players will take a 1-hour break. Myself and Barry will go and furnish ourselves with some food of our own. And Barry, what's the plan? Have you decided? Are you hopping back into 1C, or are you getting in the turbo? What
I think I'm going to play the turbo. Actually, I'm quite enjoying this at the moment. It's therapeutic after you just bust out in a terribly quick fashion. I am reminding myself that you've nodded a few times. I'm obviously not making that many horrific play.
It's just a twitch, Barry. Don't pay any attention to my mannerisms. No, I'm messing with you. It's been a pleasure having you in the booth. So we have a bunch of limps here.
Yeah, lots of pretty looking hands here that people tend to like to play.
Like Hector here turns down the 20 big blind jam. Would have liked to see it with King Queen suited. Just pick up all that dead money. Timothy now also with the option to ISO with 7s. You do know at this table you're going to have to go big to shake the field.
Yes, that's.
He is going to go for it. Looks like 2.5.
I don't think that's going to get any.
No, it's a little. It's definitely too small.
Especially because of the types of hands that they've got. Everyone's got hands that they you can flop gin with.
Yeah. There's no way this one gets through. Certainly here, I think you want to go in the sort of 3.5 to 4K realm.
Yeah, I mean,
we're out of position with 7s against 3 players.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're over the moon when you do hit your 7, but unfortunately he's probably going to have to give up, but he's going to have to check fold or
a lot, yeah.
Fire one, yeah, and
this is the problem.
What you didn't want to see. And now if you lead, we're probably going to get 2 calls.
We can't bet now.
No.
Blocking one of the hands that we want to fold. Seems like a pretty mandatory check here for Timothy. But you never know, stranger things have happened. We can see the actor is, look at him, he's itching to get it in, he's ready. Those chips are going in. Wow, he is going to c-bet. If we are going to want to go small here, target auto folds.
All right, tournament dealers in the main event, complete the hand of your own winners. We're on a 1-hour dinner break. 1-hour dinner break. We do exit the tournament area during this time, please. And tournament dealers, complete the hand that you're on.
No, he hasn't done it yet.
Players, we're on a 1-hour dinner break. Please exit the tournament area.
Right now you can tell there's a devil and an angel on either shoulder.
Very deliberate player, Timothy. I do like how he takes his time.
There we go.
Yeah. Reaches the right conclusion.
I mean, even if...
here it comes. I knew it was coming. Hector sends it.
And Timothy's obviously delighted there. He made the discipline check. I mean, even if you're not... If you think there's a chance that somebody has no king or no jack here, there's a lot of draws that have got way more equity than you. That's just it's not worth firing. You know, 10 comes and you're still not happy.
Okay, very simple give up. Jamie is the player who will have a decision. Does have middle pair with some backdoors. makes the right decision also. Hector takes down the pot, 17.6k.
You have a good hand.
Nice pickup for him. Does show the king. Gives the table the good news. Jamie going to be very happy to see it. I think we're just too kind-hearted, Barry. Like there, I could have gone full flame mode.
Yep, absolutely.
But I just don't have it in me. Just don't have it in me.
Maybe if we're nice, then somebody else.
Depends who's in the booth. I never want to be on the end of a DD fast barb, let me tell you.
No. I was recounting a story with Dara today. Many years ago, before the live streams were a big thing, the poker TV shows used to be pre-packaged television shows, edited highlights. I played in one of them, a big party poker event, and they absolutely goosed me in the edit because they didn't show the first 5 hands that I played, all of which I was very active in and won.
Yep.
And then I went out with a cooler hand. I had queens, Robin Keston had ace king, and it was very shallow stacks.
Yep.
And I was an amateur player at the time, and they interviewed me afterwards and asked me what I thought of it. And I said, well, look, you know, it's unfortunate, but I'm very pleased with how I've played, so I'm in a strange way, I'm delighted.
Right.
But the edited highlight was they literally started the show, showed the hand that I was eliminated in, and the only thing you saw me say was, I was delighted, with a big smile on my face. So it is nice to have live streams instead now, where you see the whole thing.
So they made you look like a bit of a simpleton, Barry.
They did.
Who was
make
just
me look
happy
like
to be there, like a competition winner.
Yeah, luckily for me, Roland DeWolf said he has a bit of talent, so, you know, in the way that I just lost the coin flip. But,
Saved.
Yeah.
Excellent. As we see trouble ahead for Daniel. Vin, who's been the most aggressive player at the table, does open with Queen Jack, and he's going to go for a little trap here. Does check back. Probably one of the queens that doesn't mind to check back, blocking some of the Jack 10 draws, the Ace Jacks that will continue. Daniel going to get in a bit of trouble here. Does have 2 pair, top pair on the flop. Bets large. Or it may have been check call, excuse me. He does check call 2k. So resisting the temptation to lead himself. Now Vin with a very clear value bet. 6 of clubs river. This is certainly a spot we can go large. Flush draws missed. Our opponent's going to have a bunch of King X and 8X that could potentially hero call. Don't have a spade in our hands, so if our opponent has, for example, low spades, they're going to fold to any sizing anyway. So we can go large here, target a king, target some hero calls. Vin running through the options. Would like to see something in and around pot or bigger.
Yeah, I'd like to see something a little over pot.
Yep.
I think.
Does look to have laced it. Yeah, I really like this from Vin. Bets the pot. Daniel here in a very tough spot here. Does unblock all of the sort of Jack 10, Jack 9. Ace Jack or Ace 10 that decided to bluff. Some other hands, some low pocket pairs that decided to play it this way. Seems less likely, of course. Very difficult spot here for Daniel, facing a check back flop and bet. I think he's going to pay this one off, Barry.
Yeah, I think so. I think Vin's an aggressive player. Vin's been shown he's capable of doing a lot of things at a lot of different times in the hand. I think you've got a pretty standard bluff catch.
There it is. Vin gets the value on the river. Very well played. Like how Vin's been playing, recognizes there that a big sizing is the order of business.
Absolutely.
Hard to fault Daniel too much there. Very difficult spot to fold. Vin really representing a very strong king or a queen. Potentially a hand like aces that decided to slow play. In any case, nice hand Vin. As we see Hector enjoying a massage.
But I've never done it at poker table.
Not once?
No, never. Very, very self-conscious when it comes to those things. I don't want anyone to see me doing that. I don't like massages anyway. I enjoy being a tense person. Keeps me ready.
Enjoy the tension. Well, my significant other, my better half, she is also a masseuse.
Oh, nice.
She does a wonderful job. I'm very lucky, Barry. I'll tell you that much for free. As David limps in under the gun too. We have seen a lot of limping at this table with the Jack-10 of clubs. Now Vin in position. We know he likes the ISO. Looks like an over limp in this spot with 10-7 suited. Giacomo lets it go. I think Vin is in the pot. We can't see his graphics, guys, but he is in there behind David.
I saw him put chips and he definitely is.
Timothy with the over limp. Ace-6 off, very wide. Going to try and exercise the position on the button. Checks from Andrew in the big. We are 5-way here. Vin with the 10-7 suited. This could be trouble for Andrew.
Yes. Yeah.
Does have the dominated flush draw. David with the Jack-high clubs.
Excuse me.
Nobody with a pair.
You make me proposition to play the fucking ladies.
Oh, yeah.
Action, I believe, on Vin.
In Galway, there's a ladies' tournament. They can play. It's wear a dress. It's in January.
Very deliberate hand. Is it going to stab?
I'll give you a lemon dress and a wig if you want to.
Please, do you believe that?
You think the fact that he just had trip queens as any kind of minor metagames kind of thing?
Probably not.
No.
He does have a kind of non-natural bluff here with 10-7 of diamonds. Does have some backdoor diamonds working for him.
He has some backdoor diamonds, but I think there's too many people in the pot to justify.
I would
it.
agree.
The natural bluffs are obviously any club hand.
Yeah.
Jesus. Ideally, sort of high clubs, because you're also blocking Queen X.
One thing you can have working for you here is that clubs will fold by the river. But it's very spicy, we shall say, to bet flop here with 10-7 of diamonds. Andrew calls and he gets there. David incidentally folded the Jack-10 of clubs and look at his reaction.
I mean, Andrew's got a very interesting redraw if Jack-10 of clubs had still been in the hand.
Wow, Vin is just going for it here. We'll file this one under extremely ambitious, targeting a 5, basically, Barry.
Yeah.
You can get rid of a 5 here, but you're not getting rid of anything else.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, knowing the hands that we do, obviously, calling here is the only thing you can do in Andrew's situation. And this is probably going to slow things down.
Vin has ran very good here to river a 10.
Yeah, as expected.
That's like Queen again.
Yeah.
David seething in seat 3. Clearly telling Tanya and Jamie he folded the Jack-10 of clubs. Would have liked to see him take a bit more time there on the flop. Obviously concerned that he could be up against bigger clubs.
Yep.
Lets it go. Gets the bad news. Andrew takes a nice one down with the 6-high flush.
Yeah, definitely a spot where I suspect a lot of people have leaks in the game. I'd say myself as well, with a flush draw on a paired board. Probably overvaluing the pairedness of it most of the time. Over fearing it, I would say.
Yeah, honestly, I don't absolutely hate fold. You could already be drawing dead in this spot. You can, if you're up against the nut flush draw, you're in a lot of trouble.
Exactly, yeah.
My biggest criticism would be didn't open pre, the big blind would defend 6-4 of clubs, and you double. That's about as big a flaming as I'm going to do.
I mean, there is a place for Olympic strategy now, but I still think that opening almost all the hands that we've seen Vol and VPIT so far in this feature table would be the long-term bet strategy.
I agree.
With the exception of a few counter adjustments, which we suggested might be happening. Vin being one of them, might be making the most of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So David back into the action here. Sorry, Jamie is under the gun. Is it going to come in for a raise? This is a little too wide.
Again,
Ace 6 off, not going to play well, but he does limp under the gun.
Yeah, just call it. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, it's one of those what are you hoping to happen situations at a full table. I mean, I do find myself, when I find myself over playing a hand like this, I'm just thinking, oh, please be spades. what have I done? Please be spades, because I don't know how else I'm going to...
Yeah, Timothy's going to pounce on this with the ace-8, the 4x in position. One of the problems here, Barry, now you're just fumbling around in the dark, guessing. Yeah. We do not want that. In any case, Jamie does complete. He is dominated. This is the problem, Barry, now. Yeah, makes top pair.
This is going to get very interesting because neither player is going to be happy with their backups in this hand, their kicker or the backdoor draws. But I think Timothy will... Oh,
he's going to lead.
I was about to say. I mean, in the old school live arena, this is what we would refer to as betting to see where you are.
Yeah.
I think it's a strategy that's largely been debunked for the most part. It's I'd much rather turn my hand into a bluff catcher if I've got to the flop with an ace-6 offsuit.
Agreed. We are in the weeds here for sure. Jamie takes a stab. Timothy, of course, with a very easy call in position, does improve to a gut shot. Still has the best hand. The 8 is currently going to play. Very problematic now for Jamie. We really don't know where we're at. Not a hand, Barry, that we can comfortably just keep putting money in the pot.
No.
Should check here.
Yeah, I mean, the gut shot might incline me to bet generally with my ace-8 there, whereas otherwise I'd be checking back with the bad kicker. Against Jamie, I think this is just a pure value bet with the aces.
It's a very easy call here for Timothy in position. Jamie comes with a quarter pot after stabbing flop.
This very much feels like Jamie's kind of reasoned himself into the saying, top pair. I should, quote marks, be betting here, right? But,
well, we said we were going to flame people.
Yeah.
Don't like this hand. That's all I'm going to say so far. Timothy, very easy continue here against quarter pot. I guess Jamie's trying to target kings and queens. It's the only thing that really makes any sense. We have this very mediocre mid-range hand. And generally, when we're in the middle of our range, we want to check a lot. And Timothy, yeah, actually recognizing here that his hand is good, he decides to click it.
Yeah, against a lot of players, I'd suggest this was perhaps quite a bad strategy. I'm on the fence of whether this is a good strategy right now, but Jamie has shown himself to be somewhat loose passive, and maybe Timothy's thinking that. I don't know. But yeah, this is a strange situation.
It's like you referenced. It seems like both players are trying to find out where they're at in the hand. And to be honest, Timothy in position here with the gut shot to go along with your top pair. I think we should just call and reevaluate river. Like when you click here and Jamie jams, it's a massive disaster. We've just torched a free look, well not a free look, but a look for 2.5k, pinging our straight, which is almost always going to be good. Jamie does call. This hand is super interesting. They're going to end up chopping.
The interesting question, though, of course, is that were we commenting on Jason Kuhn against Stephen Chidwick in this exact same hand, we'd probably be going, this is genius. This is genius. We know that Chidwick has sometimes got, I don't know, 8-9 or something like that. You know, but
sure.
We could definitely reason ourselves into it. So it's very much dependent on the players and what we ascertain to be their experience level.
Agreed.
Because, I mean, there would be some very loose bluff catches.
Jamie's going to lead again. This is a wild hand. I think I like this part of the hand the most.
Yeah, because Jamie's got very plausibly...
He can have a jack.
Jamie's plausibly got a jack here, I would say, or something better than a jack.
He's bet 20k, I believe. He's just rifled it.
Wow.
Timothy in a horrible, horrible situation now.
So he's bet the pot?
He has bet the pot. It says 1.5k, but that is incorrect. I did see 4 reds move forward. Timothy here with a bluff catcher of his own.
I think he's going to flop.
He's running through. I mean, this hand really makes no sense. We can, of course, see the cards, which makes it a lot easier for us. Potential bluffs here for Jamie would be a hand like Queen 10, right? Queen 10 suited.
Absolutely.
King 10 that stabbed flop, turned a double gutter, bet again, called the raise. But there aren't too many natural bluffs.
No, and you know, from what we know of Jamie, he doesn't really have many bluffs in full stops. So, I mean, I wouldn't have got to the river in this particular way, but I think this is a fold if you're Timothy.
You can see extremely uncomfortable for Timothy. He's gonna fold, Barry. And Jamie,
wow,
listen, we may have flamed you a little in the booth, but you have used some genius, my friend. Manages to get that pot all to himself.
Yeah.
Gets Timothy off a chop.
I mean, I think for people that are relatively new to the game, watching this unfold and perhaps not quite understanding our criticism, I think the takeaway here is you all should know why you're betting.
Sure.
Are you betting to get a worse hand, or are you betting to get a better hand to fold? And I would argue both players in this situation didn't quite know why they were betting. I think there was, maybe it's because the TV cameras are on them and stuff, and they were thinking they need to play this aggressively, otherwise they would look silly. But no, I mean, there's a lot of hands that are natural bluff catchers, and I think both hands are natural bluff catchers.
One thing that's interesting there, we did have a few issues with the graphics card in seat 2. Jamie is seat 2. Well, it would make some sense, right?
Was it
because he's been very tight, cautious player, played well, solid.
It was probably pocket nines against ace jack.
Right.
After all.
We're going to have to find them on the break, Barry. We'll get to the bottom of the mystery.
You're going to go up and say, excuse me, we've been slagging you for the last 10 minutes. Could you tell us what you had in that?
Yeah, that was confusing because we hadn't seen much of that out of Jamie, so I'll be intrigued. We'll track him down. Very interesting hand here at the feature. Guys, last 15 minutes or so before dinner. Giacomo in there with the pocket fours. Andrew with a very wide peel. Queen 3 of diamonds on the button. Jamie completes with the Jack 10 suited. Go 3 ways. Pocket fours of Giacomo still good.
Yeah.
7-5-5.
Yeah, pretty decent flop for Giacomo. He's not going to hate that multi-way. Possible case for an equity style bet here, I think.
Sure. Yeah, we are going to do a lot of checking in general with range against a big blind overcall, who is of course going to hit this board well, but I do agree with you, Barry. I think if there's any hand that I don't mind to deviate and put a small bet in, would be a hand like fours. Just clear out, you know, 4 overcards.
Yeah.
Andrew's going to go for it here. And you know, he knows his hand's no good. Does bet in position.
Yeah,
very tricky here now with fours.
I mean, if you are going to play a hand like Queen 3 of diamonds, you do need to have the ability to just fire a bluff when you inevitably whiff the flop, which is happening a lot of the time, obviously. Otherwise, you're just calling off a lot of equity, needlessly.
Yeah, absolutely. Giacomo recognizes he needs to call 1. Does call. Ace of diamonds turn. Pretty bad card for in position, I think. Like a lot of the time here, Giacomo is going to look you up with an ace high. Going to check call hands like ace jack, ace queen with a club.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not folding. Yeah, you're not folding the better aces there.
Yeah, and a lot of his overpairs would likely have bet themselves or check raised flop. Andrew's going for it.
Yeah, this is a good bet from Andrew.
He does find it. Finds the 6k into 9.3.
Yeah, and Giacomo's obviously right to fold there as well, because amongst other things, like your hand could get counterfeited on the river there. So
Andrew earns that pot. Very nice takedown for him. Guys, hope you're enjoying the coverage with myself, Andrew Headley, and Barry Carter in the booth. Last 10 minutes or so before we go on dinner. We'll go away for around about a 1-hour dinner break. Please come back and join myself and Barry, or special guests, in the booth after dinner. Barry's going to play the turbo. What time is that? 8 p.m?
I think it's 8 o'clock, yeah.
Fingers crossed we're going to see you in the chip counts for day 2. Live coverage, guys, tomorrow on a 30-minute delay of day 2 tomorrow with myself. I'll be taking you through all the way to day 3 and our final day, which is on Monday. I'll also be here taking you through the coverage as we approach the final table and crown a champion here at the Bonnington. beautiful Dublin.
So, what other commentary gigs have you got coming up? Are you allowed to say what other commentary gigs, or is there a conflict of interest there? With
There might be. I do. I'll tell you on the break. Tell you on the break.
But what's the first
No, I did a lot of. I've done a bunch of commentary in the past, and then I had some family things going on, so I stepped away, dipping my toes back into the waters, Barry.
Yeah, it's a good time to do it. Good time to do it. The streaming scene is healthy as it's ever.
Certainly enough poker to go around.
There is, yeah.
Timothy gonna raise 1.8k with the ace-10 suited. Takes it down uncontested.
KK Poker is here. Here in Bonnington. That is pretty money by him.
Gives me an opportunity to check in on the super high roller. Well, we are on a little break in play as the dealer shuffles up. I believe we were down to the final two tables before we come in for this last segment, and they must be approaching the final.
Very relative term, isn't it, super high roller?
It is.
It's, you know, obviously we have the 100k events that really are super high rollers, but then, you know, I see student events where there's a super high roller and it'll be like 50 quid or something like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like they're 10-handed. Some stalwarts of the Irish scene in the mix. Johnny McCulloch, a very good player. Conor O'Rourke, two of the very best young Irish talents, both in the field, currently being led by Philip Hepburn, 650k in chips. They approach the final table. Conall Prendergast, also a very good Irish player. So lots of Irish interest.
I presume we haven't made the money yet. I presume it's like top 6 or something.
I think so, yeah. Probably going to be top 5 or so paid.
Always a real kick in the teeth when you make a final table, but not make the money.
Sure can be. So Vin here opening under the gun with Queen 9 of spades. Do sweat with Jamie once more. Very intrigued. I feel like he did not have a 6 in his hand. I'm going to nail my colours to the mast.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I think so.
I think he did.
Oh, you do? Oh, very interesting. Anyway, Vin here with the Queen 9 does have an overcard and a gut shot. Action on him. Going to be checking our range here a lot to imposition. Does check through. Hector now turning top pair. Likely the best hand. We, of course, cannot see Jamie's holdings. Does find the check. Like this a lot. Vin may go for it. Also checks, though. Do check through to the river. Jack of clubs. Hector with the check mark. Does find a third check. Vin here knows his Queen 9 is no good. He's going to have to stab here. This is going to work out beautifully for Hector. $3.1k from Vin. Hector here. I feel as if he's going to just snap this one off.
Yeah,
he does sniff it out. Very well played from Hector.
This is probably a good example of turning a top pair hand into a bluff catcher.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's obviously you're not overdoing about the free hearts being there. Your kick is not really helping you in many ways, except possibly blocking. So yeah, and we know Vin is an aggressive player, so it's a good example of turning a pair of aces into a bluff.
Yeah, Hector induces the no equity give up from Vin to go for it on the river. Very nicely done from our man in the shades. Hector picks up a nice one, pads his stack back to around about 24k. The last couple of minutes, guys, before dinner. Myself and Barry will take you through it. Hopefully you will rejoin us after dinner. Action's been good, interesting table. I believe we will be back with a new feature after the break. Maybe I'll get to use my influence, Barry, walk around the room and pick out my favourite.
Table. Yeah,
pick my favourite.
Yeah, I'm always curious about the how do you pick the tables. I mean, you have to pick the tables.
It's supposed to be random, right? It's rigged for sure.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that whatsoever. I think it should be as rigged as possible, unashamedly so as well. It's if you've got a table of death or a table of maniacs or something like that, we want to see that. We don't want to see
agreed.
people we've never heard of.
We are biased, but agreed. So Andrew raised to 1.2. Hector finds the pocket sixes, trying to continue his momentum here before dinner. You can see that Vin here has one of his sixes. Lets it go.
Sometimes with this card
to go heads up. Hector trying to psych him out before we see the cards. Andrew does flop the second nut flush draw.
Yep.
Yeah, this gets through for sure.
With the 9, make 3.
These big sizings, very intriguing to see. Overbets the pot. Typically we see around about quarter pot on these boards. It shows you though, Barry, the pressure bets can really have their place. Face an overbet there, even if you're sitting with ace 10 of spades, you're not happy with life.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Also probably a necessity at this table where people aren't giving up so easily.
Yeah, lots of loose continues for sure. We'll let Lappin get you with one more little jibe, Barry, just in case. Just in case you do not return. Tell Barry I'm hurt as I consider him to be a top 3 chip race newsman.
Ah, excellent, yeah.
Old Lappin, eh? He's always in there. Right, last couple of hands, guys. Timothy folding. Tanya not being able to get much going, to be fair to her. She's been dealt out for large swathes of this feature.
No, but again, the general strategy she's adopting seems to be a good one. You do have to sit out some of this in a long tournament with very long levels, lots of days.
Sure.
It's when you get the it's when you've been getting dealt rags and then you just decide that 8-10 off is the hand to go with because you've not seen anything all day. So a lot to be said for just biding your time. A lot of people can't do it.
For sure, patience of course key. I believe this is going to be our last hand pre-dinner.
Always beware in the last hand of the picture.
Because the one thing we'll never see is how all the players adjust when they're off the feature table after the dinner break. I get the impression that Vin has been enjoying it very, very much. I suspect everybody else will be quite relieved to be back at the normal tables, where they can breathe a sigh of relief and say whatever they want and not feel the pressure to make a viral hand.
Daniel under the gun with Queen 10 off. Does open for 1.7k, 3.5x.
Yeah, that's a pretty loose open. I think it's fair to say.
David here in the hijack with ace jack of diamonds, makes the call in position.
Yep, good call.
Beautiful hand to take 3. Folded round to the blinds, Giacomo with the 7-3 suited. We'll let this one go. Timothy with the 9-4 suited, typically a hand that we don't mind to complete, but he is against the 3.5x.
Yeah, it's a big size.
I like this fold.
I like the fold very much, the discipline.
So heads up, Daniel versus David. Ace, king, king. David, of course, flops top pair. Daniel with an interesting candidate.
Yeah, I think he's got to bet here. This is actually the sort of thing where you probably bet quite big. Polarizing kind of.
I think I'm actually going to disagree with you here, Barry. We're going to have a little spat, our first spat in the booth.
Right.
I like small. I think small really achieves a lot. You can just fold out immediately all of the low pocket pairs. A hand like an ace or a king never folds to any sizing, whereas I think a very small size, you just immediately fold out. Even hands as strong as 9s you may get to fold, even though they shouldn't, even though they should call. So I do like small here, especially from under the gun, right? We have lots of big cards. Our range is centered around high cards, in fact, lots of suited ace-x, king-x, and the like. But he has given up post here, and it seems very reasonable from Daniel once he gets called. We've seen David be pretty tight, right?
Yeah.
Probably Daniel expecting David to just surrender with lots of those pairs. Going for value here, David. Very reasonable. Turn checks through. Daniel here, pretty easy folds. We are blocking a hand like 10 Jack of Diamonds, which would be one of the only remaining bluffs.
Yep.
Unless he's planning something funky, Barry, like a check shove, which would be wild.
That would be wild.
A little bit of TV time and a fold, I believe. Even a hand like Queen Jack, right, if it somehow decides to bluff, we lose. So, yeah.
There we go.
Nice pickup for David. All right, guys, that is our last hand. We are going on dinner. And Barry, thank you very much for joining. Hope to see you after the break. Guys, hope you're enjoying the coverage. I will be back in the booth in about an hour's time. See you then.
Dealers, you're welcome to go ahead and go to break. Please be back with 7 minutes left on the clock. If you're a watcher, please get those chip counts corrected. Also, dealers, we need you to clear the tournament area. This is not a restaurant. Players are not allowed to stay at the tables and eat. All players should be outside the tournament area before you go to break. Tournament dealers, come back to the same table you were at previously.
on the app, like maybe it's already there. Unlucky.
Huh?
Do you need to move or?
Yes, please. Just for a minute. Unless you want to be on a picture. The fact to have, look, it's supposed to be like this here. This is the front, right?
That's meant to be the front.
Yes, right? Now it's like this, right?
I think that's.
You think?
I think that's right. Yeah, so that when you're looking through it, you can sort of see it.
Yeah,
But either way, I know
I don't know,
it's a
like,
bit weird. But
yeah, but if you think No, you read it like this, right?
Yeah, no. Like this is, I mean, this is how we'll take a photo of it.
Yeah.
I think that does look cooler, I think, but
Yeah, I also, yeah. All right.
that looks pretty good to me though.
Okay. Let's take this away.
Might move that chair as well.
Yeah.
I'll see.
Yeah?
I'll take a few and then we'll see.
I see. Now maybe.
Each of them on their own?
Huh?
Each of them on their own?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so let's do
Yeah,
that.
definitely. Because then I can use it like for the title each album.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's filthy, huh?
It is. I'm hardly, I feel like I'm just going to make it worse, but. Okay. That's better.
There's a little Sante Super High Roller. Just 2 minutes remaining on the break.
Let's do one more of all of them together, and I can get the idea on the back. There's another Super High Roller. Less than 1 minute. Please make your way to your seats. Okay, I'm happy with that.
I'm also gonna find out what's the first study with the super high roller. I think the official final table will be 8 players or maybe 9. So I don't know if they will be moving them here and they will be streaming the final table or they keep the main event. If they do stream the final table of high roller, maybe we should take a picture of my final 9 players or whatever. Right, so I'm gonna find out what the story there.
We can do that either way.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have to do that just for.
Are you guys streaming super high roller final table or you keep doing the main? Main, yeah. No?
5 seated.
You think so? Oh, okay. Yeah, 5 seated. Oh, yeah.
5 seated and 4
But,
behind.
all right, but these I take away, right?
These away. Get them really in. Keep one of those. Right in next to each other.
Is there not 9 yet?
There is, but he's not interested in the photo, I think.
He's not into it?
Here.
Take a chair.
He doesn't want it. Just move in. There's
still one missing.
Yeah, he's not coming.
There's 2 missing. There's 7 of you right now.
Dominique, how are you? What's that timer? I'll be in.
Just grab 2 random people.
Yeah. Sit here.
You want to be in the FT?
We need more people.
Yeah.
Who is it? Find a woman. Come with Freda. Here you go. Just for you, yeah? That light make me look old. Don't be zooming right in my face, Keith.
Are you in for 1 or 2 or what?
1.
Mary, Mary's right there.
I'm not messing.
Mary's standing right there.
No, you TV table, please. TV table, please.
Barry.
Oh, he's here. Yeah, the other police are going to go.
Barry doesn't want to be on there.
He's on the road, I think.
You can just shift over so you're right behind. Yeah, and then.
It's on the order.
What do you want to do? Do you want to synchronize?
Hurry up, man. Take your time.
Thank you. And there's like 4 of us who want to use the point.
Let's get that photo fight.
This is small, right?
Well, we can jump in. 5 minutes. phones, gentlemen, and empty racks, please. Yep. Thank you. Seat one. You got it? One. Thank you. Excuse me?
Go, mate.
He's got it.
Won't be long. Especially when you're falling on top, right?
Sorry? Since the man will actually end the playing.
Players, you're more than welcome to use your electronic devices. They're just going to be right here on this table. You just got to step away from the table to do so, okay? No drinks on the tables. This is Anna. She'll help you take care of everything else.
Hi guys, welcome to the table. So, each of you has a box. Please put the cards in the box. Do not get chips in the box, please. And no drinks, please. Step away. No food. Step away. Phone, you can step away any moment. Have a look. And the rest is good. If any questions, let me know. Dealer may ask you now and again what is your stack. You roughly know your stack anyway. So just maybe pick out your chips. She may ask you, so please give her a chip out, okay? That's it. Best of luck, guys.
Thank you.
And 366. No, yeah. Where's the box? This one.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to continuing live coverage here at Main Event 1C at the International Poker Open. We are coming to you from the Bonnington Hotel in Dublin, suitably refreshed after our 1 hour dinner break. I'm Andrew Headley in the booth with my man Barry Carter. Barry, did you enjoy your break?
Very nice. Chicken katsu curry, very recommended at the Bonnington Hotel. David Lappin informs me this is a livelier table. What do we know?
Well, I've been furnished with the lineup, but I believe it could be incorrect, so we'll have to sweat it for a moment and we will wait and see. You keep challenging me, Barry, you know, saying this is the table, that's the table. So we will wait with bated breath.
Yeah, my immediate thoughts are this just seems a little bit more of a testosterone-induced table. I just get a read that there's a few people that are going to not want to be pushed around on a live stream. That's the kind of the initial thing I'm picking up from this.
That is a very bold snap claim, yeah. Barry.
We'll see,
testosterone fueled. Just to let you guys know, are a couple of technical difficulties. First few hands here. I was informed about it in advance, so from hand 4 the graphics will be back. But for now, we're going to go old school. Looked like a raise and a 3-bet to me, button versus big blind.
Yeah, typically a button 3-betting range is pretty strong these days because there's so much incentive to just flat call and defend. So
yeah, I think this went button open and BB 3-bet. It may just have been a raise and call. We have 2.2k. Yeah, it looks like it. Raise, defend from big, C-bet take. Now I am furnished with the correct lineup. Seat 1, Joseph Ward. Seat 2, Arturas Dauxis from Lithuania. Seat 3 is Michael Mazilu from Ireland. Seat 4, James Douglas, also from Ireland. Joel Baxter in seat 5. Dylan Ward, seat 6. Sean Foley in seat 7. And Robin Cross on the short stack with 5,500 chips in seat 8. Very Irish-dominated table, as we would expect, Barry. 6 Irish, 1 British, 1 lone Lithuanian warrior.
Yeah, it's one of the fun things about the IPO is that there are little pockets of the communities. You see a big French contingent, for example, at the IPO. It's a pretty easy event for French people to travel to. They don't have that many options in the native land. You see quite a few Lithuanians here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously there's plenty of Brits, and you can hear them a mile off in these card rooms.
Always the same, as we see here, an open from the button. It looks like 1600. First couple of hands, guys, will be graphics free, but my team has worked on it, and rest assured they will be back soon enough. Is a defend from the big blind. It's like 4x and call. So a special guest joining us in the booth is the man himself, Mr. Slowdog Darrow O'Kearney. He is going to jump into the booth with Barry and take you guys through the next hour of action. So it's a goodbye from me for the next hour. I'm going to step out, allow Barry and Dara to take over the ship, and I will see you guys back here for continued coverage in about an hour. Over to you, Barry and Dara.
They can't hear us
So
anyway.
loud before, yeah.
They can't hear us anyway. Oh, really?
No, they can.
Sure, we don't have microphones on. They can't hear us. Where's the sunglasses? Put yours on.
So Dara, we've just introduced the players. I've already forgotten all their names. So I'm waiting for the graphics to come back up. But do you recognise anybody here? You're obviously quite au fait with the Irish poker scene.
Yeah, I do. I recognise Sean Foley. Sean and I have a long and interesting history. There's probably no player in the world who runs worse against me than Sean, as he's painfully aware of. He winces every time he sees him up to the table. It's become a sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point that he's going to get done at some point. Sean was actually at my table yesterday. I think he came in quite late, and he did actually spin up a stack, but then he got unlucky, as usual.
You now have made day 2 officially. You come into day 2 with
92k.
Big blind will be
5k.
Okay.
Just looking at the other names, I see Michael Mazzullo on the table. I do actually know Michael as well. Actually, no, it's a different Michael Mazzullo I know. Yeah, no, that's not Michael Mazzullo I know.
There can't be that many of them.
You wouldn't have thought so. That's Sean center screen there.
Interesting fold from Dylan and the big blind there. Would you defend there?
Ace 2 against an early position raise. Ace 2 off. Probably not, to be honest. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd go fairly well down the aces, but not Ace 2 off.
Much rather have something quite robust, like a Jack 7 of spades or something like that. There's something that can
yeah, for sure.
That can play well against the typical opening range.
Yeah. Or any 2 suited cards is more reasonable to defend there. The earlier the position the raise comes from, the more likely it is you're dominated when you have a bad ace.
Yeah.
So.
I presume you're not a huge fan of just limping with Queen 6 suited in the hijack there?
No. 50 big blinds, I think you shouldn't really be limping at all.
No. Would you open it like that?
Yeah, I would. Oh no, I'd definitely open it.
Yeah.
I'd open more suited queens, probably all the way down to something like Queen 5, Queen 4. But Sean will defend the big blind, King Jack. Actually, he squeezed. He's gone for the squeeze here, recognizing that nobody's shown any real strength at all. Oh, Glenn's hanging on King 10. That's pretty sticky. Oh no, sorry, he's folded. Yeah. But Michael is calling. Yeah, I mean, if you are going to limp a hand like that, you got to carry on. You can call because it's a better hand call than say the King 10 we just saw fold.
Yeah, exactly. It's you're going to be live, as we used to say back in the day.
Yeah, yeah, and you'll flop equity a lot of the time, and you're in position. So, you know, if your opponent is going to see bet a lot and you flop something, you can call and then see what he does on the turn.
And there's, you know, there's potential bluffing opportunities that come with a hand like this that you don't get with.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You can also just float if you backdoor equity, and if he shuts down, then you can take a stab.
Do you like the bet with second pair there? I think so. It's like there's flush draws that calls, there's King 10s that calls, there's Jack 10s that calls.
Yeah, for sure. No, I do because Michael's range is pretty weak. So King Jack is usually the best hand, and you can definitely get called by worse hands.
Yeah,
you can get called by all sorts of draws and worse pairs. Yeah, Sean now shuts down as he gets called. Michael in a tricky enough spot. There are a lot of draws there which he can target as well, but his hand is not really strong, super strong in this spot, even though it's top pair, which is why the turn goes check, check. Now, you probably should find a value bet on the river. When your opponent checks twice, you pretty much always have the best hand now.
Yeah, and you're thinking Jack X.
You're targeting exclusively, almost exclusively Jack X, yeah. And he does. So, yeah, nice bet from Michael on the end there. And you got the quick call from Sean. Sean had no real choice there with all the draws that miss. He has to call as well. That's another general point. Like when all the draws miss on the river, you should actually value bet fairly wide because your opponent can put you on a misdraw. Quite a spread of stacks there.
Yeah, it was all, they were all bunched up on the previous table that we were commenting on. What's your general read on how a live stream feature table impacts the less experienced players? We were talking before the break that one of the players was struggling with the heat of the lights underneath him, and some players obviously feel a lot of pressure when they're playing in the first ever live stream. And I mentioned that some players like myself tend to show off a little bit more. What's your general sort of read on what it does to a player that's perhaps not done it before?
Generally goes one of two ways. If they do make any adjustment, they either, as you said, they're afraid of looking stupid and making a very obvious mistake. So they are not. Sorry, this is one where you said this is my point, but or they go the other way and they start showing off. They start throwing joining in all these bluffs and hero calls that they wouldn't normally do. But I think it's more common, at least in my experience, for guys just to sort of tighten up and not want to look stupid. Anytime my table does become the feature table, I usually try and spend the first orbit or so trying to work out which camp each player falls into.
Yeah.
Regular another pot there.
See him?
So I'm I was toying with playing the turbo flight this evening. As you have learnt this weekend, I'm a morning person, and now I'm thinking of actually making that my strategy and harnessing that and going for the super duper turbo flight tomorrow morning. You were telling me just before we came downstairs that you probably only have to survive an hour for such a flight.
Well, you only do have to survive an hour. They're 10-minute blind levels.
Yeah.
So end of late reg is level 9, so you have 6 levels. So that's an hour. Even if you come in from the start, it's only 2.5 hours plus. Well, there's probably no break even in that 2.5 hours. Maybe some chip up breaks. So yeah, it's a very short. But then on the flip side, you do have to go into straight into day 2 then. And if you go deep in day 2, it'll be a very long day. But yeah, I think from a pure EV point of view, the best thing I always think is just a max late reg, that hyper flight. Survive for an hour, and then you're going to be almost in the money.
Generally speaking, as well, I suspect that predominantly live players wouldn't quite know how to play in a hyper turbo flight. It's much more of an online beast. Yeah.
Players actually tend to be far too loose in a hyper, which is actually a fairly big mistake. I think they think because the word hyper is in the title, they have to play hyper. But that's not really the case. You should just be sitting back and looking for very good spots.
While also not passing up any edge of any sort.
Yeah, you do have to take the close spots because you won't get as many in a slower structure. That's another misconception people sometimes have. They think it's possible to get a very big stack very quickly in a hyper, but actually it's the opposite. Far more players as a percentage will come through that leg than any other leg because there's less time, less hands for people to bust, less time for the stacks to spread out. The slower the structure, the more the stacks will spread out, and in a really fast structure the stacks just won't spread out and people won't bust as quickly.
So when we look at the finish positions when this tournament is done and dusted, proportionally there'll be more from the hyper leg than any other.
Correct.
That's very interesting.
Correct, and they'll have lower average stack on average.
On the flip side, we're less likely to see a player from that leg win the thing, but they're probably going to make more money on average than somebody who was.
I'm trying to work that out. I don't think they're less likely because it's the same amount of chips, and your chances of winning the tournament is in proportion to the amount of chips that you have. So if the hyper leg, let's say, make up 10% of the field in total, even though a higher percentage won't go through with less chips, as you said, I still think the winner will come from that leg 10% of the time because there will be more of them.
Right.
So Dylan's all in here. This is a big shove.
That's a very big shove, yeah.
This is 20...
I mean, that's more than 30, I think.
16.9.
Oh, 16, sorry, yeah. 28 or something.
28 roughly. And I mean, you can never call Queen 10 suited, I don't think, in the small blind with facing that big a shove.
Yeah.
It's kind of hand you would probably call... You could call a 15 big blind shove possibly, but yeah, he does fold and the shove gets through.
Big jam. Yeah.
Yeah, those big shoves, I mean, they'll work a lot, but if he had just opened that hand normally, maybe Queen 10 suited might have decided to 3-bet him.
Yeah, I mean, it's undoubtedly profitable to do it on like ace queen there, but the problem is when you do run into it, you probably big trouble.
Exactly. You narrow the range to hands, you're going to be in pretty bad shape because you'll get the blinds most of the time, and you rarely get it in against a hand that you're in great shape against. Dylan here with the ace-10 in early position. Just over 20 bigs. Yeah, I like this. Just go for a normal open.
Yep.
Nice small size as well. Definitely played with Arturus before too, I recognize him. I assume he's Irish-based Lithuanian with that name.
He is, yes, yeah.
There's a lot of Irish-based Lithuanian players actually.
Yeah, most notably Lucky Mo,
Yeah,
the legend.
Yeah. He moved when he was very young. To the point that I always assumed he was just a Dubliner.
Yeah.
Until I heard him speaking Lithuanian in Vegas.
Yeah, I played with him 2 years ago, and he happened to get sat next to another player that was Lithuanian, and they were talking Lithuanian to each other.
Okay.
And neither of them were in the hand. They were out of the hand, and the dealer told them to stop doing it, and they were saying, "We can do this. We're not in the hand." He called the floor over, and the dealer said to the tournament director, I'm telling him to speak English at the table. They're both speaking Gaelic.
Yeah. I would say there are probably more people in Ireland who can speak Lithuanian now than who can speak Gaelic, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that there's so few Gaelic speakers, not so many Lithuanians. Very big Lithuanian community here.
Yeah, I used to work at Poker News, which obviously has a Lithuanian founder, Tony. I used to go to Lithuania quite a bit on work retreats and stuff. Lovely people. Some of the kindest people I've ever met in my entire life.
Yeah, for sure. And they really punch above their weight in poker as well. Roughly the same population as Ireland, but they have so many top-class poker players. Guys like Laurie Neslevinskas, Matas Simbalas, guys who really crush the high rollers as well. So Sean opening the ace-jack here. Sean's a very good player with a very good track record, and he's definitely on the solid side. Because of the way he looks, a lot of people think he's kind of a lot looser and more maniacal than he is.
Right.
He's actually, I guess he plays against type. James is flop best here, top pair, but he's not going to love his kicker.
No.
Sean's in an interesting spot because, yeah, it's worth betting here. You have the best hand sometimes. Your players, your opponents will give up when they've missed, and that's good for from an equity denial point of view. And you can hit the nuts on the turn.
Yep.
You're not going to get check raised very often on this board. Sean does tend to shut down a lot in these spots when he gets called, which is probably a good strategy live where people are maybe a little stickier.
Yeah.
But this occasion he's going to fire again. He knows now he doesn't have the best hand, and now he's basically turning his gut shot and ace out, ace which he's going to reckon is an out most of the time as well, into a bluff. James does look uncomfortable. So if he's paying attention to that, he'll probably feel that this is a spot where he can apply pressure. You can get a lot of hands to fold here. I don't think a king should ever fold, but a lot of the hand, wow, if you can get a king to fold, then that turn bet is absolutely printing. Mostly you're just targeting like pairs below the queen, or possibly a queen as well. But yeah, folding top pair at the second barrel is quite nitty.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you're gonna play the hand, then
yeah, that's it. Like that's one of the better flops you're going to get, and you're still having to fold the turn. You do kind of have to accept that you're just going to be bluff catching in most worlds when you hit top pair, but you kind of have to stick to the plan. If you don't think bluff catching is going to be profitable, then you probably shouldn't. You probably should just fold pre-flop.
That's right.
One of the things, Sean is a very savvy prop better as well. I've seen him hustle guys at the table on stuff like what the exact number of runners is going to be, and I've never seen him lose one of those bets.
That's interesting. Does he has a lot of friends that organise these tournaments or something like that, really?
I think he's very experienced live, and he knows, you know, if at half four this number in, how many it's going to be. So here we have an all in. Robin has moved all in. This is, yeah, well, he's super short, so he's just decided he has a reasonable hand. Not the best spot, maybe he possibly could have waited for a better spot, but this is a re-entry.
Yeah.
see who's going to look him up. Arturus called the open. So if somehow... No.
Well, he's priced in.
Yeah, now they're all priced in. This is actually going to be quite a big pot.
Be interesting to see how this pot plays post flop. It's always very interesting when there's one player all in side pot kind of thing.
I like the fact that Sean has taken his time here, that he hasn't just flicked in the chips like a lot of players would. The problem on a hand like King 10 is you're going to be dominated so often.
Absolutely.
And it's four-way. But then on the other hand, when one player is already all in, there's probably going to be less betting.
That's right, yeah. You're probably going to see a few more turn cards.
Yeah, and players will play more honestly in general.
Obviously a really good flop for pocket sixes.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets.
Yeah, I was about to say, would you fire a bet out here with something like pocket sixes? I mean, if you
up against two players who still have chips, there's certainly a case for it from an equity denial point of view.
The problem is you could already be beaten.
You could be, yeah. Well, you're probably going to have to call a bet anyway. So he has bet, yeah. The bet makes sense. He just, he has the best hand quite a lot of the time here, but it's very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, Robin's in about as good a shape as he can possibly be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against the main hand of bet.
Yeah. And now he's a jack or a 10. No, jack and a 10. You can see there the benefit of betting there. It folded out the King 10.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that could have easily gone check down. And
yeah, it's a mistake a lot of players make. They think you have to check down in that spot, but like if you think you have the best hand, but it's very vulnerable against the players who aren't all in, then you should still go ahead and bet.
Would you say that's the case more when it's a short stack that's gone all in rather than say someone's like 10 big blinds or more? The deeper the side pot goes, I guess, on the skin, it's the KGE you have to be.
Yeah, it probably depends. The stack to pot ratio is probably the crucial factor. If the stack to pot ratio is still very, very deep, like let's say the side pot's only 4k and everybody's got 100k behind, I think you have to be cagey in that spot. But if the side pot if stack pot ratio is only 2 or 3 and you have top pair, or you have a reasonable pair in that spot but very vulnerable, I think you probably have to go ahead and bet most of the time. So we lose a player. See who replaces them. Only 7 players now, so sometimes players get a little bit restless in these spots. They don't like playing short-handed.
Yeah, it's strange actually. It's especially because we're so used to short-handed online these days. It's just remarkable how jarring it can actually be in a live setting sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm becoming a big fan of it recently just because I'm appreciating the leg room, which is not to be understated.
Yeah. So, kind of limp with the King 8 off. This is fairly unorthodox stuff.
Yep.
I think it's probably just a fold, but if you are going to play it, you might as well raise it. But he gets the best possible outcome. He's up against a hand he dominates, so.
This is the kind of hand that gets checked down quite a lot of the time, isn't it?
Yeah, there isn't really a pre-flop aggressor because of the limp. Now he does have the stronger range still because he's going to be folding whatever percent, 70% of hands maybe. And Sean is going to be raising most of his stronger hands. So it's there are weird spots where it's like top 70% against bottom 70%.
Yeah.
Like often it's not even top 70% because the top of the range raises.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's often like
it's like a condensed.
It's a condensed range around 20% around the middle.
Yeah, so it'd be condensed against capped would be the way to describe it.
Yeah, very much so.
That's not a matchup you normally
normally
see.
I can't remember the last time I ran a sim for that.
I guess by default the condensed becomes the linear range, as it were, like just by relatively speaking.
Yeah, they definitely have the stronger range because their strongest hands are probably as strong or stronger than the defender's range, but they don't have the weaker hands.
Yeah.
It's almost a range equivalent of short deck where half the deck has been stripped away.
Yeah.
Neither player can have a very strong hand, so it's a case of who's got the stronger or weaker range.
Tournament players is David Holt in the room. David Holt, are you in the tournament area?
10-4 suited here. Again, this limping is really setting an unusual dynamic.
Yeah. We were talking about this in the previous session. There was a lot of players who were limping hands like this, basically. There was a few savvy players that we felt were adjusting to this by also limping because they knew they were going to be able to get away with it. It's tricky to ascertain which players are doing which.
Yeah. Yeah, when you see a lot of limping at your table, you can go one of two ways. You can obviously start getting very, very aggro against the limps if you think people are going to respond poorly to that. But you can also just kind of limp along and if you think you're going to be better post-flop. The problem is, like, how many of us have actually studied 5 or 6 way pots with fairly weak ranges?
Yeah, exactly.
You tend to end up having to play a very honest, straightforward game, so it can turn it into just a card catching contest.
It does seem like an opportunity to create a bit of edge where there perhaps hasn't been any for a while, though. If you can draw people into a battle that nobody studied.
Yeah. Back in the days when there was much less limping from the small blind, some good players used to advocate limping from the small blind purely to sort of realize equity. And I remember talking maybe 12 years ago to a very good player and said, talking about how to respond to the limp, and he said, well, if it's a bad player, there's a lot to be said for just limping as well, or just checking as well, because you want them to keep doing that, playing a weak range out of position against you. Whereas if you start raising, and they might actually start playing properly now.
Yeah, I mean, not to do the obvious plug that we're going to do, but you and I are currently working on a book on exploitative poker, and one of the common themes throughout all manner of leaks that players have is that if somebody's making a mistake, allow them to make it. So if somebody's going to let you limp, for example, and not raise you, then you should do that, even with some of the hands perhaps that you would normally like to raise with.
Yeah, and if they're going to limp really bad hands, they shouldn't be limping. But if you isolate raise, they'll not only fold those hands but stop limping. You're probably better off allowing them to continue limping.
Yeah.
Douchebag. How'd you bust him?
So are you going to go into the Hyper Turbo from the start tomorrow, or max late veg?
If I do go, I will play it from the start, just because I'm here to get table time as much as anything else. Plus, you know me, I'm usually bored by about 7:30. Like I've been up for 3 hours, and
as a morning person, I think you're going to have a pretty massive edge.
Yeah, exactly.
You might be the only person in the entire field who feels better than you will in the day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all gone to pot for me by about 12 o'clock, so it'd be nice to be in day 2, but.
Yeah. Yeah, Barry and I are a real contrast, which we've discovered over the course of our working life. I go to bed very late, and obviously then get up late. Barry's the exact opposite. Sometimes I send Barry a message when I know he's sleeping, and he answers at like 5:30 a.m. around the time he's getting up, and I'm still not in bed.
Yeah. Yeah, relentlessly cheery in the morning.
Sean has the aces here. Wow. Sean's been very aggro, which is not unusual. I think Sean would fancy himself at this table, I'd say, and would feel that he has an edge over most, if not all, of the table. And he's been pushing that edge, and now he's actually got a big hand. Will Dylan find a really bad time to be stubborn now? I mean, this wouldn't be the worst shove in the world against an aggressive player who you think is raising all sorts. When you add the amount of times they're going to fold to the amount of time you're going to be in a flip, it could be a profitable play. Yeah, I don't blame him here at all. And this is an example of Sean's table image paying off for him. Now let me run over to the table so Sean can get unlucky. Maybe just me being in the commentary booth is enough for Sean to get unlucky. Actually, let's test that hypothesis. Black aces against red threes, so there is some flush possibilities. You're actually in much better shape than if you were up against the red aces, obviously. The truth, big pot for both these players. And completely safe flop. Turn just has to fade a 3 on the river. He does. So Dylan is eliminated. I do recognise the new gentleman at the table as well. A very good player.
That's 3 players we've lost already, so
yeah,
we were right that this when we heard that this was going to be a livelier table.
Yeah.
You got the 6's hand.
Yeah, it's also that stage of the tournament sort of where you lose a few pots and now you're in trouble. The early levels are super deep. Like the first 2 levels, starting second is 300 big blinds. So you tend not to get too much movement. But after dinner, you know, it's a 50 big blind game. So.
They call me an 85.
Really good structure. This has to be the best structured sub 400 buy in Europe.
Yeah, I'd say so. Especially when you factor in the field size.
Yeah.
I mean, at bigger events like this, there tends to be an impetus to try and get things moving a little bit faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a proper festival, and the fact that it's in a hotel is obviously just makes it so much more enjoyable for a player that's perhaps justified this as a once a year trip away. This is including myself in this.
Yeah, in Ireland we don't have casinos big enough to accommodate tournaments. A couple of exceptions: the Eglinton in Galway and the Macau in Cork, where actually they have a big tournament coming up soon. Their yearly Macau Classic, but even there, like, you know, you're limited to 10, 12 tables. So for that reason, and because there's no legal problem with having poker in hotels in Ireland, unlike the UK, all the big tournaments are in hotels.
Yeah, it really sucks when you go to a poker tournament and you're eliminated from the tournament for whatever reason. You can't play anymore, but you also can't leave the casino for some reason or other. So, I mean, I was lamenting I went out with aces very early on this day. And it was very, very nice to be able to go back to the hotel room for an hour, watch TV for a bit, completely forget about it, instead of snap registering again and going in a bad mental state.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I hadn't really thought about it. When you're in a casino, you have nothing else to do. You are going to end up just snap regging again, probably. But like you, I always like to take at least a short break, walk, clear the head. before you go straight back in. An interesting spot here now where ace high is going to be the best hand a lot. Our tourist now has to decide whether he's going to bluff his 8 high. He is. I mean, you're only using to a queen or a 6 really against the button. You have to call here. But Arturus is telling a compelling story. He's bet all 3 streets, so get it through. Yeah, if you're going to fold an ace here, you're just folding far too much of your range, and your opponent can do this with any 2 cards. I don't think Arturus was necessarily doing it with any 2 cards. If he had ace high himself, he might have checked back. If he had king high, he might have checked. With 8 high, he absolutely had to bet.
Yeah, it's a classic kind of polarized situation, isn't it? I think ace king is like bluff catcher in that spot, sure.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're blocking. The ace is particularly helpful because you're blocking ace queen and ace 6 as well.
Because that's what you're going to get now.
People are talking, I like it. It's good. Yeah.
6K and the package. And I did it like when it was all the like there was like 9 or 40 seats for the M75.
Can't wait to see what you had. I thought he was doing it for his friends. Strategy for the whole side. And this king is.
And then same with the 1175. There's 9 packages. I mean, that's totally
I can't fold 2 pairs.
He could
have 7. It's good bet if you go real big. If you go real big, it's
Sean won't be opening the queen 4. As I said, like he's on the aggressive side, but he's not like he doesn't get way out of line.
Yeah.
He has good fundamentals. Recognizes spots where he can apply pressure. Recognizes spots where it's probably best not to. And he has a very good track record here in the Bonnington.
This is going to get interesting. Ace king on the button, ace queen in the small line.
Yeah, this should go in. Really. It's 40 big blinds effective.
He's doing really well. Like in the morning,
Michael will be getting excited now. Oh, I'm going to get some action from my ace king on the button. In the end, he decides to just call, so he might minimize his losses here if he doesn't hit. Doesn't. This board actually favors the button more because the small blind won't call too many low card.
No, you'd think the small blind is calling with pocket pairs.
Pocket pairs,
king
decent suited connectors, suited king, suited ace, that type of stuff.
But none of the 4 2s and the
no,
5
exactly.
3s.
It's a very different spot, small blind versus button, big blind versus button. Big blind versus button, the button would be worried on this board, but he's gonna lose some money here because he's obviously his ace in the river. Michael, he's obviously never folding. He's just trying to decide whether he should raise here or not. He does raise. Yeah, I like the raise. A lot of players will be scared because of the 4-liners out there. But as we said, like there's not too many low cards in Michael's range. Or sorry, James' range in the small blind. So therefore, you can't really be too worried about that. And you can definitely get value from all the worst aces.
Yeah.
Actually, James' range is very ace heavy. He'll have all the suited aces, and even a lot of off-suited aces, probably down as far as ace 10, ace 9 maybe. So there's a lot of hands you can target here. Yeah, I do like this bet from Michael. Having made one hero call in the last hand, is James going to be more likely to make it again? He got that dopamine rush of finding that his hero call in the last hand was good. And he does make the call here again. You can't blame him. I mean,
Ace Queen is a very strong.
Ace Queen's very, very strong. Yeah. Michael could even be raising a worse hand for value.
Yeah.
If Michael has a hand like Ace Jack, Ace 10, that's usually going to that's going to be ahead of a lot of the Ace X as well.
Yeah, Ace 10 is thinking he can beat Ace 7, for example, or something like that.
Yeah, I do recognize Seat 9. Yeah, that's Neil Higgins is his name. Very good local reg. He plays a lot of cash, I think, but he's also a very good tournament player.
Looks like a young McCluskey, actually.
He does. Oh my god, I'm going to say that to Neil. You're going to be run out of Ireland, Barry. Apparently you've been firing shots, according to Lapin on Twitter.
I think the Lapin himself.
So Neil here with the pocket eights. He's brought it in for a raise. Pretty standard. Under the gun. 50 big blinds deep. 45. James can take this hand off. Excitement the last two hands. And Sean. Yeah, you can defend a hand like 7-5 all for sure. And Sean does like to defend his blinds, so not surprised to see him throw in the chips. And it shouldn't really get you into too much trouble. Having said that, when you flop middle pair, when you're up against a bigger pair. Sean's not folding, and there's probably not a lot of reason to raise either. Your hand's both too strong and too weak to raise. You can't raise it for value, but it's too strong to raise as a bluff. Now he's turned a flush draw, and that might actually slow the action down because Neil doesn't have a club. Neil's going to keep firing and trying to deny equity to one club hands. Sean's problem here is his club is only the 7. He could already be up against a made flush because of the fact that the flop went bet call.
Do you think Neil is still thin value betting here, or do you think he thinks he's turned his hand into a bluff?
No, I don't think he's bluffing. I think he thinks that Sean. I think he thinks he still has the best hand, but a lot of the time Sean does have equity in some other form, either a club now, which is a flush draw, or he has a draw, like 6-7. Yeah, prudent fold from Sean here. He wouldn't have been able to call a river bet. Whether a river bet was coming or not is another matter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably a spot in theory where maybe you're supposed to call at least some of the time, but you are going to fold the river unimproved. And I believe that's actually one of the chapters in that latest book that we're working on as well. We were talking about how, in general, live players maybe overfold turns because they're assuming the bet's always coming on the river. New player arriving at the table, so we're almost back to a full complement now. It looks vaguely familiar to me. It's going to have to look up though for me to know whether I recognize him or not.
Sorry, I followed him. Sorry.
We'll let it turn there.
Yeah,
He didn't realize.
Yeah, I don't think 10-9 diamonds.
Oh, is Joseph Dion? Is that Delia's younger brother?
Couldn't tell you.
Let me just check. I believe we were sent. looked like it to me. So.
Probably the next break, probably. We were told.
Unless you're out of action, like, man, 85, they've been up to your left, huh?
Arturas, pocket 9s, early position.
What are you doing with king queen off here? It's always a hand that I have a little bit of problem with.
Definitely don't call.
Position, yeah.
Don't call. Either fold or raise it. Yeah, I like the 3-bet here. It's a really good hand to turn into a 3-bet bluff because you're blocking so many of the value hands.
Ace king, ace queen.
Ace king, ace queen, kings, queens, all that stuff. And if you get 4-bet, you know your hand is garbage, so you can fold. And it doesn't play great as a flat at all. It's fine if you're in the blinds or on the button, but when you have the players behind you, you can squeeze. It plays very poorly as a flat. Yorat has folded king, queen. He actually looks like the guy I played with in the high roller. I don't know if it's the same guy. And Arturas. Go. Oh no, he's called. Called. Yeah, call is the standard here. You're mostly hoping to flop a set, but you're also on some boards. Yeah, that's not one of the boards where you're going to check call. On some boards, you could check call and hope your opponent shuts down. Yeah, interesting spot for James because he's beating all the pocket. Yeah, mile ahead or mile behind spot.
Yeah. I was about to ask you what you think you should do in this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, there is an argument for just range betting anyway, because you can telegraph to your opponent that you have this type of hand if your opponent is capable of picking up on that and then turning a hand into a bluff. But it looks Arturas also thinks he could have the best hand here. Not sure what he thinks he's beating, but maybe pocket 8s. Something like that.
Should James have made a bet on the river there? I think it's
yeah, I think once your opponent checks 3 times, he's never going to check an ace 3 times, and you can definitely get value on the river, I think. I actually played the last EPT, I think, that I played. It was a very similar spot, and my opponent made a really big bet on the river, and I thought it was polar. So I did call with my pocket pair, and he had a hand like king queen, and I thought it was a really good bet because he bamboozled me. He pretty much recognized he always had the best hand, and the sizing bamboozled me into thinking that he was more weighted towards bluffs. So I think it's a spot where you could even go quite big, and your opponent might call suspicious then that it's something like queen jack suited, which is missed.
Yeah, typically it's one of those situations where you could probably get more value from a thinking player that's aware of what bluff catching is.
That is a polar range, yeah. Whereas against yeah. Sean, king 7 suited, yeah. Good hand to open here. Not afraid to get involved at all. Neil will know Sean very well. These two have a lot of history. He'll know that ace king is a pretty huge hand here against Sean's range. So 3-betting coming. Two quick folds in the blinds. And get back to Sean. Quick fold. You love to see that. There's no posturing there. he just, you know, he's at the bottom of his range.
Yeah.
He's been 3-bet.
See what you had the first time. You seen that now? You didn't see the first time.
Yeah, I think that probably has to do with the history between the two
That's
players.
what, yeah, that's what I was getting at.
He doesn't want to allow appeals. Another limp here, pocket 2s. Another gun +1. Nobody really wants to get involved behind, but they're marginal hands, marginal to bad hands.
Would you isolate with a king 9 off there? On the button?
No, I don't think so. Would have worked out on this occasion, but so Michael's going to check. Well, probably he's going to bet. Again, because he's limped, it's this weird scenario we've talked about before, where it's sort of like middle 20% against bottom 70% maybe. So you usually have the best hand. And he does get a better hand to fold. That's a very tight fold. Because apart from the fact that he had second pair, he also had some backdoors.
Yeah.
He definitely appealed one there, but he decided to let it go.
You can afford it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jorrit is the Dutchman I was playing with earlier in the high roller. Who told me he had 200k shortly before the end of the day yesterday and didn't bag. So it looks like he's come in for the high roller and now he's trying to bag day 1C. You still have 2 more day 1s. As you said earlier, you're going to go into the one tomorrow, the Hyper. But we have a day 1D Turbo as well ongoing, which is 20-minute blinds.
Presume we're not liking this call with king 6 off. Get the hijack open.
No. Michael definitely likes to see flops. That's a recurring theme here. Neil, like Neil's bet there, a lot of players would get a little bit spooked on that board against somebody like Michael, and you'll often hear them say, well, he could have anything, but against players who could have anything, they usually have nothing, because they have such a wide range pre-flop, and the vast majority of that range is going to miss. So there's a lesson there for playing against that type of player, like don't take the foot off the accelerator post-flop, just because you're afraid that they might have hit a weird 2 pair.
Jared.
For your name and your name tag and YouTube.
Oh, yeah, really?
That's a real Thunderball.
Thanks for working.
Sean, very serious presence at the table, very funny man away from the table. He accosted me in the hall yesterday and asked me what was the story with my shirts, and he said he reckoned it was a midlife crisis. Right. I told him I was 20 years past midlife crisis.
Very generous of him.
Yeah. Yeah. Joseph has picked up the aces here. Joseph's got he's the big stack at the table, right?
Well, definitely one of them.
No action, unfortunately.
Yep, very unfortunate.
But with his big stack, he won't mind too much. Working along nicely. I mean, we say big stack now, but I got through with 92k yesterday, and I consider that to be a very short stack. So it'll change over the next few hours.
Yeah,
but for now, it's going very well. Yeah. The blinds will creep up. The last blind level today is 2,000, 4,000. So if you were to just maintain that stack to the last level, you'd be going to the last level with just over 25 bigs.
See you later.
It's a long day of 115 levels with the 40-minute clock. It's 10 hours of play plus the breaks. Sean apologising there for his rather boisterous fold. If you're going to play a hand like as bad as Jack 4 off, you should raise it for sure. And yeah, he's mixing it up. He's been doing a lot of limping, but on this occasion he decides to raise it with a really bad hand. The Robbie.
Do you have a sense for how many qualifiers Unibet have sent to this?
I don't. It's unfortunate that David isn't here because David tracks that sort of stuff religiously. We did, of course. I mean, I said earlier this was the third day one, and it is officially day 1C, but it's actually the fourth because there was an online day one as well.
Yeah.
Which I believe about 10 players qualified from.
Obviously, practically online day one's a massive, such a brilliant idea. You can really reduce your travel time and your hotel expenses and stuff.
Yeah, it certainly encourages foreign players who might not want to come and play a 400 tournament, but they know that if they get through, they're very near the money, and as you say, they only have to come on the Sunday. We have quite a lot of events. Not so much today, because obviously the focus today is on the main event, so we had the High Roller Day 2, and we have a side event at 10 o'clock. But tomorrow we have lots of side events popping off. The Leslie McLean High Roller, which is a 500, and the Chip Race tournament. And then there are a couple of other tournaments as well. Interesting fold from Sean there. I think Michael's confusing them now because he suddenly started raising, and having seen him limp so much, Sean didn't know what to do with King Queen. Like King Queen is a perfectly standard defend against a late position open, but he probably thinks that Michael's raising range is much stronger than it actually is because he's seen him do so much limping.
Just forget about it. You felt committed. What? You felt committed. It felt good. I saw pretty numbers. Numbers? Oh, tens? No, I got no ones.
God, now I can't unsee the McCluskey comparison. I can't believe I'd never seen it before, and now I literally can't unsee it.
Yeah, we just need to get a little hat for him with some badges on, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Joris picked up aces on the button. Makes a casual looking raise.
Yep.
No big deal here, just a standard button raise. Sean doesn't have anything he wants to play. 6-5 off. Jared has a hand you would normally defend, so yeah. He's going to get at least a bit of value for his aces. And that's as bad a flop as you can get when you have 7-6, or as good a flop because you're not going to get into trouble.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the best flop for aces, really.
No,
aces will be a little bit worried about certain things, but
yeah, but most of the hands that have pulled ahead of you would have probably 3-bet you pre-flop, so
yeah,
you're not going to be too worried.
I mean, this would be a small bet, right? Generally speaking, would you say?
Well, there's diamonds there, and lots of any 10 is a gutter, is an open end, or any ace or 9 is a gutter. So these 3 high card boards are interesting. Generally, different parts of your range want to do different things, so you can use a lot of different sizings. But 7-6 has no decision. He had the ace of diamonds as well, Yori, crucially, so he's blocking a lot of the flush draws, the ace-x suiteds. Early position, 5-4 off in the muck. 9-7 off, not a hand you would normally open from there. You probably have to be on the button to even think about opening that hand. And Joel, who has been the most unorthodox player, he's mixed it up. He's done a lot of limping and now he's doing a lot of raising. And we saw him get more respect than his hand deserved. He raised the king 10 and got the king queen to fold. Yeah, Sean is now suspicious.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, you were limping a lot, but now you're actually raising a lot. And ace 4 off is a good hand to turn into a light 3-bet here. You have some prospects, even if you're called. You're blocking the really strong stuff, and you have a very easy fold if you get 4-bet. Yeah, good pick up there from Sean. Gets the better hand to fold. I would say that's probably one of Sean's strengths as a player. He develops reads very quickly at the table, but he's willing to adjust them as well. A lot of players have very static reads. You know, they pigeonhole somebody as tight or loose or whatever, or aggressive or passive early on, and then they stick to that. But I think Sean is always adjusting his reads at the table. Limp from 8-4 suited here onto the gun +1. Another unorthodox play. Gets the 9-8 suited to fold. Yeah, the 9-8 suited would almost certainly have opened had he just folded, but didn't fancy calling in no man's land. Joel, who does seem to be everybody else is going to be really suspicious now, and this is a great time to find queens.
This is a great time to find queens. You beat me to it.
Yeah. Sean is considering this. Sean looks like he has something. Yeah, Sean says queen. Wow. Sean's raised it up to 6, I think. Deciding he doesn't want to play 4 or 5 out with ace queen. He's going to raise now. Hope that Joel has nothing and he can just fold.
Gerard's got a very difficult decision now.
Oh my god, he's got a turtle. You're right, I just saw he's got jacks. Wow, this is such a... Yeah.
that's a very good fold. Oh no, he 4-bet. No, sorry, I was one play wrong.
Yeah, no, Neil folded in the small bet. Yeah, so Gerard is 4-bet now, and how do you like your queens now?
Yeah, you don't. I mean, it's Gerard has done Sean the biggest favour in the world, of course.
Yeah, but he has decided his hand's just too strong, so he's moved all in, and now Sean has an easy fold. That is the one downside of the of raising there. You're not going to be able to call a re-raise, but on the other hand, you can potentially save yourself trouble down the line. So, tricky spot for Gerard now. I think this...
It feels like a call against someone with the table image that Joel has.
What are you hoping to see? Do you think he has 10s?
No, I suspect we're flipping most of the time, actually. Now that
yeah, we're going to be flipping a lot of the time, but then he can also have queens, kings, or aces. So depends on how often we think we're
flipping. You're right. I don't expect to see 10s there. You're right.
I also think that this is actually one of the weakest, even though Jacks is a very strong hand, this is actually one of the weakest hands he would do this with.
Yeah.
He would 4-bet, call 4-bet. So, you know, he would call 4-bet, obviously, Jacks. Like, he doesn't call, I don't think he call 4-bets even 10s. So this might be the very worst hand he has. And when you're at the bottom of your range, there's no shame in folding. I think you're right, though. I think it's the table image of Joel now, which is the confusing issue for Gerard. If this was a very tight, solid player, I think he would find the fold. But against, yeah, he does find the fold in the end. Good, great fold. Really good fold. And very nice pickup. Like Joel added over 20k to his stack there, 23k.
Without putting it at risk.
Without putting his stack at risk. So.
Jacks were no good.
Yeah, I'm impressed by that fold, I have to say. A lot of players get a little too stubborn. But the question you have to ask yourself always in those spots is, like, do I expect to see the worst hands, like 10s, 9s? And exactly where am I on my range for the situation? You know, how many weaker hands do I have? And if the answer is to both questions is not very many weaker hands in either range, then you have to fold.
Yeah. He left as well, so he could be limping his like this.
So Joel's now all the way up to second in chips. With 83k.
What did you have the first time?
Sean lost 6k on that last hand, and Gerard lost 15k.
No, as soon as he didn't snap, I knew I was happy. I'm happy to race with his game. You looked at it as well. You had ace queen. And ace would have come to the top. I still want to see Jack's best.
Wow, James folded a suited ace there.
Yeah, quite a tight fold.
Yeah, he seems to be tightening up now, I have to say. We saw him fold 9-8 suited to a limp as well.
This table hasn't been all there.
Sean. This is the kind of hand Sean typically likes to get involved with. In later position. Mick McCluskey Jr. folding.
Mini Mick.
What? He calls and he hits a jack. I don't mind the jam. Just figured he had ace something. So the odds of him having aces, ace kings, It's not 5 bad and all in. Like, you don't really want to flat the seat or anything like that.
Looks like we have 3-way action here. Is George just 3-bet?
He has, yeah. I mean, it could be a graphics error, but
yeah.
Maybe he's steaming from the previous hand, completely unaware of the fact that he made a great fold.
Yeah, yeah. If he genuinely has Queen 5 off, this is very out of character for him. But we shall see.
The same thing with these games.
Yeah, I know. He has games.
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back from a refreshing 1-hour break. Big thanks to Mr. Barry Carter and yourself, Dara, for taking over for an hour.
My pleasure, Andrew.
Thanks,
yeah,
mate.
I mean, Barry was falling asleep basically. This is Barry's bedtime, and I'm not even joking. This is 5 minutes past Barry's bedtime. Barry goes to bed at 8 o'clock, like all good 6-year-olds.
He did look a bit grumpy when I left.
No, he's genuine. This is genuinely his bedtime. Like I mean, on the other side, he's up 5:30 every morning. But yeah.
Well, good to see you. Good to be in the booth with you, my friends, as we open the action back up. We have an open from Joel. +1, ace-7 of diamonds. Jarrett going to make a pretty loose peel here, Dara, in EP with the 10-7 suited. Gerard overcalling hijack with the 6s. Joseph looks to be doing the same with pocket 8s on the button.
Yeah. We haven't seen too many multi-way pots recently, but now it looks like they all want to get involved again. While you were away, we had some interesting pots, and Joel, who's pictured there, he was limping a lot, and then he suddenly started raising a lot, and that really confused players.
Yeah, changing the old change of gears.
Yeah.
Very interesting. 3-4-5 rainbow flop. Gut shot for Joel. Gerard with the open ender. Pocket 8s of Joseph still good. Gut shot also for Jarrett. Typically going to see a lot of checks here from the original raiser. Does check it over. And Jarrett now going to start semi-bluffing with the 10-7 suited. Pretty wide peel pre-Dara, right? Not something typically we're going to do.
Yeah, no, super wide.
Yeah.
I told Barry earlier, I'm pretty sure I played with Jarrett in the high roller, and he said he had 200k in this last night and didn't bag, and then he played the high roller, and I guess if he's here, that means he bust, so
yeah,
he might be here just to play.
Live by the sword, die by the sword, so to speak.
Doesn't want to go on folding.
Has been a feature of these day one features, seeing some non-standard theoretical peels, we'll call them.
Yeah. Yeah, you can kind of understand it, because, you know, I mean, if you're a recreational player, it's pretty boring folding. They like to see flops.
Sure. Well, Joseph here, going to go for a little flop raise, sort of find out where he's at. He has correctly deduced that he is good here with pocket 8s. It makes it 8.5k in position. Don't mind it. I think I prefer it to flatting. I think when you call, you really don't define the strength of your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those spots where you have the best hand a lot of the time, but it's very, very vulnerable. Yeah. And you can actually get called by worse as well, so...
Yeah, as we can see here, Gerard with exactly the subset of hands that we do beat. Do expect him to continue here, Dara, with the open ender to go with his overpair.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't be thrilled about it though.
No, he's probably worked out he doesn't have the best hand right now, but he has loads of ways to improve.
Absolutely. Turn 10 of diamonds. Joseph's still good. These can be tricky spots to navigate, Dara, when you do raise flop and still pick up a caller. It starts to become a little murky with pocket eights.
Yeah, it does for sure, and the 10 is effectively a blank, because neither player should have a 10.
Sure. Yeah, Joseph does check back. Now, he is good. Gerard checks, and I think Joseph content to check back. 30k in there is good. Maybe some potential for a very thin river bet, but check seems very reasonable. You can just be losing to a hand like ace-5 suited that traps pocket nines.
You've actually fallen behind some of the hands that you can target for value.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a 5.
So guys, if you are just tuning in or you've been with us all along, thank you for joining us on the YouTube stream. International Poker Open Main Event Day 1C, coming to you from the Bonnington Hotel. I'm Andrew Headley, your commentator this week, joined by the OG himself, Mr. Darrow O'Kearney. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Really appreciate you coming along.
Pleasure, Andrew.
So you survived an hour in the booth with Barry.
Did indeed, yeah. With Barry past his bedtime as well. It was good. No, good fun. Always enjoy working with Barry. We obviously have a long-term working relationship at this point.
Yeah.
A lot of mutual trust, but also mutual things we don't like about each other.
Mutual disdain.
Mutual disdain. That's the word I was looking for.
That's a good part of every healthy relationship.
Mutual distrust and mutual disdain, yeah, in equal measures.
The hallmark of any good friendship, right, is that like you love them, but you also hate them a little bit.
Yeah.
It's healthy.
Yeah. I'm also sharing a room with Barry this trip, so I've seen quite a lot of him.
Very strong read from you, Dara, to go back to the action on Jarrett. We did see the out-of-line peel with the 10-7 suited. Extremely out-of-line open with just 3 of hearts.
He's not here to fold. He's going to try and build a stack quickly, or potentially fire another bullet. I have a feeling.
So Michael, perhaps aware of how wide Jarrett is pre, puts in a pretty wide peel of his own from the small, facing a 3x open. Typically a hand that most players would let go, I think, versus under the gun 1, but is in there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think he's probably...
wow, Jarrett.
Look at this, wow. The only problem is he's very hard to get paid now.
Absolutely. I think that this is a spot that will be under-trapped.
Yeah.
Of course, gonna see bet a lot on the ace-high texture with a bunch of his bluffs. So very likely to bet this, unblocking all the top pairs that the small blind could have.
Yeah, and the small blind's range is very ace heavy, because he's going to feel a lot of suited aces and some of the stronger unsuited stuff.
Does Michael have shenanigans in mind that we can see it would be awful timing? Hasn't folded yet.
No. Not the best board to check raise because you're facing the early position opener, so he's going to have a lot of ace X.
Yeah, it does let it go. Jarrett going to pick one up. We were commenting on this earlier that when you do cover these day 1 streams, we do get to see a lot of different playing styles, especially in these sort of lower stakes events.
Yeah.
So it can be fun to rail for us, but also a challenge to try and unpick the overall strategy of the players.
Yeah, and it's an even bigger challenge at the table when you can't see their cards, because you will see players, play a lot of hands, but they could just be on a card rush.
Sure.
That's why showdowns are really, really useful information when you're playing. Every time you see a showdown, you should replay the hand in your head and see if there's anything which seems out of line or unusual to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Good advice to anybody on the rail. Have you played with any of this lineup yourself?
I played quite a lot with Neil and Sean as well.
Right.
Barry has now unleashed a new world. He referred to Neil as looking like a younger Mick McCluskey. So I can't unsee that now, unfortunately.
As we see Arturis open jam 20 bigs from the cutoff. Oh, and Joel with an interesting decision, Dara. Lots of these open shoves gonna be doing not particularly amazingly against ace jack. Gonna be a lot of low pairs in there. Some suited Broadway stuff.
This is really on the borderline there.
Yeah.
it's only 20 big blinds.
Yeah, I would find myself making this call readless for sure.
Yeah, you're gonna be dominating a lot more than you're dominated, so I think you have to call.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Joel makes a good call. He's unfortunate to be pipped. Arturis in great shape here to find the double. Joel looking for one of the remaining 3 jacks.
Joe there with some chop possibilities now.
Yeah, does have the chops working for him and a backdoor wheel potential. Looking for a 4 for a chop or a jack to bust Arturis. Turn is the 8 of spades. Arturis holding. And he does get the full double with the ace queen. That has also been another feature, Dara, that we've noticed that, you know, not to be unkind, but most more experienced players, should we say, don't do much open shoving anymore for, you know, anything below sort of 15 bigs.
Yeah.
Even down as low as 12 bigs is a lot of min raises and not open shoving.
Yeah.
And we have seen lots of players open shoving what we would call premium hands that you would expect to raise call.
Yeah, we did see I think it was a 25 big blind shove with ace queen while you were away as well. And yeah, it's definitely a feature. And to be honest, it's not the worst adjustment in the world if you're not too confident in your post-flop play.
Yeah.
If you're worried about getting exploited post-flop, you can just take post-flop away by shoving pre-flop. You're going to realize 100% of your equity, no matter what.
Also, your opponents, right, they tend to take away the top parts of your range when you open shove. Like we saw there, right, ace-jack becomes a fairly, like, not, I don't want to say easy call, but it's a hand we're going to call.
It's definitely standard, yeah.
And of course, Arturis found himself in great shape.
Yeah.
Gets the full double.
I think the real reason he got the full double there too was that he put his coat on, so he was ready to make a quick getaway. That gave him the additional insurance that there was no way he was getting sucked out on.
The absolute classic, isn't it, Darry? You get
Stand
that
up,
additional 2% equity.
Yeah.
So, Dara, not sure if Barry touched on it, but you did bag up yesterday. You'll be here for day 2 tomorrow.
Yes, I will. Yeah, we were actually talking about, like, I bagged up what I consider to be a short stack because it's half of average, I guess, 92k. But the chip leader on this table right now doesn't have much more than that. So, at this stage, a big stack is a big stack, obviously. But if you don't continue to make progress, it'll actually be not a big stack by the end of the day.
Obviously, also, you're extremely experienced and you'll be very well versed in navigating this sort of... Is it in the money?
No, we'll be a bit off the money. That traditionally we're 16 to 17% of the field makes it true.
Okay, so a couple of levels tomorrow, perhaps.
Yeah, that's what happened last year. My good friend Keith too, who I think you did commentary with on day 1A.
He did very well.
He bubbled last year, and it was very early in the day. What tends to happen is fewer people come through the early flights, so 1A, 1B, 1C, 15-16%, but then 1D and particularly 1E, the hyper flight, where people just don't have as much time to bust.
Sure.
You can get anything up to 25% of the field getting through.
Absolutely makes a lot of sense. As we see here, Michael opening in the cutoff with the King 10. James with a pretty wide peel on the button, although I think this could be a glitch. I don't see cards in front of the button.
Yeah.
So it looks like heads up.
Yeah, he has folded, yeah.
Michael comes with very large 80% pot on this very sort of disconnected ace-king deuce rainbow board. Jara, we know you love the game, but I don't know if you love it this much.
Yeah, against the Razor, he's going to have a lot of ace-x. Yeah.
Does let this one go. Yeah, we look forward to seeing. I'm hearing that your table might be on the feature first up tomorrow. I'm hearing.
Okay.
Through the grapevine.
I'll bring my best shirt then.
You best do. We wish you the very best of luck moving forward into day 2. Guys watching on stream, I will be here the whole of tomorrow for the entirety of the day 2 action as we march towards the final day, which is of course on Monday, where we will crown our IPO 2023 champion. Great tournament. The structure looks great. 40 minutes day 1,
Structure's
50
amazing.
minutes day 2.
Myself and Barry were commenting on this. This has to be the best structured €400 or lower buy-in tournament in Europe.
Yeah. It really does look great as we see Gerard here under the gun. 45 bigs effective with the King Queen of Hearts. Beautiful looking hand. Comes in for a raise for 2.5 big blinds. Michael just sends it with pocket threes for 33 bigs.
He's been pretty tight so far, so he just reached the stage, I guess, where he just decides, look, I've only got a starting stack.
Time to gamble.
Time to gamble, don't want to be hanging around.
This one should get through, even though King Queen, beautiful hand. It's going to be up against so many Ace Queen and Ace King combos that are in this field particularly.
Yeah, for sure. That's the power of the shove there. You can get hands that are in great shape against you to fold.
Yeah, Michael ready to gamble, gets the reshove through with threes.
Yeah, that's the type of hand you would typically shove maybe in the blinds against the late position raise, but EP mid position against early, it's certainly unorthodox.
Certainly unexpected, which we have seen a bunch of that in these features. It's a challenge, Dara, for the commentators. I would not have predicted jam. I'm not going to lie to you. I might have picked any of the other routes.
Yeah.
Cards back in the air, folds to Joseph, +1. Very nice stack, 131k. Action folds round to the button. Jarrett, no dice with the Jack 5. Sean in the small, interesting spot here with Ace King off.
Yeah.
Can go a couple of ways here, Dara. You could limp, could just open with a raise.
Yeah. The last hand these two played might play into this as well. It was a super interesting hand. There was an early position limp. Joel raised with queens. Sean 3-bet ace queen on the button. Gerard cold 4-bet.
Wow.
Jacks. Joel shoved. Sean had a pretty easy fold with the ace queen, and Gerard tank folded the jacks.
Wow, got away from a pre. I think I like this from Sean. Obviously, the shallower we get here, we start to just VPip ourselves.
Yeah.
As our opponent is going to continue with a bunch of hands, and we get to narrow the SPR. They are going to, of course, reshove a bunch of ace-X of their own for 23 bigs. Gerard defends Jack 10, outflops Sean.
Sean throws out the continuation bet, just hoping that Gerard has missed, obviously. You can see that Gerard hasn't missed, actually. This is about as good as boards get for Gerard.
Yeah.
He's got top pair on the board, which shouldn't really hit the small blinds range, raising range.
Yeah, a couple of options here for sure. You could look to raise here and get it in, which I think sub 20 bigs makes a lot of sense.
He does raise and Sean's going to fold here.
Yeah, makes it pretty large, makes it 10k.
Sean doesn't like it, but I don't think he thinks Gerard is the type of player who will do this on a bluff.
Okay.
He does have the king of spades for some backup, but...
Yeah. Also does block some of those king high flush draws that could semi-bluff here, right?
Yeah.
On the flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, very difficult, doesn't really have fold equity to work with.
Yeah, you hate having to fold ace king here, but I think you just have to do it.
It does look like the face of a Mandara that is going to fold.
Yeah, I think this is what I refer to as the hand funeral. You have a very good hand. You're pretty sure it's not good now, but you just need a little while of mourning before you can let it go.
Very good, I like it a lot. Gerard, I like the flop raise here. Top pair here, sub 20 bigs, let's run it. Does pick up the pot uncontested. Post flop. Adds his stack to around about 50 big blinds. Guys, I will be here in the booth till around midnight local time. If you want any information on the stacks that have gone through to day 2, joining Dara tomorrow, please check out internationalpokeropen.ie for all your scheduling needs, and if you want to sweat who's made it through to day 2. Joseph under the gun with the pocket fives. Somewhat tight fold, Dara. Decides to just let it go. With 130 bigs, might have expected an open.
He has been playing very tight, even with his big stack. It might be the case that he just feels he wants to cruise to day 2 now. But as I said, that can be dangerous, you know.
I guess if he thinks he will get multiple callers pre-flop, does seem like this type of table not the worst hand to release. Jarrett back at it, 9-4 of diamonds in the cutoff. Opens to 2.5 blinds. Neil wakes up with a big hand there, right? Ace queen off in the big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Certainly all options open here. 3-bet call or jam, both pretty viable. I prefer to see either against an aggressive player like Jarrett.
Yeah.
Flatting would be probably the worst option versus the
I think
cutoff.
flatting is the worst option. You're going to be out of position. You're going to miss two out of 3 flops.
Yeah. Does take it down, 3 bets to 7k. Jarrett content to let it go.
So, Mini Mick McCloskey, as Barry was calling him, takes down that pot.
Triple M Mini Mick McCloskey. Cards back in the air. Arturis, who fresh off that double with the ace queen. Jack 3 off under the gun. Action folds around to Jarrett. Sean always just looks a little bit perturbed, Dara.
He does, yeah. He's chewing a little bit now. He had a nice stack, and then he had to 3-bet fold the ace queen, and then the ace king didn't work out for him. You know. So yeah, he's just, well, 17 bigs, yeah, jacks.
Another example here of what we discussed earlier. Personally, not a big fan of these open shoves.
Agreed.
You know, we do want to induce from some smaller pairs that can reshove on us, some suited ace X. You know, we are going to get some of these hands to continue or shove. And also, of course, when the big blind has a hand like 9-10 off, they're going to defend. We are going to stack them on a multitude of boards.
Yeah, yeah. I think probably all the way down to 9s or 8s, you should really be inducing there.
Absolutely agreed. But very interesting, though, because, of course, Neil, with king-queen, is going to think this open shove is quite weak.
Yep.
And he's going to shove. Don't blame him. I think 17 bigs open jam is going to be quite a weak range.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Sean probably doesn't do this with ace-king. He might do it with ace-queen, but there's not too many hands that king-queen is going to be in terrible shape, and you can have him crushed. Like Sean could do this with suited kings, suited queens.
Queen-jack suited and the like, agreed. So we have a somewhat fake flip, as we call it, king-queen versus the jacks.
Flip, I think. The king-queen is so lucky to be in a flip.
He is. So Neil does flop a backdoor flush draw, still has 2 overs. Very clean turn for Sean. Neil looking to drill some paint. Doesn't find it. And Sean going to find the full double up to 36.6k.
Please don't leave early. I'll come over and hand out your racks.
Is this something, Dara, that over the years you have managed to adjust yourself? You know, obviously, versus your more experienced players, you know they're not going to open shove 17 to 20 bigs really ever. Very occasionally from the small blind or a button light jam.
Yeah.
You know, against sort of, it's a bit unkind to say, perhaps some more inexperienced players, will you then think, right, wait a minute, I can't rule out pocket jacks here, for example, and adjust your calling ranges?
Yeah, like Sean is a very experienced player, but even somebody like Sean, who's primarily a live player, his ranges are different from online, and you have to adjust. But it works in both. It kind of works in both directions because he has some stronger hands than you expect to have.
Absolutely.
Like for example, jacks. But then he'll also show up with stuff like King 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, Queen 8 suited, maybe some of the time as well. So, yeah, on balance, it probably doesn't affect your calling range too much because, you know, as I said, the range kind of expands in both directions.
Sure.
So the question I always ask myself in that spot is like, how many hands do I expect to see that dominate me? How many, and then compare that with the number of hands I expect to be dominated by.
Yeah.
And so long as the balance is right, there are more hands I dominate than I'm dominated by, then I'll make the call.
Yeah, lovely analysis. Agree completely. Like that spot there, where the king queen makes the call. He's going to dominate a lot of hands. And he's going to flip versus the rest.
Jack, queen jack, all that stuff. Yeah, queen 10 suited.
Yeah, very nice. Like it. Joel opening now with king jack. And Neil, interesting decision here, fresh off losing that flip. Certainly won't be folding. Could shove, could peel.
Oh, he's gone for the shove.
Has gone for the aggressive line.
Yeah, this is, he's not going to have a 3-bet call range here, I don't think. It's 24 bigs, so. Oh, this is an open shove, is it?
No, it's open from Joel, and he
open
has,
from Joel.
has rejams.
Yeah, absolutely no. Yeah, no, I like this. You're not going to have a 3-bet full range, so just stick it in.
Yeah, it's very interesting to reveal some of the subtleties on these day one streams. Part of what makes the game so great. We're still learning every day and trying to solve stuff.
Yeah.
I've seen some stuff today, Dara, I'm not going to lie to you.
Some head scratching stuff. Well, the next time you play the IPO, at least you won't be coming in cold.
Exactly.
When the first pot is six-way limp.
Yeah. Lots of limping early doors. You would expect as we proceed through the tournament, Dara, you're going to get probably stronger table draws in general, seems to happen.
Yeah, that generally happens. Obviously, the field hints out, particularly in re-entry tournaments where the better players are likely to keep firing if they don't make it.
Sure.
So day 2 will be a very different affair from day 1, and I think the deeper you go, the tougher the tables will get, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've seen that in previous IPOs. By the time you get down to the final table, you actually have a really tough table.
Yeah, one of the great things about Irish poker, I think, there's a real range, there's some real crushers, and there's some fun recreational players, and then you have a sort of mixture in between the two. We're very strong, but also not quote-unquote professional.
Yeah, you get a lot of what I call smart recreationals, guys who do actually put a bit of work into the strategy of studying the game. The table I was expecting to comment on, actually, there was an older gentleman on that table, James O'Brien, who I've seen people just look at him and assume, okay, older gentleman, just here for the fun.
Right.
Not realizing that, like, he has a lot of really good live results. He's won the Sunday Million online.
Very nice.
Yeah, so you do get these players, even though they're, as you said, they're not full-time professionals. They actually play at a very high standard.
Always important not to make too many assumptions, although that's sometimes all we have at the table. As Joel opens here with his jack, Jarrett in there digging around once more, 8-4 of clubs from +2, and he smashes this board.
Yeah.
Top and bottom from Jarrett. Joseph with a very wide peel on the button, but quite surprised to see it. Queen 7 off.
That's very wide, yeah.
I think we could term this as a definite mistake from Under the Gun 1 here. Just ace-jack on a very coordinated board with no backdoors. Joel does c-bet. He's not going to get those chips back.
No. A lot of live players do just sort of auto c-bet, and there's 3 other guys in there, and this is not your board.
I would be checking range here for sure.
Wave the white flag.
Interesting though, Jarrett deciding just to raise now probably thinks that this c-bet is going to be a lot of overpair heavy, right?
Yeah. He can't really be expecting Joel to be doing this with nothing.
Sure.
Even though we can see that he is.
Look at this! Oh, Joseph.
Joseph's got the.
He does have a good hand to continue.
Got a gutty.
We can see that this would not end well if he continues. Very intriguing to see Joseph fold pocket 5s under the gun and then call pre with Queen 7 off versus +1 and +2.
Yeah. Guess he likes playing in position. There used to be an old school belief that you could call any 2 cards in the button. When I started playing, I heard that advice given quite a lot.
And how did it work? How did it go, Dara?
Depended on how good you were post-flop.
Sure.
But there were some real online crushers who genuinely believed any 2 cards on the button was a call.
Well, even now, right, when you look at some solver outputs and stuff, when it's checked to you on the button, you can almost range bet like small in these multi-way pots.
Yeah.
And it's not going to really harm you too much in terms of EV. Jarrett picks one up of 15k or so. Dara, I believe you're going to go and hop into the freeze out at 10 p.m.
Yep, that's the plan.
Tournament players got about 90 seconds, still cards in the air.
Very strong work ethic for the game. I have to tip my cap to you. Every one of these live stops, you're always in there, Dara, in every comp.
Yeah. Well, I think when you go to a festival, you might as well commit. We interviewed Dominic Nietzsche for the chip race yesterday, actually. And one of the interesting things he said that tournaments are just a matter of showing up, just putting the volume in, and then you'll get the results in the long term. So myself and David are both very much in the camp of, like, when you go to a festival, just get in as much volume as you can.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You can't be a snob either, right? You need to just scoop the EV, you know, if the field's good. It doesn't matter what the buy-in is. Good advice from you, Dara, to anybody watching.
Yeah, the lower the buy-in, the better the field will be anyway. So it's often the case you can be making roughly the same amount of EV in a very low buy-in as in a bigger buy-in where you have a lot less edge.
Unfortunately for Triple M, Minnie McCluskey opens the kings, no action. James with a somewhat tight fold with 6-7, when it wasn't expected, defends most of the time, but correctly it reads the strength of the opener.
A couple of yawns at the table now. I think we're reaching the stage of the day where people are starting to feel it.
It's long days, right?
They are long days, yeah. Particularly if you're not used to playing long sessions.
I mean, I'm not even playing Dara, and I'm knackered. The booth is a wearying place at times.
Yeah. Well, you are involved every hand. It's a bit like dealing. Dealing is very tiring as well for that reason. You're involved in every single hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting here, Sean is going to limp, I think. No, it is a raise.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Right, pretty wide pocket deuces under the gun one.
Neil has a hand here. Now, he has enough chips that he does have 3-bet folds, so he can just 3-bet with. Doesn't have to shove.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes it 7.2, I believe, not 8.2k.
Yeah, he tends to go for big sizings against Sean. We've seen a few pots like this. Sean, he probably thinks is a player who likes to peel, so he's discouraging peeling.
Yeah, 3.5x, 3 bets.
Snap fold from Sean.
Now, one of the problems when you open these baby pairs from such early position,
there's
you
too many
really can't continue.
You'll really only get away with it at tables where people are just not 3-betting you enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, you literally have no blockers to the hands that are going to 3-bet you as well. So
sure,
you're going to get 3-bet more often when you open a hand like pocket twos than when you open a hand like ace 2 suited.
Yep, absolutely. Took me a very long time, but eventually in my poker career I started to fold. Deuces through fours, deuces through fours. All right, we can fold those.
Yeah, at a very aggro table under the gun.
Yes, seemed very reasonable. Sean now under the gun. Queen at 9 of clubs.
This is a nicer hand to fold.
Yeah, this would be better for sure. Certainly going to make it into the range, close to the bottom.
Yeah, it probably is bottom if we're not opening jack. We'll probably open jack 9 suited and 10 9 suited, but we're not going to open queen 8 suited.
I would agree. Does open again. Gerard makes a good disciplined fold, showing some experience there, I think. Ace 9 suited +1, not going to do very well against an under the gun open. Action folds around to the blinds. Again, Joel with the ace jack, another interesting decision. All options open again, Dara, I would say.
Absolutely. It's not completely out of question to fold here. It's fine to call, and it's fine to turn your hand into a light 3-bet.
I agree completely. Does allow Jarrett to continue. He's done the old "I'll put my chips next to your stack" move. Completes with the deuce 4 of clubs. Seems pretty reasonable closing the action.
Yeah, hand plays very well multi-way. It shouldn't really get you into too much trouble.
Jarrett, you might get in a little bit of trouble now.
This is going to cost you a little bit of money for sure.
Although if Sean does c-bet, then Jarrett can probably just fold flop. If Sean bets, and of course Joel with the hammerlock, 3 jacks with the ace kicker.
Yeah.
Very disciplined check back here from Sean. I think I like it.
Yeah. Sean is not a live player who auto c-bets. He also recognizes spots where check is better.
Yeah. Well, you want to have some very low equity give-ups, Dara, right?
Yeah.
If we bet a hand like Queen 9 of clubs here, we block those 9 10 of clubs auto folds that will happen on this board.
Yeah.
Interesting now, though. Bet of 4k, about half pot. Potential for Sean to continue and perhaps represent a 4th heart. Or improve to a straight.
Yeah.
Is a little bit scary though when the small blind fires into 2.
Yeah. It is scary, and you know it's a paired board, and there's a flush is also possible already. So
can just be dead.
Yeah, your open ender is not as strong as it would be on other types of boards.
I'd probably prefer it to continue with a hand like pocket sevens with a heart, even though we may bet flop with it.
Yeah.
Does decide to just let it go.
Yeah, Barry and I were talking about this actually. We're working on a book at the moment on exploited poker, and the basic idea of the book is we talk about certain leaks that you see a lot in live poker, and one of them which we identified was live players often tend to fold too much on the turn because they think if they call the turn they have to call the river, so they only call the turn with hands that are happy to call the river.
Sure.
And we've already seen a bit of that in there have been some spots where almost certainly you're supposed to continue some of the time on the turn, but people have just tended to fold.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree. Do see a lot of it. I think that's a reasonable fold.
Oh, that's certainly a reasonable fold.
Absolutely.
Yeah. On the paired board with the flush already possible.
Sure.
And it's not even the nut straight you're drawing to.
Yep. So action does fold around to Joseph. The 6-3 suited. Joseph, my friend, you're an enigma. Opens the 6-3 suited, folds the 5s under the gun, overcalls the queen 7. It does. He's
Field
playing
player.
on vibes, field player.
Field player.
Anyway, it does open. Joel has had a lot of these kind of half hands, we'd call them, sort of awkward-ish decisions. Again, could go either way here, like call or 3-bet as options. Does decide to call. Jarrett, you can see, loves the game, Dara. Possibly counting out a squeeze. I think I like this.
Yeah. If you're going to play the hand, this is the way to go, for sure.
Sure. You know, typically, I would be quite selective with my range. I prefer a king-queen or a king-jack offsuit. But, you know, against a wide open and a relatively weak-looking button call, can't say I hate it. Makes it 8 bigs with king-10. May well get the best hand to fold here, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not loving it in Joel's spot now.
No, very difficult to continue.
He does.
He does make the call.
Joel has tended to be a bit stickier pre-flop than most.
Yeah. We can see here, very interesting, Jarrett with the betting lead is going to have opportunities to take this down post still.
Yeah, this is a board which neither player should have hit, so whoever has the pre-flop range advantage still has the range advantage. That's why we're seeing a bet here.
Absolutely.
But Joel is very much towards the top of his range now.
Yeah, would agree. Certainly seems like a spot where we may call one and decide, particularly against a player like Jarrett, Dara, you would say, who is capable here of squeezing lighter parts of the range.
Yeah, like essentially nothing is
raising, Dara.
Wow. This might be the old school raise for information.
Jarrett snap looks at the stack.
Yeah. That is a suspicious look. Because the raise really isn't
does
repping
feel
much
like
here.
Nonsense, yeah.
It's just repping very little.
Could be a hand like pocket 8s, right? Just trying to take it down, something like this.
Yeah, it does feel very much like a raise for information, but then he just decides, unfortunately, I only have king 10.
Yeah, very interesting, Joel. Fair play, sniffed out the weakness. Shows the ace of spades.
I wonder what the thinking behind the show there is. Usually players show either to show that they were bluffing or that they actually had it.
They had it,
but it's not clear which of those two he thought ace 10 was.
Absolutely, agreed. Always challenging us in the booth, Dara. That is another spot I would never expect a click.
Yeah.
But Joel gets it through.
Yeah.
Cards back in the air.
I should be.
I can't stop thinking Mini Mick McCluskey now.
I know.
What have you done to me?
We can't unsee it. Can you just imagine a cap on him with lots of badges, and it is Mick McCluskey.
Well, he has found the pocket 9s. Many apologies, Neil, if you watch this stream back and we just slander you the entire way. That's not really slander, right?
No, one of the great legends of Irish poker.
There you go, exactly.
One of the great legends of Irish poker.
Might be stealing his thunder a little.
Mick famously hates being on feature tables. Absolutely hates it.
He hates
so maybe Neil is his representative in the world. Sends on to feature tables.
I'm just going to have to throw a very random comment about Michael. Your hair, truly magnificent.
It is magnificent.
I think it's the best hair I've seen at the poker table in many a year.
Nick Newport would be very upset if he's listening, but yeah, I would agree.
Now James Dara, interesting spot here. Ace-10 of hearts. Typically, you'd see a call very often here.
I think call is definitely the standard play here. Your hand is kind of neither your hand is both too strong and too weak to raise.
Yeah. If you get shoved on, it feels like a waste.
Yeah, it's too weak to raise for value, too strong to raise as a bluff.
Yeah, agree completely. Does decide to 3-bet though.
Yeah.
Perhaps some good reasoning for it here, knowing that he has Joel and Jarrett behind who like to overcall. Maybe deciding he wants to just thin the field. Yeah. Sean has woken up with the jacks. And 29 bigs. I think this hand is going to be too strong to do anything but shove. Yeah. Not thrilled about it, Dara.
Oh, you're
right?
definitely not thrilled about it. You're facing an under the gun raise.
Yeah, and it goes.
He has eventually decided.
Yeah, Sean makes the right decision.
Yeah, I think Neil's decision he wants a count, but I think Neil will fold.
Yeah, Nine's doing very poorly against hijack 3-bet and small blind cold jam.
Again, if we go back to that simple heuristic that I said earlier, like think about how many hands you dominate compared to hands you're dominated. Like obviously 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces are all possible, and then you probably don't find too many lower pairs. So
yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for James, has to release the ace-10 of hearts. Sean shows the table the pocket jacks. Nice pickup for Sean, picking up around about 10k of dead money there.
Very nice. That's a kind of hidden variance there, because in a lot of worlds, the ace-10 suited doesn't 3-bet and you don't win as big a pot.
Absolutely. I think these might be things that we forget when we play, like this kind of hidden run good, right?
Yeah.
That you get very normal open, you get slightly wider 3-bet, and then we find the jacks and pick up 10k. Right, guys, I believe we are now going on a break. So myself and Dara, hopefully, will be back in 20 minutes. Yeah, please come back and join us. See you soon.
I'm not flat. I mean, 12 and then jam 15. You just prices someone in. The dog, the knife in it. Back to table 11. Yeah. Who told you that? Who? Is it Anna?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna play.
I'm gonna tell her right now.
Sorry. Shoot the messenger.
I am gonna shoot the messenger.
Well, I am the messenger.
No, Anna's the messenger.
I am in the middle. I am stuck in the middle.
No, you're not. You're doing what you're told.
Yeah, that's the messenger. That's what I'm saying.
The messenger's the one that said it. That's the one that gets shot.
That's not how it works.
It is when I'm here.
No.
Where was the button? Where's the button? 7?
8. 7.
7?
Yeah. Sorry, Anna, don't show the messenger. And he was like, I'm gonna give out to Anna. I'm like, don't give out to her. You guys keep it.
How much seconds was left?
9 seconds.
Did you ask her?
No, he didn't ask me.
Okay, let's say it was 5 seconds left.
I hate when these people want to be in the locker. And then I'm changing them physically anyway. But it's gonna take
No, us
ages.
no. We only have break when they have break.
Exactly,
You must be in the ball game in class, right?
What? Yeah, I was. All the time. Of course. N-am încercat. Poftim? Ce? Pui niște întrebări stupide care nu-și au rostul. Nu te supărați. Chestii personale, pui mei. Păi, chestii care... Poftim? Dar, bă, dar tu ești vreun guru, vreun testa de viață sau cum să spun? Nu știu dacă... Păi știu, dar până la urmă... Da, știu, dar... Da, mulțumesc, dar... Apreciez, dar astea sunt chestii...
Pare că judecă și poate fac unele, poate nu urmăresc. Dar asta e, probabil, să fac, eu vorbesc și asta e.
Știu, dar în primul rând tu nu mă cunoști suficient de bine, nu știi detalii personale din viața mea.
Vrei, nu, dar am întrebat acum, dar ai făcut de ce părea rău e nou. Deci ce faci?
N-am încercat să fac, n-am încercat.
Sper, nu mai spun un cuvânt și îmi pare foarte dulce. Sper că nu faci, că nu încerci să-l faci
stai să repet, să mă formulez mor pe asta. Și sper că tu nu încerci să faci acest copil din alte motive decât financiare sau pentru că îți place să ai tot organizat în viața. Dacă nu e asta, una din astea două, hai, face. Dacă una din astea două, din punctul meu de vedere, greșești. Nu-ți dă nimeni timp înapoi.
Sunt mai multe motive.
Ok, sper să fie asta. Banii vin cu el odată, tot ce vrea.
Eu sunt genul de persoană care... Poftim?
Zi, scuze.
Nu numai, nu. Unele lucruri se întâmplă la timpul lor. Nu trebuie să fie forțat.
De asta așa. Nu, dar ce am vrut, dar Dumnezeu cu plată, mi-a două de mea. Deci n-am las permisul poliției și a spus, bă, la și-o las. Era mai cu pararea, la marca. Și ne-am luat de mână cu altă, să fie cu gol. Și am discutat împreună. Și așa, și am mai văzut parcă. Și am stau ăla.
Era mai panorama, auzi.
You don't have chips, do you?
Ai nevastă, dar nu?
No chips here?
Da, ai dreptate, nu poți să arăți. Te uiți ce te uiți. Ce îți dă și mai lua. Adică, nu, român la permis, care o să fac viața când nu ducea miliard, și mi-a dat să fie
să-ți trăiască.
Nu e din toate, și de asta, știi ce e omul ăsta.
What's up? Really? No? Heads up.
Okay. We eat chips.
Don't eat chips.
Table number 10, check in, so we can get you situated on the 5 speaker table. Farida and David Mounds, are you in the tournament area?
Yes.
Yes, Remus, he loses foot. I don't have the phone. Depends on how the show.
Tournament players got about 90 seconds still cards in the air. You should all be headed back towards the tournament area at this time. Also, if you were on table 10, you rack up your chips, get moved over to the feature table.
That's what more experience is. What the fuck?
Sorry? Thanks.
Dealers and trail those decks and the business are ready to go.
You opened on the recording?
No.
Yeah, he raised.
He was. I was opening. I think I should be on the big blind. I think I was opening from under the gun.
No, he opened. You didn't open.
No, I opened. He 3-bet.
He opened. He 3-bet. Yeah.
I think I opened. Yes. The button should be here.
No.
Here.
You opened. I called. Yeah, I opened. King Jack.
Yeah,
he did open.
No. I opened. He bet.
He 3-bet 6.5.
Yeah. The button is here. I'm on the big
No, this must be another hand. He raised 3.5. I don't call. I had 2-9 diamonds.
Yes, and I called.
He raised.
Welcome back, everybody. Myself and Dara, suitably refreshed from our little 20-minute break. We have a brand new feature table lineup for you here. This is live coverage on a 30-minute delay of the International Poker Open Main Event Day 1C. Coming to you guys from the lovely Bonnington Hotel in Dublin. Everybody on YouTube who has been with us throughout, welcome back. If you're just joining us, hope you are enjoying the coverage. We've certainly enjoyed it today, Dara. Been a lot of interesting play.
Yeah.
And we can file it under interesting. Some good, some bad, some ugly.
Yeah.
Some extremely random.
Some very unorthodox play. I think we're in for a different kind of table here. We have some very accomplished players here. Seat 3 is Colin Chan, Chinaldo online. Really good player. Went deep in the main event out in Vegas a couple of years ago.
Nice.
And I also recognise the gentleman in seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very popular Dublin reg as well. And seat 2 a couple of years ago won the Irish Live Poker Rankings. I had the pleasure, it was sponsored by Unibet, and I had the pleasure of presenting him with the trophy for that.
Oh, there you go. That is Remus.
Remus, yeah. Remus
Matash from Romania.
But based here in Dublin.
He's going to get to work right away, Dara. Open shoves under the gun. We did talk about these open shoves. This one a lot more reasonable,
I
think.
This one is much more reasonable,
14 bigs.
14 bigs.
Ace Queen off falls into that hand class that doesn't mind to just ship it.
Yeah.
Can still get called by worse. Of course, can deny equity for the plays behind. Remus open shoves and gets that one through.
Clearly we had a pile of bust outs on this table because we were expecting a few other players.
Absolutely.
Like James O'Brien, who I mentioned earlier, and you can see 3 empty seats there, so we expect to get more players at some point.
Yeah. Did have Jamie Bachu on my list for seat 4. Unless Jamie is making a very late magician-type entrance.
With no chips.
Coming through from underneath the table there, and he is gone.
He brought his chips with him at the break, which somebody at my table tried to do yesterday.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Very controversial. Under the gun now is Colm Chan, who you just referenced. Big stack, as we can see there. I have 165k written down here. That looks about right. Looks like a stack of 100k and 5k chips.
Yeah.
And here we go. We do have new players joining the table.
We do indeed.
And Carl opening here with pocket deuces. Fairly reasonable here. They are 6-handed. Is going to open it up from +3.
Yeah.
Edgar there folding the 10 deuce. Reliably informed that Mr. Edgar Fick is an Irish Poker Tour regular. He's going to have a lot of experience. We see here Remus defending off the short stack. Does flop a gut shot. Carl going to bet 2k.
Yeah.
Interesting spot, Dara.
Carl is definitely on the loose side. He likes to play a lot of hands. He's very aggressive post flop. He tends to keep betting until you either fold or raise.
Not a bad strategy, right? As we know.
Yeah, it definitely works for him. He does very well in the Dublin Poker Club here. He's one of the regulars, which is here in the Bonnington.
Makes my job so much easier, Dara. You've got all the local knowledge. Oh yeah, Edgar, I believe, very much a regular on the Irish Tour. I wonder if this is our resident Scotsman and they were late arriving. Doesn't seem like it, but we'll see in a moment. It could be. What do you reckon, Dara? Seat 4 looks Scottish to you?
He
could be Scottish.
I'm not sure what looks Scottish means.
I believe it is Jamie. He has made the miraculous arrival.
Yeah.
Like a magician. That is Jamie Bachu.
Oh, wow.
In seat 4. He cashed the IPO in 2018, 2019 and 2021.
Sick.
Yeah, so clearly a man with experience on this stage.
Yeah. Is it? Key? That looks like Keith Toohey, but...
No, I don't think Keith was playing.
No, Keith told me he wasn't coming today.
Interesting here from Remus. Pocket deuces is the type of hand that wants to open shove here for 12 blinds from the small.
Yeah.
Surprised to see him limp. Don't really want to limp call it off, Dara.
No.
Perhaps thinks that Colm is experienced enough to have some raised folds, even at this depth, which he should. Now for Remus, unfortunately, we're out of position with an under pair to the board.
Which is going to be the outcome almost always when you have pocket twos, unfortunately.
Yeah, going to be check folding.
Yeah, he does.
I think also, you know, having two deuces in your hand, your opponent is going to isolate a bunch of hands that contain a deuce. So potentially not a hand that you want to. It's never going to be a limp trap, but you know, your opponent will possibly isolate less junky hands. In any case, Colm pounces on the weakness, takes it down post.
I played with Colm yesterday as well. He was on my second last table. He bus. Not too far from the end of the day. He came to the table relatively short. Couldn't get anything going, but very accomplished player, both online and live.
Yeah, both Colm and Jamie in seat 4 with big stacks seated next to each other. Let's see if they would like to contend with each other and clash. So let's do a test of whether I have the correct lineup. Is it Noel Fitzsimmons? I believe it is.
Yes, looks like it is.
Yeah, folds to Carl Nolan in seat 6, opening the pocket 8s.
Yeah.
Carl opening with the pocket 8s. Edgar here with the king deuce of diamonds. Has some shenanigans in mind. Very wide 3-bet selection here.
Yeah, yeah.
Makes it 6.5k.
Yeah, the suited kings are often used, but all the way down to king deuce, that's wide.
A little bit wide. Well, you know, we'd rather see aggression than a passive approach.
For sure, sure.
Does put Carl in a tough spot here out of position. Typically, we are just going to call. Around about 40 big blinds deep. Doesn't really achieve too much to rip in 40 bigs.
That's as good as boards get for 8s. That doesn't have an 8 on it.
7-6-4 rainbow. Carl improves with a gut shot to go along with his overpair to the board. Edgar probably gonna c-bet this one small a good amount. Try and fold out some better Broadway hands, Dara. Some suited stuff that we can get. If we can get a king, queen of clubs, just lay it down.
Yeah, you'd expect Carl's range to be mostly pairs and and the weaker Broadways, and we can definitely get the weaker Broadways to fold.
Now, Carl has decided to click it. What do you think, Dara? Sub 40, it seems quite reasonable actually to just look to run this. Like if we do run into an overpair, we do have that backup 4-5s in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely 4-5s as well as the 8s working for us, and our hand's going to be the best a lot as well. So another benefit of this raise is equity denial to the types of hands that Carl actually has. Because even though Carl has nothing right now, like he has the king immediately, he has backdoor diamonds as well. Yeah,
potential to be able to barrel a whole host of scare cards. I think I like that play from Carl, very well played. Edgar punished a little for stepping out of line pre. There are worse crimes in the world than going for it with a suited king.
Didn't lose too much there anyway.
Yeah, I'll take you through the rest of the lineup now, guys. Marek Novak in seat 7. Mr. John McGinn there to the right of your picture. And Edgar Fick, 200k. A little bit less now after that failed flop c-bet.
Where is Edgar from?
From Poland.
Poland, okay.
Bunch of big stacks at this table, though. Colm, Jamie, and Edgar, all with the guts of 200k. Blinds are now 600, 1200, I believe, with a 1.2k ante. Round to Marek. Excuse me, just letting the graphics catch up. As Edgar continues the aggression, opening with King 10. And Remus is going to send it with the ace-8 suited.
I like it.
Yep, 12 bigs
suited
or so.
ace.
Oh, he's not going to get it through. Noel with the pocket 10s, facing a raise and a 12 big blind jam. We're still going to run this Dara with 10s.
Yeah, 10s is just too strong here.
Yeah. Edgar is going to get out of the way. Remus going to need to improve. A reasonable jam with the ace-8 of clubs against an aggressive opponent.
Yeah, you can see he still has 32% equity there. He can hit his ace and he can also hit clubs, obviously. Even against a one-club hand, he's just slightly worse than 2 to 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
No
Flop is king for Jack, all diamonds. One of the worst flops in the deck for Remus. Does improve to a king that would win him with ace high. No good for Remus. We lose him from our feature table. Noel Fitzsimmons drags in the pot, takes himself up to 45k.
Yeah, sorry to see Remus go. Very popular man, very friendly, nice, and he pretty much shows up and plays everything here in Dublin. Very popular figure.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for Remus. Luckily for him, we do have our turbo flight running. It started about an hour ago. Also, he could late reg this, I believe, potentially. Max late reg, not sure if it's closed.
9 levels. I think it's probably just closed.
Yeah.
I think the last break was the cutoff point. But yeah, the turbo flight is still going tonight, and then there's the hyper turbo flight.
The hyper.
Which Barry's going to jump into tomorrow.
Super duper turbo. Barry didn't say it in so many words, but I think he was saying to me, it's going to balance out my horrific knowledge of the game. I'm going to get in there.
Yeah, he's banking very heavily on poker players being terrible in the morning, and that's actually the one time of the day where his thoughts are somewhat lucid.
By the way, Barry, you know we love you, only messing.
We're not worried because he's asleep anyway, so. He was already falling asleep when I went back to the room at the break, so.
I'm the complete opposite, Dara. I'm the old night owl.
Pretty much every poker player is.
Yeah,
but Barry's very much against type there.
So Keith comes in from the hijack with the ace-7 off. Bottom of range open.
Yeah.
Noel, back-to-back pocket pairs. Does look to be a very standard 3-bet call spot, Dara.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Jacks is a gift from the gods at this point. 35 big blinds.
Yeah, more than happy to run this against LP. Like the sizing from Noel.
Yeah.
Makes it 7.5 bigs. And Keith, of course, content to get out of the way with the ace-7 off.
Yeah, as you said, bottom of range. When you're at bottom of range, no need to think about it, no need to posture, just let it go.
Poker's simple in those moments, Dara, isn't it? You know, you're like, okay, I'm going to try and steal with this one. You already know you're folding to
I think
any
you used to see a
aggression.
lot more posturing live. You know, players pretending they had a hand before they folded. But now, thankfully, most players just kind of recognize that you're supposed to have folds in every spot.
Sure.
It's not a sign of weakness.
As we look at the chip counts, some huge stacks on this table. 4 stacks above 100 bigs. Edgar with 153. Keith on the short stack with some work to do. John opens with the 5s under the gun. Pretty reasonable, 8-handed. Looks like 3.4k, 2,800, excuse me. Noel with somewhat of a decision there with 7-8 suited. It's decided to get out of the way on the button. Marek will not be getting out of the way. The king-queen off. Pretty normal defense spot there.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand if you weren't in the big blind, you would probably play as a 3-bet or fold. But when you're in the big blind, closing the action, standard play is just a call.
Yep. Does flop best. Ace, queen 8 with 2 hearts. John with one of the most favored bluff combos from under the gun. All these low pairs, 4s and 5s particularly.
Yeah, it's a good board for him with the ace. Marek won't love seeing the ace, and he won't feel great about this hand. We actually saw a player fold top pair to a double barrel.
I think I caught it on the break, king 9.
Yeah, king 9, yeah. It's quite interesting. Again, it was against an early position raise. People get spooked in those spots.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how this develops. 3.9k, he's gone for around half pot. Seems quite reasonable on a pretty coordinated board. And this is our Jin card to continue the bluff. 9 of hearts, we can see any large bet here, Dara, is going to put pressure. Even a hand as strong as
so much
ace-7, something like this.
Yeah, very hard for him to have hands that feel really good about continuing against a large bet now. He's also picked up the 5 high flush draw as a bit of backup, which is why you can see he still has 25% equity. But
does
he actually
take the free one.
Yeah. But he's hit his flush on the river now, so he has actually got there. But he's not going to fill up.
Somewhat interesting spot here. Marek kind of in the middle of his range.
Yeah.
But I doubt he's going to turn this hand into a bluff. No. It does go check, check. 5 of hearts taking it down for John. That's my favourite bluff, I think.
The low pairs?
Ah, the low pair. You're like, best of luck to you, buddy.
And everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go bet, bet, bet.
Of course, the big blind going to have a bunch of flushes, right? But he's got everything else that's just really in trouble against your treble. In any case, nice pickup for John. It takes the free card, improves to a river flush. So as the dealer is shuffling the deck, gives me a chance, Dara, to represent one of the best online series coming up, our partners Unibet. You are, of course, an ambassador for Unibet. They have the Unibet online series beginning on Sunday, running for 3 weeks, October 29th to November 20th. €1 million guaranteed across the festival. 4 different leaderboards, 1 at each level. So guys, get in the mix on Unibet. You have the chance to go after Dara here.
Yeah, that starts tomorrow. I'll probably be playing on my tablet at the table, whatever I happen to be playing tomorrow, if I'm not still in the main event. But yeah, it's a great series. Money added, 4 different leaderboards. Rewards players of all buy-in levels, all the way down to the low series, which actually, in proportional terms, is the most lucrative. So
yeah,
it definitely rewards people who sort of commit to the series and just say they'll play everything, even if it's just a low buy-in. You know, the low buy-ins are like €1 games.
Absolutely. I know that yourself and Mr. Lappin are always in all the comps, swinging for bragging rights.
Yeah.
As we see here, Keith under the gun 1 opens with the ace-10. Does get king-queen out of the way. Gives respect to the EP raise. Takes this one down uncontested pre. Also, Dara, there's the Unibet Open in Bucharest. Next live stop for Unibet. End of November, the 5-star Marriott Hotel. And there's €2K packages running every Sunday night. Sounds like it's going to be a pretty high-quality live series.
Yeah, Bucharest is probably my favourite stop of the ones that Unibet goes to. Beautiful city. The hotel is amazing. Great venue, and Unibet really put out the stop with all the stops with the player parties and the other activities. And it's a very nice tournament. It's unusual in the day of unlimited re-entry. It's a single re-entry tournament. And
nice.
And if you do re-enter, you can only re-enter the last flight. So you can play any of the earlier flights, but they're all pure freeze-outs. And if you don't get through on your first bullet, you have to wait till the last flight, which is a turbo flight.
Interesting.
But that's quite popular with the recreational players who kind of hate the way a lot of tournaments have gone now, where you see the pros firing 7 or 8 bullets.
Knock out a top reg and they come and sit on your left 2 minutes later.
Exactly.
So we did say Colm and Jamie with big stacks. We wondered if they'd clash. Well, Colm with the queen jack off opens. Jamie finds kings 1 seat over. That's an error in the graphics. It's a 3-bet to around about 8.5K. But imagine Colm's going to have pretty defined ranges here, not going to continue with his queen jack off.
No, Colm knows his pre-flop ranges.
Yeah. Certainly one of those hands that does just go in the bin. So yeah, guys, if you want to try and qualify for that Unibet Open, €2K packages running every Sunday night. I'm getting it myself, Dara.
Both of you don't want, right?
Cards back in the air, Colm folding under the gun. Interesting, I know most of the Scottish lads, being one myself. I don't really recognise Jamie.
It's interesting, yeah.
Might be a new kid on the block.
Yeah, it was surprising to me after the pandemic how many young, new Irish players I didn't recognise. A lot of guys saying the pandemic, and the first we saw of them was just after the when live reopened. Of course, literally the very first tournament after the pandemic in Ireland was this tournament.
I have been hearing about it. I heard the place was rammed back to the Raptors.
Everybody was just thrilled to be back. The government literally lifted the restrictions the day before.
Love to see it. Carl opening the hijack with ace-queen. Keith in the big does improve on the turn. Bottom pair is good. Of course, Carl very aware that this board hits the big blind range quite hard. I'm just going to check it down here. Pair of threes for Keith is going to be good. Tom Murphy appears to the side of the booth, showing some kind of witchcraft to Dara O'Kearney. I believe that witchcraft has ended in his elimination. It was. GG, buddy. Good luck in the turbo. Well, we discussed this earlier, Mr. Tom Murphy. I know you just wanted to come back and join your old pal Picasso.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Your old pal.
Brought me back.
So many thanks to Dara. Always top-notch analysis as always. Tom, good to see you. GG's unlucky.
Thank you.
Mr. Tom Murphy, guys, back in the booth with myself.
Some familiar faces at the feature table.
Strong table here, bud. Yeah, looks like one of the strongest lineups we've seen thus far.
I definitely know C6, Charlotte, definitely one of the Village Green and Bonnington regs. Very capable player, and also Colm Chan at the table.
Yeah, Colm Chan with a big stack in seat 3.
A superstar.
Oh, a superstar. No pressure, Colm. To be fair, he seems to be playing very solidly thus far. We've got some big stacks at this table. Seems a little more fundamentally sound than a few of the earlier tables, with respect to them. Don't come for me on Twitter and all that.
So, have we beat the bad beat from earlier? It was aces versus kings, right? You said someone flatted aces, someone repopped kings.
Yeah, I haven't seen any outrageous ones as yet.
I'm waiting for like quads over quads, full house over full house, something like that.
All right, we'll see what we can do, buddy. See what we can do. So cards back in the air. That's Noel Fitzsimmons under the gun, reaching for chips. With the King Queen, 40 bigs effective, Tom. Pretty normal stuff. Comes in for a raise. 2.5k to go. Folds around to Edgar. We already seen him attack and open with the King Deuce suited, so he's ready to get in the mix. Does not have ace-7, you can ignore that. With the pocket sixes makes the call.
Yeah, that makes sense. Step minor off to stack depth. A lot of implied odds.
Yeah, still a bunch of boards we get to continue on. Jamie Bashu, our resident Scotsman, completes with Jack-6 of spades. Flop is ace-7-9. Pocket sixes still good. Of course, can't know it. Does check through to Edgar.
You think a stab is out of the ordinary here?
No, I think it's good. This is one of the hands that we are going to use as a potential barrel off. Of course, a small bet here. You can immediately start leveraging pressure on hands as strong as like pocket jacks, stuff like this. Obviously, you can clear out some equity. You can get better pairs to fold. We can see you had the best hand, but yeah, don't mind it.
You feel kind of robbed, don't you? Like, you know, he has the best hand, he has sixes, but you're almost like, oh, you took it away from me, you know?
Absolutely. Nice play there from Edgar. You know, I'm always looking for a triple barrel if we can find one. Yeah, I think that spot is underfound as a bluff. You know, on these, especially in these multi-way spots. On the old ace-9-7.
Yeah, definitely, great stab. You kind of hate seeing an ace-high flop when you pick up such a beautiful hand like King Queen, and it's just one of those flops where if they have an ace, you're just almost dead, you know, you kind of have to go runner.
Yeah, I think I like the check from Noel. We get to do some delayed c-betting.
Yeah.
We can represent some sort of thin value bets later in the hand and make a hand like sixes fold if indeed had checked back. Nice play from Edgar, nice pickup. So Tom, what is the plan? Are you going to hop into this super duper hyper turbo tomorrow? Or are you going to max late reg this turbo? Or are you over it? What's the
I think
play?
I might just focus on, you know, something like solitaire for the rest of my life. You know? It's been a tough weekend. I have had fun, but you know, I think I'm all pokered out for today. So yeah, I'm not exactly
Listen,
sure.
there's no shame in taking your time, coming back when you're ready. It'd be irresponsible of me to just say, get back in there and fire, fire, fire. And
So
you
you're
know
saying I should go another time? Okay, I'll get off.
Absolutely. You know I'm responsible. Now, Colin Jan, opening the King 7 on the button. Kind of close to bottom of range, but very reasonable.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to see a lot of capable players push it even wider than King 7. You know, if you can give you an edge post flop and you can navigate post very well, why not?
Yeah, like this a lot from Jamie. You will typically see people take a very passive line here with 6s at this depth. Of course, Jamie, well aware how wide Colin is going to be opening. You know, I think people under 3-bet these small pairs in the small blind. Of course, Colin would be okay, but don't mind just immediately taking up aggressive action against a capable player who's going to have a lot of raised folds, Tom.
Yeah, great 3-bet. It's very tough to navigate post, but yeah, you're dead right. You know, you can't just call every time and hope to flop the set, and if they c-bet once fold, if you don't hit your set, you know, so otherwise you're very exposed.
Yeah. I also have a very disguised hand, right? If it does come the old 6-7-9,
yeah,
we get to check, button gets to go crazy, we get to win a 300k pot. Lots of good things can
What are
happen.
these pots you're winning? I haven't been in one of these in a while.
I haven't won a 300k pot for a while, don't worry about it. Now, we did say there's going to be an interesting dynamic. I think two of the very accomplished players at the table seated side by side with a lot of chips. John here, +1. Step, put his head above the parapet, opens with 3-5 of clubs.
Yeah, there is an argument to be made, you know, when you're quite deep, opening more of this kind of suited, connected bottom end of your range for coverage, but you know, 5-3 may be a bit wide, but who knows what will the flop bring.
Yeah, this one's a little out of line for sure. Like a 5-6 suited type as close to bottom, but yep. Colm gonna peel, of course, with the suited ace in position. Look to try and use his skill post flop. Carl gonna complete. Is a 3 big blind open, but does complete with Queen 3 of hearts. What a flop this is. We have middle pair and a backdoor flush draw for Colm. John, if you're opening the 3-5 of clubs, it's about as good as it gets, Tom.
A lot of hopium for John on this flop.
Oh, hopium, he says.
And the turn was a deuce.
Would have liked to see check here from John. Like, obviously, I'm coming from a more theory-based perspective. We have seen a lot of players c-betting with hands that have a lot of equity. That, of course, on this board, lots of our range would not like to c-bet, right? Like a hand like Ace King with 1 club, we're not going to c-bet all this. Anyway, John, beautiful spot for him now. It finds the check. Very strong chance Colm turns this into a bluff, I think, Tom.
I wonder if he turns it into a bluff, or if he just thinks, you know, John's taking a stab with some overs. Maybe has like a king of clubs, a queen of clubs. Maybe he wants to protect his hand here as well. 7's going to be ahead quite a lot of the time.
Yeah, Colm does decide to check it back. Is one of these spots where it might be probably one of the worst hands we get to the turn with, right? Is Ace-7 suited. But he's correctly found the turn check back. Very interesting now. John goes for half pot.
Nice.
Yeah, very well played from Colm there.
Yeah, you're dead right about the 5-3 c-bet. You know, you can't just think about the specific strength of this exact 2 cards in your hand. You know what I mean? You have to think, if I had Ace King here, what would I do? If I had Aces here, what would I do? If I had King Queen in a multi-way pot, it can be very tough. You know, you can't just blast. But yeah, nicely done by John, and he takes it down.
Yeah, well played by both. Yeah, interesting spot.
Let's get a nice little 6-bet pot going. You know what I mean? Someone min clicking with the
Little
aces,
6-bet.
someone min clicking with the kings, going back and
We
forth.
don't see 6-bets anymore, Tom.
I almost seen that in the flight I just played. It was insane.
Did you?
I will also add, none of the players had aces or kings.
I tell you, buddy, you missed the glory days. 2012. It was about who could click it the most number of times and be all in pre.
It's out there on that table. What are you talking about? I was right there for it. I felt like I was there.
Column gonna enter this one. Does wake up with a premium. The ace king off in the hijack.
Yeah, definitely not opening wide here. It's also kind of great when you are opening wider and people have kind of noticed, oh, this guy's opening king 4 suited, king 5 suited.
Yep.
And they wake up with ace king.
Noel here with 35 bigs. Would like to see call. Does find it with the pocket threes. Only 2 ranges behind that can deny us. Is one of the hands that at 35 bigs we will peel. Does find it. Go heads up.
Noel hoping to make a small farce.
Very interesting. Queen 6-2 all spades. Yeah, Column here showing his experience. We have seen a lot of players c-betting basically range. On these monotone boards, you're going to want to check a lot of hands. And this one falls very nicely into that range.
Makes the flush on the turn.
Yeah, Noel does check back. Column now going to go for value. This makes sense, Tom, right? Go for value against a hand like pocket sevens with a spade.
Yep, 100%. You're definitely going to get at least a street of some smaller flushes. Great check by Colin as well. Like, you know, typically when you're playing middle position, cut off versus button, you're just going to play a lot of check in general out of position. You don't want to blow the clock and bet and get raised and, you know, get into some spicy spots. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, Noel content to check that one back.
Trying to see who's the chip leader here. Is it Column or is it C4?
It could be seat 9, in fact.
Oh,
I think
okay,
seat 9 has close to 200k. That is Edgar Fick, IPT regular. He is under the gun, has 188k.
Jack 5 will be going in.
And goes in the bin. Action folds around to Carl with the Jack 9. Working with 50 bigs. Going to be opening this one, Tom.
Just be a raise and take it. It is. Very rarely that happens. Very rarely.
Last time I saw a raise and take it in Dublin. I don't even know if I was playing poker. 2012 also. You either folded pre or you got it in with a 6-bet. Those were the days. It's interesting though how poker has evolved, obviously, over the last 5 to 10 years in particular.
Yeah.
We've got the theory geeks, such as myself and you. I'm not even that big of a theory geek, but you know, these days it does feel like it's very beneficial to know some of the baseline strategies.
Yeah, definitely, of course. You know, a lot of people argue, should you use any theory in live poker? And it's definitely worthwhile knowing some of the basics.
Just be prepared for absolutely none of it to work.
Oh, yeah.
Keith here with the King 9 of clubs.
Prepare for pain.
Working with around about 33 bigs. Certainly going to be good enough to raise.
Yeah, I like this raise with King 9.
Again, Column there, showing his experience, just folding 7-8 suited early position. Does not do well whatsoever against the UTG Open. At 35 bigs deep. Folds round to Edgar. Is going to defend. You can ignore John's hand. Edgar does not have a 3 of diamonds. Second nut flush draw flopped for under the gun.
Oh, I was hoping his hand wouldn't show since I play guess the hand.
Sweat with
Edgar.
This one just going to go c-bet fold.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine it going any differently.
Unless Edgar shows some outrageous love for the game.
Oh, yeah.
Does let it go.
we were watching them here.
Pretty strong lineup this though, Tom. You were out in the room earlier today, looking around the tables. Is there a big mixture of skill levels?
Yeah, 100%. There's actually a pretty high standard overall. There's a lot of decent players that spread out quite evenly across the field. Yeah, and you know, even your average recreational player, a lot of them have a very solid game. You know, so there is quite a decent stand-up today.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, if you are just joining, watching the stream on YouTube, welcome along. Live coverage of the International Poker Open Main Event Day 1C. I'm Andrew Headley, joined in the booth by the young maestro, Mr. Thomas Murphy. Pleasure to have you with us, buddy.
Thank you very much. I'd like to add, though, if you did beat me in a pot, you're terrible. Terrible. The standard's horrible.
Can't go giving unwarranted praise. Raised from Noel Fitzsimmons with the King-9 of spades. Round to the blinds.
I think I mentioned earlier, I mentioned something about not having a favourite hand. King-9, I think.
It's very pretty, very pretty.
Likes a 3-bet sometimes. Sometimes you can get a 4-bet in, you know. It's,
yeah.
It's wild.
Interesting spot here. Edgar does appeal with King-10 off. And Keith did have the option to squeeze here pre. Wouldn't have hated to see it. You know, small blind range here, typically relatively weak. Going to have some decent strength hands in there, excuse me. All players flopping some form of straight draw. Ace-10 of Keith still currently good. You expect Edgar to go for this, Tom?
Yeah, I can imagine Edgar with an open ender and a checking through probably wants to stick that in. Some form of something, so yeah, maybe 6 around.
Very interesting spot here. Keith needs to peel one with the gut shot and overcard. Interesting to see what happens on a blank.
Yeah, definitely. If it goes check, you know. Can't imagine Edgar thinks he's good here for King High, so probably
yeah, I think we're going to have to go for it with this one. We do unblock missed flush draws. A hand like 5x of diamonds, 6-8 of diamonds even is going to have a very difficult time calling river. We do block some of the best top pairs with our King of Clubs and the 10 of spades in our hand, blocking King Queen and Queen 10. Really like this from Edgar.
Looking very suspicious here.
Like the sizing also, I think, you know, looks like a value bet.
Yeah.
55% pot. Does look as if we are going for, you know, little bit of a finish value.
Yeah, of course, it looks like exactly how you play a hand like Queen Jack, or, you know, top pair or 2 pair.
Yeah. Super interesting. Keith actually does have a hand that could consider shoving. He'd be very brave to do so. Does have that 10 blocker. Blocking a hand like 9-10.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, you know, is he thinking about turning his hand into a bluff, or is he thinking of the stone cold ace high hero call?
He's gonna bluff. Can he find it? Wow, counting out calling chips, Tom. He makes the call. Bravo to you, Keith.
I do a lap at the table. Get in the bin.
Wow, finds the hero call with just ace high. Sniffs it out. Beautifully played hand by both, I would say. Like the bluff from Edgar. Keith, non-believer, Thomas.
Can we investigate this man? Is he getting inside info? What's going on here?
Scotland, we call that having the device.
We had it that time. Well, what a call. Didn't believe him at all. It's kind of one of those tough spots as well, where you have a 10, you're kind of thinking, should I hero call here? I kind of block straights, or should I turn my hand into a bluff? You kind of want them to have a 10, you want them to have, you know, kind of a missed straight draw.
Yeah, great call. Very interesting spot. That is a spot where I would typically find myself shoving rather than calling.
Of course, yeah.
Nothing worse there than when you call and they have 4 or 5 diamonds for a bottom pair turned into a bluff.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
Yeah. That's definitely happened to me. You know, you're thinking of a hero call. It literally happened to me in Killarney, and he was like, "Oh yeah, nice hand, nice hand." I flip over ace king. Does ace king, flips over 5s. It's like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, nothing worse.
Should have waited for you to muck your hand.
Nothing worse than when a player ends up value bluffing you. And you paid it off. But great call. Got to hand it to Keith there. Cool hand. Now we just need your big cooler that you've requested in.
Yeah. So I'm hoping for ace queen, ace king, aces, kings. You know, 4 more spots to fill here. So.
Ace queen open from Marek in the hijack. Raises to 4K. Now Keith potentially feeling himself after that call. Does fold the 6-7 suited. Colm gonna defend with the suited 8 deuce.
Yeah, you're going to defend a lot of suited hands in the big blind, especially with the big blind handy.
Yeah. So that flop is all Marek. Yeah. Next hand dealer.
Still thinking about it. It's like, oh, wow.
That was a big call. Very hard to think of too many bluffs.
Yeah, you know,
but he found it. He found it.
He didn't believe him. That's all it came down to.
That is what it came down to. Yeah, big hero call from Keith. Very well sniffed out. I gotta say, I like Edgar's bluff a lot.
Yeah,
Didn't launch it. Goes for the half pot sort of value bluff. You know,
a lot of people kind of come to the issue where I'm bluffing here. You know, I have to go big. I have to go over the pot. I have to. And these very big bets can be very polar. But you know, he played it how he played 2 pair, top pair. So.
Yeah, I think very credible to bet half pot there with a hand like King Queen for sure. Queen 10.
Yeah. If Edgar had a queen there, you know, he's just getting paid off ways.
Very fun hand. High level poker from both players. As Noel Fitzsimmons opens the action here under the gun. King 8 of spades into the muck.
Yeah, King 8 of spades could be an open. Maybe it's a graphical error. Maybe he's not comfortable playing the hand. These suited face cards are going to work quite well.
Yeah. Open would have been very reasonable.
Normal next to call, and Jamie with the Bronson here.
Yeah, Jamie potentially could have raised pre here using the junky part of his range,
Yeah,
but they are very deep. Potentially just don't want to clash.
Yeah, maybe Jamie thinks Colum's a very capable player. Do I want to, you know, get involved with Colum when maybe I think I might have an edge in other parts as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Column here with 7 high. Flop does go check. I think you do see a lot of small bluffs now from the small, kind of half pot type sizing.
I could even imagine Colum probably just stabbing the flop, you know, just completing. Jamie's going to have a lot of junk, you know, maybe taking a stab. He's going to have a ton of equity with an open ender.
Sure.
Jamie might even be willing to call some ace size if he's not ISOing some ace size.
Yeah.
They're very deep, you know. So.
Yeah, Colum gets the job done on the turn. Yeah, both clearly very capable. Jamie
Colum's
has...
okay. Colum's, you know what, we'll just say that. He's okay.
He plays all right.
I take back my statement. What did he come in the main event?
Yeah, it's 2 years ago, right? He went deep?
I think he had a nice run this year as well.
Okay.
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, he knows what.
Knows his way around the deck. So guys, hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're certainly enjoying watching the table. Myself and I don't know how long I've got Tom for, but I'll be here till around about midnight local time. A couple more hours of coverage still to go as we welcome our new player to the table. Is this your first experience in the booth, Tom?
This is my first experience in the booth. It's also my first time playing the main event. Now, after multiple flights, I've had many experiences playing the main event. But yeah, the IPO, I was just about to say, you know, what a setup. It's phenomenal. They have a great stream going for such a kind of budget event. You know, you're not playing a 1K. It's not like the Irish Open. It's not over a K. Yeah, great setup. Great to have commentary and coverage in an event such as this.
Yeah, absolutely. Kudos to the IPO for putting this on, and many thanks to our partners Unibet for helping to bring the magic to life. But yeah, I thoroughly agree. Beautiful setup.
Yeah.
Watch it announced, I know it. Oh, you don't understand? Huh? They got chips back? Yeah, I've seen that up bullshit about this. Yeah, it's weird.
Good luck.
Weird one up there, yeah.
So we get an update there from the field, Tom. You want to give us a rundown
Yeah,
of what's going on in the high roller?
That was Nick Newport, final 3 people of the high roller, slightly chip leading. That is over beside us in the booth. You want to come take a look?
Three-handed.
Three-handed. One person will walk away with the glory. I have heard there will be no chops from everyone at the table.
Oof.
You know, they're going for blood, they're going for gusto.
You love seeing that.
You love seeing
playing the game.
There's too many chops nowadays. I've said it. People might take offense, but I've said it.
I'm going to remember that, Tom, for the next time you're three-handed. There's a 100k pay jump.
Chop it up, lads. Chop it up. I do understand some scenarios that make sense, but you know, sure. I love playing now. I love watching people battle. I love someone going for first. I love the pressure, the highs, the lows. It's great. 6 is here for Michael and hijack. I'm assuming he's going to open these.
Yeah, Michael, a new player at the table. Take us through this one, Tom. Take us through the action.
I think Michael's going to do it to him. All right. Small blind. No 5-3 suited. Not good enough to call the small. He's just going to raise and take it. What an easy life, you know. Sometimes poker is just, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes you're raising, you can't pick up a hand, you're getting 3-bet, 4-bet, and sometimes you have 6s and you just raise and take it. And with 6s, there's probably nothing better to see. Apart from flopping a set and getting it over.
I mean, all I wanted was a hand off, start in the hand. You get the raise and take it.
He gets the raise and take it.
Seriously, no justice. Beautifully analysed there, yeah. Tom.
He didn't do much wrong there, I'll tell you now.
Absolutely.
Michael looks like he's played a hand or two. For sure. Seems there's a bit of table talk at the table. Seems like a friendly table.
Yeah, long days, Tom. Right? Sometimes, sometimes you need a bit of discussion.
Yeah, sometimes I'm not in the mood to talk, but it is good to kind of get some table talk going. You know, sometimes there's nothing worse than sitting there and everyone's stone-faced and there's no talk, and you know, you're playing a hand, someone's critiquing you about how you played the hand, they're calling you crap. You know, you're like, just give me a break. King Queen suited for Michael, 2 hands in a row. I'm assuming this one goes raised as well.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful looking hand. I gotta say, we talked about the King 9 suited, King Queen suited.
King Queen suited, even prettier. Can call 3-bets, can sometimes 4-bet.
I think it's my favorite.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah, it is a gorgeous hand.
If you have to choose one. Well, it's not his favorite anymore. Noel Fitzsimmons wakes up
I take
with
it back.
queens.
King Queen suited, garbage hand.
Would like to see a small 3-bet here, but typically when we see these live 20 bigs, and obviously you cannot fault jam.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, queens can be hard to navigate post. You know, an ace or a king in the flop.
Yeah.
He is in position. You probably do want to 3-bet small with some of your aces, kings, queens, that really high part of your range. But yeah, I can understand.
Oh wow, Marek's gonna step into this.
This is a big one.
Don't see him folding unless he has a specific read that Noel is too tight, but I can't fault him here, Tom. Can't fault him.
God, yeah, I do the same thing.
You asked for the cooler and you've got it.
No, the cooler will be Jack in the
Well, one of the queens is going to be dead. Michael gets out of the way. And Noel Fitzsimmons is going to be in beautiful shape. 4-1 favorite here. It's more than double up.
This is what dreams are made of.
Very unfortunate for Marek. Have to put this in. Has Tom Murphy foreshadowed the blood on the felt?
Sorry in advance. Clean.
King
He's got the spades working for
9. Very clean turn at 9 of clubs. Marek down to 2 of the remaining jacks in the deck.
Look at that. No cooler city. No, you know. What am I even here for?
Very unfortunate there for Marek. Obviously got to put this one in.
Nice pick up there. It hurts when you fold King Queen there and you go, it's a King High flop. Why didn't you let me see a flop?
Yeah, can't fault him. Gotta let that one go.
33.
Doing a good job. Cards back in the air. Yeah, super unfortunate there for Marek. Really cannot go folding jacks here to a 20 big blind rejam.
I do kind of feel for him as well. It's kind of how some of my bullets went. You know, you're being super card dead, you're picking up marginal hands, you're getting 3-bet, you're folding. You pick up a beautiful hand in a beautiful spot, and you're pipped, you know, or you're, you know, and it's just, it hurts your mental, but you've got to stick with it. You've got to think, okay, you know, I still have a workable stack here. We got to spin it up. You can't just let it get you down and let it affect you.
Absolutely, mental fortitude. One of the most important qualities for any aspiring poker player.
Now, I'd flip the table, that's what I'm saying, but
now,
you know, that's me. So
I was fighting everything in me there to, you know, to troll you for moaning, but, you know, we'll go with the positive outlook. Hashtag positivity, as the big man,
doing my
Philly
yoga,
H, will say.
My yoga phase here. So.
Now, Jamie Bachu, beautiful looking 9-10 of diamonds in the hijack, is going to come in for the raise to 3.5k. Noel in the cutoff, gets out of the way.
Nine, 8, dominating the big blind, but surely you're going to call connected cards.
Yeah, pretty easy defend here for John. Both players very deep, 90 bigs effective. Jamie does have John dominated. Ace, queen, queen, flop. Typically going to see sort of bet of 20% or so here. One big blind, also an option. You can see the experience here of Jamie. Quarter pot.
Yeah,
that'll be the end of that.
Don't want to go very big, you know, if your opponent somehow has some raggedy hand like Queen 7 in the big blind and you're betting big, and you say you have an ace, you know, you're just going to kind of value on yourself, so
sure,
no need to go ham.
Yeah, these very dry, quote-unquote dry textures, a lot of small betting.
So Andrew, you mentioned you're friends with Feraldo, right?
I am
what
indeed.
What are the odds of you texting Feraldo right now? He's not going.
He is in Coventry,
Disgusting.
if you can believe it.
Disgusting.
What are the odds of me texting him
and him doing commentary? Imagine he was in the Bonnington. Niall.
Oh, he would do it. He would do it for sure.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he would do it.
I wonder, would he give a fair shake or?
You can never be sure.
Depends how many drinks I'm.
He'd either be in the booth and be an absolute disaster, or he would be somewhat inebriated delight.
Yeah, yeah. I love his tweets.
I've seen him do both. I'm not going to lie to you.
When he's inebriated, it's great.
Go on, we'll tell you a little quick story time, which is fun. A few years back, I was doing the Irish Open, and I had the pleasure of Neil's company in the booth. He arrived wearing a giant green leprechaun hat.
Oh wow!
In a, you know, light-hearted poking fun at the Irish, I would say, but he was enjoying himself. And we had been told that we could consume alcohol on the stream, but it had to be very well concealed. So we were having some drinks and beers in coffee cups.
Okay.
Now, everybody on the rail and in the chat was in on the joke.
Yeah.
So they could, of course, be like, wow, that must be a very nice cafe latte you're dealing with there, boys, etc.
Your 7th one? Wow, that's a lot of coffee.
Yeah, exactly. So Neil proceeds to stand up from the table, disappears, from the booth, excuse me, disappears, goes to the bar, and comes back with a tray of 9 coffee cups and says, I got us espressos. Now, believe it or not, it was not espresso.
That's surprising.
It was the classic, the old Jaegers, the 9 Jaeger bombs.
Wow.
Fun stream.
Yeah, I seen a very funny tweet from him about that before, so it's quite funny. I might bring that
Yeah,
up
God
later.
love him. He is the best. As Keith opens under the gun with the King 9 of clubs. Feraldo's basically an adopted Irishman anyway.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, when you mentioned a bit of poking fun at the Irish, I was like, Feraldo's Irish. We'll stick him in the Irish guy.
We will come back to that story shortly. Marek peels button with the ace-10 of diamonds. Interesting spot here for John, right? Tom, you kind of favor squeeze 3-betting here rather than overcalling the small?
Yeah, definitely. You know, typically any 2 cards you have, like regardless if you have aces, you don't want to see flops multi-way. Your equity is going to go down a lot when you're seeing flops multi-way. Obviously, we can see ace-jack is a favorite at the moment. But yeah, maybe he's a bit worried about the under-the-gun raise.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have faulted just folding pre here. I think I prefer squeeze or fold to flat. And very interesting, bit of modern poker theory coming in the mix. Edgar's going to lead. Don't hate it. Of course, the big blind going to connect with this 8-8-6 pretty well. He's going to have all the 8x. You will see a lot of check raising, of course, but deciding to just be proactive, and it leads small on the flop.
Yeah, of course. I'm not even too familiar with leading myself, so you know, I'll leave that all to you, Andrew. I can't understand the basics of how it works, but yeah,
don't hate it. Very typically, if you're going to do it a lot on low to medium to low boards, specifically when there's a flop straight. So like a 6-7-8 or something like this, you know, you're going to do a bunch of small leading, perhaps not 4-way. It's a little murkier.
Yeah,
but I mean, we can see here with this small bet, already you're getting rid of the 2 best hands, right? Ace-Jack and Ace-10. So for such a small price, you've managed to thin the field here. And Keith, you can still attack Keith's range. Very interesting to see what develops. Does turn a double gutter.
Yeah, I wonder if he just kind of keeps repping the 8 here. Probably would have liked to see a double barrel from Edgar, you know, kind of continue telling your story.
I do agree. Also, blocking, it's quite important to note, blocking 9s and 10s, which are hands that would probably continue turn, you know, might want to look us up.
Maybe Keith has Edgar a bit shaken after that ace-high call, you know?
Well, this is the thing, yeah.
Now, this is probably a bit of a terrible card, you know? You kind of want to rep that 8. Now there's 3 8s out there, you know? How likely are quads? Have you just raised the 6? You could probably still rep the 6 here. Maybe you want to protect some 6x.
I would like to see give up here, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like, are we really going to bet with a 6? We might block. Not impossible. Are we really leading here with a hand like 5-6 into 3 players?
Of course.
Don't think so.
If you have a 6 here, like, why would you just... I wonder if he makes the call with king high. This would be incredible.
I mean, if he can think this one out, super interesting. Another spot where Edgar is going for it against Keith.
I do like the sizing, you know, he's gone for a pot size sizing, pretty polar sizing, saying, you know, I have the nuts or nothing here. It's hard to imagine he'd value bet a 6 this way. It's hard to imagine he'd somehow come up with a queen here.
Yeah, Edgar gets it through.
Yeah.
Gotta hand it to Edgar there. Manages to get 3 better hands to fold. Very nicely done. I do enjoy a little bit of the theory discussion, as you know. Keith there with specifically king 9. You know, a 9, holding a 9, you're blocking 9-10, you're blocking 9-7, which are the 2 most likely bluffs. So it seems good to fold this hand for sure. Look for a different sort of combo if you're going to hero call that river. Well played, Edgar. 2 very interesting hands, 2 of the most interesting ones of the day between the same 2 guys.
Yeah, and it's interesting if the small blind decides to 3-bet ace-jack off, you know, how does the hand play out? Does, you know, maybe ace-10 on the button call maybe, or does under the gun decide to do something with king 9? Like maybe it's just a 3-bet and take it, so, you know, the hand will play out very differently.
So many what I like to call sliding doors moments in poker, where one decision, infinite one decisions, right, here or there, completely change this trajectory of tournaments. It's a lot of fun. Would melt your brain, Tom, if you didn't turn off at night.
Oh yeah.
So action back on Calm Chan. Does find a premium. Take us through it, Tom.
Calm Chan elects the raise to, looks like it's like, oh, there we go, 3.5. Ace Queen O. Ace Queen, a hand that a lot of people are quite scared of. It's quite difficult. You can miss the flop a lot, but it is one of the best hands in poker. Texas holding, nice. Pocket 4 is here for Edgar. You can imagine he just calls here off this stack depth, hopes the flop is set. A queen 4 flop would be juicy. That's what we're looking for here. I mean, maybe not call him, but we'll see her in the booth. Keith with 7-3 off. Decides to flick it in.
Oh, there's the four ball.
There it is. There's no queen yet. This will be very interesting because check, check, check.
Edgar and Keith developing dynamic. Another one of these low boards. Wouldn't be shocked to see a big blind lead here, but he does check. Very impressed with Colm, I must say. Very experienced. Recognizes when to check back.
Of course. Yeah, Colm's very good at, you know, just not kind of being in that mindset of, I was a pre-flop raiser, I'm always going to bet here. You know, he doesn't overly c-bet. He's familiar with the boards. He's going to continue on the boards. He's going to check. I can imagine this is just a fold here.
Wow, Edgar and Keith going to war. Would have loved, you know, it's a spot that people don't normally find, but a double check from Edgar here could have been juicy. Keith might have taken off.
Don't do it to him.
I don't think he will find the check here, Edgar, but it would be beautiful if he did.
Yeah, you know, you kind of want to think, if I'm betting here, what am I getting called by? But if I check, what are they going to bluff, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to have so many hands that check back river, right? A 9, a 6. Maybe, in fact, a good 9 should bet for value, I think. Also, Edgar, he's been blasting off Tom, right? So probably thinks he's going to get heroed a good amount.
Yeah, of course.
That's 15k.
I've made that mistake a few times. You know, you look at people, you're saying, oh, he's blasted the last few hands, you know, maybe he has a bluff here. Maybe they have, and maybe I'm just picking the wrong spots, you know, so you can definitely fall into that trap, or it's definitely possible the last 10 times your opponent just had a hand, you know, so.
Absolutely is. Edgar and Keith are building up a nice dynamic here against each other at this feature. Both playing well.
Yeah, both going to war. I love it.
Pretty optimistic appeal pre with the 7-3 though. I can't help myself, I gotta say it.
Yeah, I
gotta say it.
I was kind of wondering if it was a graphical error, but you know, maybe he thought he could hit the 4, 5, 6. You know, even with those types of hands, it can be dicey. Like if the flop comes 4, 5, 6, you're going, this is it, I flopped it. You know, someone has like 7, 8, you know, so. You got to be careful with those hands. And you also got to think, you know, I'm sticking in an extra big blind to. There's not a lot of flops I'm going to hit to.
Yeah, for sure. Colm coming in for an open under the gun with the 10-8 suited.
Now this is a hand I'm in favor of coverage. So, you know, we seen 5-3 suited earlier. 10-8 suited, definitely one of those hands that can flop quite well, make the nuts, make straights, make flushes.
Yeah, Colm very aware of his opening ranges. It's very clear. I think a hand like 10-7 suited here is going to fold, but 10-8 just makes it in. Edgar here with a pretty clear continue. Suited ace-X, plays very well. Of course, 100 bigs deep. Looks like he's going for 3-bet. Don't hate it.
Yeah, don't hate it. A lot of your suited aces work very well as flats in the button.
Yeah.
A lot of people get into this thing of, oh, you know, I have ace-6, ace-5. I have to 3-bet this, you know, ace-6, ace-5 is the hand. The 3-bet, but they just work so well. You don't want to 3-bet and then Colm's open under the gun and he rips ace-king on you, you know, and then now you have to fold your ace-6 that could perform well post flops.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can go either way. Do deny some equity and take the betting lead.
Of course, yeah.
I think you can do either.
I don't hate it at all. You can also get better aces to fold. You can get like ace-8, ace-9 instead.
Yeah. Some strong poker on show, being a very fun feature table to sweat. Guys, if you are just joining, this is main event day 1C coverage, International Poker Open, here at the Bonnington in Dublin.
Edgar showing what he can do with the chips, anyways. He's putting them to use. He's
playing very well. Solid, aggressive game, always going to take you a long way.
It can definitely hurt as well, you know, these, oh, it looks like, is Noel playing a hand there, or is he folding? Yeah, it can hurt. You know, Noel and Carl haven't been as active in the last few hands, but you know, it's no discredit to them. They haven't really picked up cards. And sometimes you're looking for, you know, you're asking for the bare bottom of your range just to, so you can stick it in there because you haven't played a hand in forever. But Carl going to come with the open with Queen Jack suited here. +2.
The battle of the Queen Jack suited. Home just going to defend. Facing Carl, the effective stack with around about 35 bigs.
Yeah, Carl with the betting lead here as well, so he's going to have range advantage.
Very fun one. And by fun, I mean not that fun, but Colm is going to recognize that this is a hand that can be used as check raise. I'm gonna go ahead and predict that he raises here, Tom. I'm gonna put my reputation on the line.
I think so too.
Very
It's a hand you're going to want to
nice.
continue with a lot. I couldn't imagine Colin wants to go too passively. He's quite an aggressive player.
Yeah, I really like this.
Aggression pays the bills in poker.
People do over c-bet these boards, and look at this. Carl's gonna float one.
He's looking him in the eye. He says, "You have Queen Jack, don't you?"
This is a lot. This is fun. Now, can Colm follow through? Doesn't turn additional equity. Typically a hand that we may wave the white flag here, Tom.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, you know, like if Carl has a lot of overpairs there, he's also going to continue. I think if Colin wants to win this, he's going to have to continue telling a story that maybe he has a 10.
Look at this. He's going to find it.
There we go. That's great size. About a little under half pot, is it?
Yeah, 11K.
I think a lot of people also make the mistake that if I barrel here, I have to go pot. I have to represent I have a big hand, you know. So yeah, great sizing from that.
Yeah, you can bet small here for sure. Chase out a hand, you know, ace queen of clubs, for example, right, that has to call flop and then of course doesn't improve and has to fold to the aggression. Colm Chan, very well played. He will be aware there. Interesting. Queen Jack of diamonds blocked both 10x suited.
Of course.
This is important, you know. We've got our little geek hats on, Tom, but
oh, yeah.
If you're going to look to represent that 10, very nice to block Queen 10 and Queen Jack suited, and Jack 10 suited, that the opener can have all of them.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine there was much for Carl to do there either, you know. Like, it's probably a flop you do want to see bet a lot, you know. You're going to fold out a lot, misses, and it's just going to be impossible to continue with Queen Jack there in the turn.
Yeah, very nice hand.
A pretty baller call if he just, you know, looked him in the eye and said, I know you don't have it, you know,
You've
Queen
got,
high.
You've got the 8-9,
Yeah.
You've got the 7-8. Yeah, very well played. Right, Gollum. Very enjoyable last half an hour or so, Tom. Some cool poker
There's been a lot of
hands.
action, yeah, a lot of interesting spots.
Keith now 30 bigs.
Sevens.
Pocket sevens in the cutoff. Again, Colin with a hand that does like to VPip.
Yeah, you can argue either here. You know, you can go for a 3-bet, you can go for a call. I don't mind call whatsoever.
I think I like call a lot against 30 bigs. It's a hand that, you know, you don't want to waste your equity if you 3-bet and they shove.
Of course.
11K in the pot. Keith with around about an SPR of 4. Ace 10 Jack, 2 clubs. Is going to start with a bluff. C-bets the sevens. I think Colm will fold this one most likely, Tom.
Yeah, this is tough. You also have to think of your equity on future streets.
Wow.
Like, maybe he calls and thinks, okay, if Keith's willing to give up, you know, if Keith files a second or third barrel here, I definitely could imagine continuing. But, you know, having none of the flush in his hand, having no club, no spade, it's kind of tough to hang along with bottom pair.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those hands that becomes indifferent.
Maybe sensing some weakness here from Keith. I can imagine maybe he goes to block here. Block makes a lot of sense. Like, he probably doesn't want to face a bet with his 10.
Does become somewhat complicated here to represent a strong value bet after check and turn. We're going to have some, you know, suited ace-x that bets one, pot controls turn. Yeah, Keith does wave the white flag. Colm going to take it down with a pair of 10s. Keith decides to give up.
Unlucky for Keith. It hurts picking up such a pretty hand and you're going, oh, you know, how did I lose that to 10-8? This is a joke. You don't believe me at all? Did you not see the ace-high call I made?
Absolutely. Colm continues to accumulate chips here on this feature table.
You played on a lot of feature tables, Andrew?
Yeah, I've been on my fair share over the years. Of course, the first few times can be a little daunting.
Of course.
You're concerned about making some mistakes. Yeah, you eventually settle in.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. A lot of people are worried after a couple of hands. You kind of just realize it's just poker, but everyone can see it.
And everyone gets to comment in this digital world.
Yeah.
Now Carl with the pocket nines under the gun. Edgar feels as if he's been in every hand. Oh wow, let's go.
He has been picking up hands. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a 3-bet there from Edgar even. Like Queen 10 suited, beautiful hand.
Look at the timing.
A bit awkward. Oh wow, he just knows. What am I talking about?
Edgar
Why am I here?
in the zone.
There's a reason I'm back here and he's up there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Now Keith, 25 bigs. Yeah, is going to go for a 3-bet call.
It's going to be an awkward spot for Carl here. You know, so short, it's going to be awkward calling and him having 25k behind. Maybe he's kind of putting him on an ace-king, ace-queen type hand for value.
Does go large, Keith. Makes it 8 bigs.
Yep.
Would have liked to see slightly smaller, I think, in general, but, you know, Carl sends it. Here we go.
Who's covered?
Yeah, I think Carl does cover Keith, but he is going to be down to fumes if he can't run down these jacks. Looking for one of the remaining nines in the deck. Hits the crossbar, 8-4-3. Backdoor clubs covered by Keith. Carl looking for a 9 or a 9 only. He's giving it the how much is it, Tom? Bit of extra equity.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
If there was a jacket there, it would be on. You know what I mean? Yeah, very unfortunate. It's a very tough spot where typically you might want to flat nines there, but you know the sizing he made it. You don't want to fold a hand that strong. I've seen some wild stuff where in earlier fights I opened under gun and someone 3-bet me with 7s. So you know, sometimes you are just gonna have the best hand by a mile.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice spot for Keith.
Yeah, nice double up for Keith. Work to do now on the short stack.
Very easy. Nick Newport coming over to tell us he's won the high roller, I believe. What a man. Fair play to Nick.
Congratulations to Nick. Takes down the trophy and I believe 12,000 euros.
Yeah, just about 12,000 euros. 11,900. Assuming there was no deals. They seem very heavy on no deal. Nick's a phenomenal player. You know, great. I'm trying to think of the word here. Role model for Irish poker. Very solid player.
Yeah, very nice. Seen Nick around a lot. Congratulations to you, Nick. Wonder if has he bagged the main? Do we know?
I'm not actually entirely sure. The first time I seen him was playing the high roller, so I'm not entirely sure.
Excuse me.
I'll be back in just a moment.
No problem, my friend. Thomas ducks out of the booth. Keith, a bit of a tight laydown, 9-10 suited. Column with the pocket fours, 110 bigs. Gonna open from the cutoff. Does raise and take it. Carl electing not to defend off the extreme short stack. Tom rejoins me in the booth.
I am back after congratulating the Nick Newport.
John folding under the gun. Did you get in the winner's picture?
I didn't. It actually happened in Killarney. Greg won, or he chopped the 2K with someone. I don't know his name from the tip of my tongue. And he insisted everyone nearby getting the winner's photo. After maybe 1 or 2 drinks, he insisted everyone getting the winner's photo.
Share in the glory.
A6 suited on the button. Beautiful hand. Happy to open this one.
Yeah, action is on Noel Fitzsimmons. You can see him there in the middle of your picture. Does raise.
Used with the newfound chips well.
We do have an all-in from the very short stack.
Whack his remaining chips in the middle from the small blind there. He has jacks.
Finds the jack. Oh, wow. Marek finds queens.
What is going on?
Decides just to send it.
You're kind of over the moon with jacks there as well. You're like, you can definitely shove worse.
Absolutely.
You know, I can be in a flip. He's going to shove like 10s, 9s, 8s. Ace-6, an easy fold, but he's going to be shown the bad news
Noel
here.
gets out of the way.
Very unlucky.
Yeah, super unfortunate here for Carl. Runs into back-to-back 80-20 situations as the underdog.
And he can get a one victorious.
Finds paint, but the wrong kind. Drawing to one out.
The jacket equity, there's an extra 5%.
That is 0% for Carl. Unlucky, sir. We do lose Carl from the feature table. Marek picks up a small one. Nothing to be done there for Carl. GG's.
Again, played with Carl a lot in Bonnington and Village Green. Very nice guy, pretty solid player. Very unfortunate.
It would be sick if he actually lose now. Please again, that would be unfair. Shut up, Joe, will
You know, sometimes it just feels like no matter what you try, you just can't get anything going, and that's kind of one of those scenarios where you pick up some beautiful hands and you're just going against it.
Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck to Carl if he does decide to hop back into the mix.
Do it, do it, do it. One of my favorite things has to be watching the Poker Star streams for like UPT and the big events they do.
Yeah.
And you know, scenarios such as that, you know, an easy all-in for jacks. And obviously, the chat can see the cards, you know, they can see the percentages. They go, what would you do there, chat? Jacks, easy fold, easy fold. How did he not know?
One of the perils of being in the booth, my friend.
Everyone's a victim of it. Everyone's definitely seen the cards covered and said, I would have got away from that, you know what I mean? But it's very different when you're
I'm sure plenty people on the rail do not agree with my analysis. Let me tell you, Tom, they're all wrong. Absolutely, every last one of them.
I feel like that's what Niall would say. One of his tweets he had when you mentioned the Jaeger, he goes up to the bar and he's like, oh, I handed him £10 or something, and he goes, 3 Jaeger shots, and they go, oh, it's 15 for three for like 3 each and 5 for 3. So he says like 9 or 15 or something. He's like doing very bad maths in my head.
That's
30 Jaeger shots.
That's some quick mathematics and adds on 10 more Jaegers. Keith here with the ace-9, coming for a light steal. Apparently he's up at the 35k. I'd imagine that's 3.5.
I would imagine too. Nessie's feeling pretty good about this ace-9, you know.
Pretty interesting here from Colm. Definitely on the wide side. Has decided to widen his range here. We have seen Keith getting after it. Colm deciding to play in position with the 8-6 suited. A little wide, but probably thinks he has an edge in position.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree. You're going to see players who think they have an edge or perceive they have an edge on the table. And anyways, just be a bit wider, try get involved in pots of people. They're willing to pull the trigger. You know, we've seen Colm get Carl off that shot with Queen Jack. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, guys, this is a 3.5k open and 2 calls, not 107k in the middle. So, John defends from the big, does flop best, Jack, Jack 7. In the check through to Colm. Very interesting little combo here. Does have backdoors, and we are going to typically stab a lot of small size bets in position here. I do like it.
He's going to have a lot of turn cards. You know, you can barrel on a 5, barrel on hearts. If he had a jack here, he'd also go small. You don't want to scare away.
Yep.
You know, overs and stuff. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Very typical to see a lot of small stabs in position here. Try and fold out some better hands.
Imagine a7 comes along. It's going to be pretty tough for a7 to cling on.
Yeah, it does call.
Especially with that third diamond.
Oh, John gonna lead at this one. Very interesting. Or not, perhaps not. Taking some inventory. Wow, Colm, gotta hand it to him. Very aware of where he is in hands. This looks like half pot. John, the non-believer.
Yeah,
flush completes.
John doesn't think he has a flush here, and you know, not much has changed in the flop. And if he doesn't believe Colm has a jack, you know, 7's still gonna be the best hand a lot of the time. So.
Yep. Very interesting. Will Colm find that third barrel? We can see that he will have to. 9 of hearts, river.
Wait, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that not a straight?
See if Colm can sniff out the weakness in John's range.
Yeah, this will be very impressive if he can go for a third barrel here. You know, your opponent's going to have a jack a lot of the time. They're going to have flushes. I wonder if he does third barrel, how much it's going to be. He's looking at the chips. He's feeling himself.
Gonna go for it. Gotta tip the cap to it, Tom. Very nice. That's 22k.
We've seen some impressive hero calls at this table.
Wow, if John finds it here, I'll go and shake his hand myself. Credit to him for taking this long. I think this is a wildly under-bluffed spot in the long term, Tom.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's great poker going on here. Phenomenal.
Oh, and he makes the call!
Instant muck.
John, bravo, sir. Doesn't need to show. Wow, what a call down, Tom.
The gusto from Colm, the courage from Colm, the third barrel. I love the sizes. What a call by John.
Tell you something, that might be the most impressive hand of the day. Been some outrageous hands at this table. Feels like a really good bluff and an extremely good call.
Definitely.
John McGinn, take a bow, sir. Takes down a very large pot.
I'd love to be in the brain of John. I'd love to be in the brain of people that are hero calling. You know? Like the guy with the Keith with the ace high. What is he thinking? You know, what does he think Edgar has? What does he think Colm has there?
An airball, apparently.
A bluff,
that's all he can beat. Very nicely done.
So will we see you hop into a single event, or are you like you can't even hop into the freeze out tonight?
I don't think I can.
Oh my God.
They've got me by. They've got me chained up, Tom. Booth duty only. I had to sign a non-disclosure, you see. They were like, right, you can do the comms, but you're not allowed to play against anybody.
You're gonna know everyone's game now.
Spoil sports.
Colm bluffs all the time. You're gonna know John's got the stones to call it off.
Gotta tell you, if I ever play with John, never bluffing him. Not bluffing him. Beautiful hand by both players. Love to see it. They're my favorite kind of hands in poker. Great bluff, fantastic call. Have to hand it to John McGinn. I'm not finding that call, and I can see the cards.
Yeah, I'm not finding the call either.
Yeah. Very well played. As the action folds round to our resident Scotsman. Lets it go round to Noel Fitzwilliams.
Seat 6 here.
Yeah, new player at the table.
I think I played with him earlier, actually.
And John folds the King 7 suited. Wow, John feeling himself. 6.6k on the button.
That does seem to be a confirmed 6.6 or 5.6 at least.
Yeah, 6.1 I think, perhaps. Perhaps a little bit of adrenaline there, Tom, from that previous hand.
He's feeling it now. He's a table boss. Whoever has the most baller last play, you're the table boss. That's how it works. Keith was previously the table boss with the ace high call. Now John is taking the crown.
Okay, really have been some very intriguing hands post. Guys, I hope you are enjoying the coverage with myself, Andrew Headley, Tom Murphy joining me on co-coms. We are here for the next couple of hours through to midnight local time. If you want to get up to date with any of the stacks that bagged, go to internationalpokeropen.ie. Day 2 action is live tomorrow. I will be here once more as we march towards the final table of this year's edition of the IPO. Column now with the King Queen. Lines are up to 1 and 2K, makes it 4K to go. John makes the call in position, pocket 7s, 35 bigs effective. Very loose overcall here, Tom. Not a big fan.
Yeah, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble here, especially with someone opening so early position and a call in between. It's maybe one of those hands you either want to 3-bet or fold, and you know, you probably want to 3-bet at low frequency as well. You don't want to always be 3-betting these hands.
It's going to be dominated so often, right?
Just like now, we can see, you know, we'll wait until it goes to the flop, but it's going to be pretty low equity multi-way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Low flop, 7's holding at the moment. John
8-5 deuce. Does elect to check. Could have seen a small stab there, clear out a little bit of equity, and we can see he's been punished for not finding it. Marek turning top pair.
Now this can also happen, and then you put your opponent in the bin.
Then you're a genius.
I'd actually go ahead and say it's probably one of the best calls I've seen.
One of the best of all time. Very problematic now for John in particular. Of course, our opponent gonna have some semi-bluffs, some spade draws, some 9-10 suited types, Queen 10 suiteds. John has called.
I'd also continue on that turn. You know, there's going to be a lot of bluffs to dominate spades in your hand.
Looks like a Queen of Clubs river. This one's going to go check, Tom, I think.
Yeah, I'd imagine it goes check. There's no reason for Marek to bet for value, and there's no reason for him to turn his hand.
Yeah. Slight misstep there from John. Perhaps a little stab on the flop to clear out some equity. Ends up paying a street of value for Marek.
Yeah, it's kind of tough when you're multi-way and there's someone behind as well. Like, I typically, there shouldn't really be that person behind, but I feel like when you stab, it feels like your hand's very face-up a lot, you know? Like, you feel like
sure,
people put you on a pair a lot, but again, it's one of those hands you definitely do want to protect. Like, overcards are just horrible for you.
Yeah, understand it for sure. Not the worst check in the world. Very awkward spot to play post.
I know, I don't.
Marek turns water into wine, gets himself back up to around about 65k.
Of course, beautiful hand against the girl as well. So it seems he's probably redeemed himself a bit now since he landed that cooler earlier.
Absolutely. Action on Jamie under the gun.
Come on, Jamie, what you got for us?
It has been dealt out a little for the last sort of hour of play. Let's go on the 7-8.
Suited ace, early position.
Yeah, no Fitzsimmons. Does let it go. Is actually one of the suited aces that will lay it down. Well, you're supposed to, but nobody does.
Oh yeah, there's definitely some stuff I'm meant to do, and I'm like, yeah, it makes sense as well. You know, you're going to get people that are going to call better aces behind, ace deuce, and the worst aces.
Yeah, absolutely. Has the fold round to Edgar. Going to open with Jack 10. Raises to 4.2.
Keith was thinking about it. He hit the Jack 4. It took him a while to fold that Jack 4.
Tell you something, I was glad when that meme got retired. Colm defends the King 7 of Hearts.
What?
No, absolutely not. Do you know what? I met her in Vegas. Lovely lady.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Lovely lady. I'm only messing. 10-5-3 rainbow. Edgar flopping best. Now Colm, we know he loves to go for it. Does have another one of these combos that can go for check raise. Backdoor everything.
It's a board that if you think your opponent's overly c-betting, they're going to have air sometimes.
Very
Raising
interesting.
can be
Gonna just
beneficial.
go for the float route this time rather than check raise. Let's take one off. Very bricky turn. Deuce of spades.
Imagine Edgar keeps betting here.
Yeah, I think you can go either way here. There is some merit to check in turn, but you can also just bet for value, set your own price. Bit of a disaster when you do get check raised, of course. Colm, I don't think he'll go for it with this combo. Would be very surprised to see it. Yeah, I'm gonna let this one go. Like you're gonna go for it there with some kind of 4 or 6x in his hand if he's gonna bluff.
Of course. Yeah, maybe if the turn's a 4.
Yeah, I could see some leading for sure. Nice pickup for Edgar. Must say, do like Colm's style, always looking for spots to win chips. Doesn't work on this occasion. On we go.
Yeah, Edgar's sitting very pretty right now at about 180k. Very nice stack. Quite a deep table in general, actually. There's a few big stacks.
For sure.
Oh, the King 9 suited here under the gun. Again, a combo he feels maybe a bit too weak. I could argue open it under the gun. I'm not sure if it's stacked up. And John with the same hand, with the suited variety.
Yeah, very interesting. Large open size from John. Makes it 5.5 to go.
Some thoughts going through Colm's brain here.
Can't see.
I know what he's thinking.
Can't see him continuing with this one. Be very surprised.
Bit too early position. Maybe if it's the cutoff.
Yeah, very strong fundamental ranges. Jamie here, gonna let this one go.
Raise and a take it for John. Maybe the fear was in Colm there, you know. He was thinking, oh, maybe I 3-bet here, but you know, John did call me down with that 7.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll introduce kind of more stream setups and stuff to more kind of, like, for example, the IPT, other Irish.
Yeah, absolutely. Another tour thriving in Ireland.
Yeah, doing
Grassroots really thriving at the moment, Tom.
Yeah,
lots of action everywhere. I could see it. I could see it coming into play. Money always talks in these spots. Is kind of expensive, but you know, we love to put on a show for the fans. It's good to see. Nice to see some sort of lower buying events getting the coverage they deserve.
And you know, they haven't really cut corners. It is a beautiful setup.
It is.
Beautiful chance for everyone to, you know, get on TV after 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, many thanks to our partners at Unibet International Poker Open in association, with Unibet Poker. As Michael raises to 4.5k in the cutoff. Very interesting spot here for Jamie Bachu with the Jack-10 suited. We know he's continuing, Tom, just deciding if he wants to 3-bet.
Yeah, I like the 3-bet here.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. You know, you can't always just 3-bet those hands like Ace-King or, you know, Ace-5 for your bluffs and stuff.
Yeah, do like this.
Jack-10 is going to flop very well post-flop. I have no clue what Michael has, but this is kind of fun.
I think it was Queen-10 of spades.
That
Or have I just ruined the party?
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Does fold anyway. Yeah, very well played, Jamie. So we have around 30 minutes to go, I'm being informed, Tom. 30 minutes left of today's stream. stick with myself and Tom. I'll take you through to the conclusion.
Wait, you mean you have a home to go to after this? What's going on here? You don't work all the time?
What was that, my friend?
You have a home to go to after this? You don't work all the time?
Of course I've got a home to go to. It's in the Bonnington Hotel, where we are broadcasting from.
Right at the cash.
Yeah, long days in the booth, but we do enjoy providing you guys the coverage.
If it's half an hour, maybe I'll try catch that freeze out then. I don't know when that's. Let me actually do a quick check.
You can max limit it, mate. Action folds round to Michael in the hijack. Does raise to 4.7k. Here we go, Jamie, fresh from free betting the previous hand, wakes up with ace king. Could be fireworks here. Michael did raise fold just a moment ago. Jamie gonna make the same size 3-bet.
Yeah,
very interesting spot.
That's the beauty of 3-betting these hands. You know, when you have it, people don't believe you.
So does 3-bet. All options open here for Michael. Wouldn't be shocked, Tom, to see him rip this in.
Yep,
it is a lot of big blinds, but you know, Michael's tired of him pushing him around. I wouldn't be shocked. Obviously, the typical play here is to call. Michael does find the call button.
Oh, I thought we were looking at about 30 bigs. Yeah, if he was a bit
50
shorter,
bigs.
you could imagine finding a 4-bet here, but
sure.
I could imagine this just goes check, see bet fold.
Yeah, fortunately for Michael, he did not send his chips into battle. Jamie flops top 2.
Not the cards you want to see when you flat nines here.
Like to see a lot of small bets here. Jamie's shown his experience, you know, a quarter pot. Been very impressed with both him and Column.
Yeah, very solid players.
Perfect sizing.
Beautiful.
You know, even when we're bluffing here, right, quarter pot, immediately leveraging against the pocket pairs that are all going to be forced to fold.
Even flat of hands, such as 10s there, you're not feeling comfortable, you know. So
absolutely. Very well played.
I've been informed. That's my last hand, and it has been a pleasure to share the booth with you, Andrew.
Yeah, Tom, thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate it. Best of luck in the freeze out or the turbo or whatever's happening. See you next time, my friend.
Have a great night.
Thank you, mate. So as Tom departs the booth, guys, we say thank you very much for him for coming along. And for the last 30 minutes of tonight's stream, I'm delighted to welcome to the booth one of our head honchos here in Dublin. Anastasia, welcome along. We've seen you confiscating phones at the table, telling everybody what's going on, running amok behind the scenes. How's it all gone so far this week?
Hi everyone. So far it's been amazing. We have a good numbers today. We had so many players playing for 1C. Yeah, it's a bit strict rules on TV table. It has to be. It has to be. No sneaking. We did let players to have phones, but we saw them sneaking, trying to use the phones, and we said nope.
Yeah, every time I saw a player look down into their lap, Anastasia, I thought, here she comes within the next 60 seconds.
Exactly.
She's going to come take it off them. As we jump into the action here, big blind. We have a raise from Column in the hijack with the 6-7 of diamonds. John calls the small with queen deuce off. It's very, very wide. Could be a graphics error, although he is in the mixer. I think that's probably a glitch. We'll give him the benefit. Marek here with ace-9. is going to call the small c-bet from Column, as he should. Turn is a 6, so Column turns the best hand. Makes a pair of 6s on the turn.
He basically has a 3 pair, which is nice.
Yeah, 3 pair, yeah.
They all have it.
Very interesting here, Column. Of course, could check. Look to pot control against an 8 or a potential slow played 3. Yeah, I like this. It does check back. River is a deuce, so Marek with just ace high. Would imagine he doesn't turn this one into a bluff. We have seen some funky plays from him, but I think check here would be the best line. He is going to bluff it though.
But still, ace high is a good card in this board, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, just one of these spots, I guess. Perhaps wants to fold out a hand like ace jack or ace queen that Colin has, right? This is slightly better than him. But I think Colin's going to sniff this out. He's played extremely well today. And the 40% pot sizing from Marek.
Yeah.
A little bit non-committal. Like if you have a strong 8 here or a 3, you're going to bet large. So 40%, Colin sniffs it out, takes down a nice pot. Very well played from Colin.
36,000, it's a really nice pot.
Yeah, so Anastasia, how many runners overall? We're on track to beat last year's total?
I really hope so. We still have evening day ones.
Yeah.
So we will get really good numbers. So today we had total 299 entries.
Very good. More than both Flight A and Flight B combined, I believe, or around about the same.
So far we have from day 1A and day 1B total 48 left to go to day 2.
Yeah.
So let's see how many will be left from day 1C.
Yeah, so with my quick maths here, we have 308, 607 runners so far for A, B, and C combined. It's good. Good numbers, guys. We have the Turbo Flight 1D in play at the moment with another 87 runners.
Yep.
And of course, we have the super duper hyper crazy 10-minute blind 1E tomorrow morning.
Yes, it starts at 9:30 a.m. guys.
Yeah,
so
basically going to get 750 runners.
Yeah, it's a really good number.
Very
really
good indeed. So yeah, love to see it. As we see Jamie here, Anastasia opens Jack 9 in the hijack. Does fold around to the big blind. John just going to let it go. So it's going to be raise and take. Guys, last sort of 20 minutes or so of the stream. Just to let you know what's going on the next couple of days. I will be here for all the action of main event day 2 tomorrow afternoon, starting at 1 or 2 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock tomorrow. So we will take you all the way through to day 3, which is on Monday, and we will be crowning our champion live on stream. Anastasia, gives me a chance to ask you. I know you work for another poker series. You're always working, always in the mix, popping up around Europe. I know you're the host and hospitality manager for the festival series.
Correct, yes.
So can you give us an idea of what's coming up with them?
Yeah, the festival series will be now in Bratislava starting from 26th of November. It's amazing stuff, really. It's so many games, so many mixed games, and I know so many players, they don't know, say, how to play, you know, horse and different, but they just go because they want to try something new, and it's coming to Europe now, the mixed games. People love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not only hold them all the time. So, yeah, you can qualify online. There are games, satellites every day.
Yep.
On the Betfred for Irish and UK players.
Okay.
So starting from just €5. So you can qualify and get a €50 ticket. And every Wednesday, guys, from €50 you can win a package worth of €1,600, which will include hotel, stay in hotel, buy-in, which is main event, €550, and hospitality, which means all week we will have hospitality events. Different activities, and we don't say what it is, it's a secret.
Okay, very nice. Intriguing, we like a secret. Hang on, we'll come back to that in a second. We're just going to follow this one hand. Column opening pocket 8s here, does get called by John in the small and Edgar in the big. A little bit of something for everybody here. Edgar with top pair. Column has pocket 8s, which of course is no good. And John has an overcard and a gut shot.
He needs 3.
Absolutely.
So it's actually, yeah, you're right, everyone got something.
John, gonna check call. Very tricky spot now for Edgar. We do have top pair, but as you can see, Anastasia, the players are super deep stacked.
They are.
Over 110 big blinds, and he's going to decide to raise now. I don't hate it. There's lots of bad turn cards that can come. Wants to sort of define where he is in this hand. You know, if you call here, a queen, king, ace rolls off. Very difficult to continue.
In fairness, it's a very nice structure. Players have a lot of big blinds, a lot of play, which is, I think, brilliant. I mean, it's good to have a good deep play coming to day 2.
For a low-stakes tournament, one of the best structures I've ever seen, I must say. Now, Column, who has impressed us very much on this feature, in the tank. Of course, trying to run through the bluff combos that Edgar could potentially bluff with. He's going to bluff hands like 3-4, maybe a hand like 4-6. Maybe even potentially a hand like a deuce with the backdoor flush draw. Very nice timing from Edgar so far. John, not to be shaken, is going to call with his overcard and gut shot. 40k in the middle.
I mean, he's a cheap leader at the table, so he can afford just to call to see the turn, which came 7.
Yeah, decides to speculate, Anastasia. Very interesting now, though, John. Don't think we can ever lead at this pot. Of course, you know, he's represented kind of weakness here by just calling the c-bet and then just calling the raise. Edgar seems to be content, knows he's in front. That's 10,500 here, quarter pot. Very well played from Edgar, takes it down, takes down a pot of 50k.
Nice. That's
so
really
Anastasia, this festival series, is there somewhere the guys can check out online? Like,
absolutely.
Is there a website to check out the upcoming schedule and all things festival series?
Yes, we're everywhere. If you would go just www.thefestival.com, you will find all information there. Also on social media, Facebook.
I need you guys to show up about 4 minutes early for the break. That way we can get you guys back over to
Bebo. Facebook, Twitter, you name it, the festival series is on.
Everywhere. So just the festival series. And Instagram, that was stuck in my head.
Instagram, there we go.
So
it's been a long day, guys. Find us on social media. Search the festival series.
Just put it in Google, or we are everywhere. It's something what actually cannot be missed, and it's in lovely Bratislava, a lovely Banco casino. It's amazing. Have you ever been in Banco Casino?
I have never been to Banco before, but I have worked with the festival series guys before. Great group of people, great commitment to low to mid stakes poker, and especially these mixed games that do get neglected. So, guys, anybody who's interested in you know, broadening your horizons and not just playing PLO and Hold'em, very much suggest you check it out.
But you know what I actually love from my one of the favorite games is Pineapple. I love it.
I don't know what that means.
Come on, it's like Hold'em. You get extra cards.
I know what it is. I'm only
you're
messing.
so bad.
Now we did see a fold. Right, we're getting off track here, Anastasia. Did see a fold from the ace-10. To be fair, it's been a very long day. We are approaching the last knockings of the stream. Raise from Marek, very wide here with 8-9 off.
What do you think about this connectors, suited connectors like 5-6?
Yeah, for sure you can play
like
these
them.
hands in position, absolutely.
They're cute. I
Yeah,
like them.
they're cute. I've never described them as that before, but John thinks they are. He's called in position. Yeah, Marek here with a very wide open. Not a big fan of this with 8-9 off.
No.
You know, you're out of position, 2 aggressive players on your left. He is going to c-bet. Oh, excuse me, that's Keith in the big. He's going to lead.
Yep.
Jack 4-4. Goes for a small stab. We can see it's going to get through. Nicely timed from Keith. Just king high. Takes it down.
And how was this week for you so far?
Very good. We were, myself and Tom were praising the stream setup. Nice to see that, you know, in some of the sort of lower buy-in tournaments around Ireland, nice to see them getting the sort of respect and credit they deserve at the moment. Business is booming, so to speak. And yeah, very enjoyable stream so far. We've enjoyed it. Big mixture of skill levels and different styles. Tests me in the booth, let me tell you.
But you know, Irish is my favorite event. I just love Irish players. I love it. It's always the vibe, always action, something. Like at the table, they like professional, quiet.
Sure.
You know, but as soon as they step from the table, you know yourself.
I honestly never met a single person who does not enjoy playing poker in Ireland.
I know.
And there's lots of stops, you know, poker players, they love to moan. Nobody moans about Ireland.
No.
It's very true. But yeah, great so far. And guys, we have Sunday and Monday still to come. So we hope you will join us back on YouTube tomorrow. Last sort of 10 minutes or so of the stream.
And don't forget, tonight, we're pushing our clock back. So
Anastasia telling everybody everything. Guys, it's daylight savings. You get to push the clock back.
Oh, you want to say that?
Hey, you get an extra hour in bed, don't you?
Exactly.
Yeah, what a time to be alive.
I know. You get an extra hour?
I need it. I'm tired. Not going to lie to you. Right, Keith in the small blind decides just to open with the King 10. This is very interesting. Michael with Queen Jack suited, of course, never folding, decides just to call. Two pretty strong hands in the blinds.
Oh, nice.
Flop is ace, king 9 with 2 clubs.
Which is amazing for both of them.
Yeah, Keith with the betting lead is going to bet small. Michael going to have to call one here for sure. We do have a gut shot to the nut straight and the backdoor spade draw. Yeah, like to see it. Has to call one here in position. We can see if a 10 rolls off, it's going to be disastrous for Keith.
Or another spade.
Yeah, turn is the 5 of clubs, so Keith's still good. He can't know it though. Not going to like that card.
No. Turn is really bad for him.
Yeah, he does check. Opens the door for Michael. Of course, Queen High, unlikely to be good. May decide to turn it into a bluff. A couple of options open. We can check back. And perhaps bluff small on the river.
And
I mean, Queen Jack can just be good. You know, Queen Jack probably don't bluff this one. Maybe bluff a hand like Queen 8 of spades.
Do you think Keith felt a bit stronger on the river?
I think Keith feels much happier on the King of Spades. Would expect him to go for value here.
But it's still very dodgy. And here is the
I think he's very comfortable here. I think if Michael has a flush, he's going to bet the turn.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can just bet here, target to get called by a weak ace or a 9. But, yeah, Michael makes the correct fold. Nice pickup for Keith. As we have a dealer change. Last one of the night.
Actually, want to get a moment and thank all the staff, dealers, for really hard job, long hours. Guys, you're amazing, really. Thank you so much. And starting from dealers, we've done doing a lot of job, floor, behind the scene. There are so many people working hard. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Of course, these festivals take a lot of organizing behind the scenes. Thank you to everybody involved, and another thank you to our partners, Unibet Poker, helping us to set up this live stream. But yeah, fantastic event and fantastic hard work from everybody thus far. It is Saturday night though, Anastasia. Maybe that hard work comes worse tomorrow.
We'll see.
Could be a couple of hangovers.
Well, it will be.
It's Dublin.
I
It's
know.
Dublin, of course.
Of course, with Irish people, what you do else? I mean, what else can you do? It's raining all the time.
It's true.
Just stay inside and hang out, socialize.
So what you do is you turn to alcohol. Wonderful times. Right, Edgar.
Let's come back. Look, Ace Jack.
Oh, here we go. Column
Ace
wakes
Queen.
up with Ace Queen. Edgar and Column being two of the more aggressive players at this table. This pot could get big. Column, I expect to 3-bet here for sure.
This is gonna be a good hand.
This is going to be a big pot, like I think very often. Yeah, Column does make it 15k. Always interesting to see dynamics develop. Edgar with Ace Jack. Hand is a bit too strong to fold. I think he'll call in position. It does make the call.
So by stack level, Edgar fully covers home. So has double of the stack.
Yeah, round about 3x pot for Column, a little bit more. Flops big, top pair, top kicker. Hold on to your hats, folks. Edgar will not go anywhere on the flop. Column comes with 1/3. Pretty standard stuff. Edgar with the gut shot to Broadway and an overcard.
How would you play this hand if you would have ace queen?
I would just call in position. Like, Column is very good. He's going to have some bluffs pre-flop.
Yeah.
And we can just call here. We can just have the best hand. But this is going to be danger for Edgar.
Oh yeah, oh look, they both hit an ace.
There's no way Column jammed this turn. Yeah. I think our graphics guys got too excited. He's apparently all in for 100k. I don't think so. 57k in the middle, guys. Column working with 100k behind. Does turn top 2. Very natural here, Anastasia, to just bet the turn to set up a river all in. We can see that Column is going to bet around about 30k. This is a very, very tough spot. Very tough. Like, we just, in theory, can never fold this hand, right?
No, you can't.
We block a hand like King Jack. We can
Exactly,
feasibly
yes.
have 3-bet. We block Ace Queen. We block Ace 10.
Yeah.
River is the 5 of clubs.
Which is a bit dodgy.
I think Column very comfortable here. Very important, Anastasia. He has the Queen of clubs in his hand.
Yeah, but would he never put Edgar on the flush?
I don't think so. Well, there's not many combos, right?
Yeah.
When we hold the Queen of clubs, we block hands like King Queen of clubs.
Correct.
Like Queen Jack of clubs, like Queen 9 of clubs that could have continued.
Yeah.
So now the only real flush for Edgar is a hand like King Jack of clubs.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes if your opponent has that hand, congratulations to you. Not many combos,
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Column here, 117k, working with 65% pot or so. Is debating how best to proceed. If he does send it, a very difficult spot for Edgar. Yeah, here it is. Sends it all in. I'm very impressed with Column. He's fully aware that he has the best hand.
He looks so sure, so secure about his hand. I like that.
If he didn't have the Queen of clubs here, he may check.
Absolutely.
Even then, he probably still jams. But Edgar, wow, put to the test at the end of the stream.
Aye, Edgar.
Very
it is a
tough
hard
spot. Huge pot here late on the stream. 69.9k to win 187. Getting around about 2.5 to 1.
Return.
Super tough spot here for Edgar. I think this is a function, Anastasia, of who his opponent is. He makes the call, and Column is going to win a massive pot.
Massive, yes.
282,000.
Oh my god.
Wow, Edgar does make the call. Huge swing.
And I guess we have a new cheap leader at the table.
Absolutely. Column Chan take a bow at 282k. Tough to blame Edgar there. This is, I think, possibly a function of who his opponent was in that pot.
Exactly.
I think it's fair to say that against a lot of the players at the table, he would just snap fold H Jack. But Column going to be capable of finding bluffs. Huge pot.
Yeah, that was some game.
That was something. So guys, what a way to pretty much finish the stream. Last 5 minutes or so. Huge pot for Column. Tough spot for Edgar, but still has 95k to work with.
And it's a lot because blind's only 1, 2.
I tell you, it doesn't feel like a lot when you had 240k
Exactly, I agree.
about 5 minutes ago. But yes.
Yeah, no tilting now, please.
Edgar very experienced, I'm sure. He will attempt to shake it off.
Yeah, he will let it go.
Tough spot.
players a bit tight here? Like, do you feel that? Do they play tight?
I think this table has been actually very good, very in line with the correct sort of frequencies and stuff. Now, this table's been pretty active.
Like we had pair trees and they were just folded.
Well, some of the tables earlier, there was a lot of limping going on. This table, much more aggressive. As we see Keith raising in the cutoff with ace king of hearts. Makes it 3x to go. Jamie does defend with the dominated ace-8. This is the very last hand, I believe, of the stream. Keith is good still with ace king of hearts. Wow, he's launching it. Very surprising. 16k.
16,000, yeah. And ace-8 is not good.
He's going to fold this.
He will. Not good.
Very non-standard sizing. So, guys, as Jamie pitches his cards into the muck, that is it for tonight, guys. All that remains for me to do is thank all the guests from today. Darragh O'Kearney, Barry Carter, Tom Murphy, and the lovely Anastasia Buck. Thank you, guys. I will be back 1 p.m. tomorrow for live coverage of day 2. 1:30, guys, I've been corrected. Anyway, hope you've enjoyed. We'll see you tomorrow. It's good night from us at the Bonnington. See you tomorrow. Good night.
Thanks, everyone, and good night.
We leave our shit here for the moment, yeah?
You're more than welcome to do so. Make sure you're back with 4 minutes left in the break so you can get your stuff. Sell these off, please. Sell them.
Chip raise?
Yeah, chip raise. You going here?